Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's stream. I'm your host, Vincente22 Films. Remember to add the films, or else you will die by Obama Soda. So, today we have a bunch of cars, but I'm not going to open any of them because they suck. Instead, we're going to be watching the entirety of Cars 2 twice, and then another time, and then Cars on the Road. Let me go get them real quick. So here is Cars 2. This is a movie. Yeah. I see Toy Story on the back. I don't know what that means. What's Toy Story? There's a Francesco man. He's having a conversation. Love that. Now we're going to pop this into the DVD player. Which chat, please vote in the comments. Should we watch the Blu-ray version or the normal DVD version? Vote right now. Vote immediately. I'm waiting on those votes. Where are these votes? Oh man, none. Well, I guess we have no choice but to open up some cars. So let's take a look at some of the cars we have lined up behind us. We have a lot of cars. Oh boy, I don't remember that one's name or this one's, but they're coming from Cars on the Road. Yeah, who doesn't love Cars on the Road? This dude looks like he's like a sports announcer or something. Who's this next one over here? Oh boy, that's a blue boy. That's definitely blue. Or gray, who knows? This dude is all silver. All silver, man. Silver boyo. Man, gotta love silver. Silver blue. Silver, yeah. I'm so high right now. Hold on, let me go. Yeah, let me go be high real quick. Let me go clean myself up. Or not. Who knows what I'm doing right now? Oh, I'm having a stroke. I think we should get back to the list of cars. Let's go check out. Whoa, okay, maybe not. Let's not check out the cars. Yeah, let's check out the whole line. Let's check out the whole everything we're going to be opening up. Look at all these cars, man. Wow. You know, cars are crazy. Cars are cars. These are all this is a car. Yeah, see that one's definitely a car. Yeah, see how it's built like that? See how it has four wheels? Yeah, that means it's a car. It also has tires, and yeah, it's in a box. Yeah, let's see. Are any of these other ones cars? What other cars are there? Are there any other cars? Man. Uh that one's a tractor. I think he's a cow. He could be both, you know? I've only seen Cars 1 when I was like 7. So I don't really remember what any of these characters are or what they do. That's a minivan, all right, I think. No, it's not a minivan. It's a normal car. It's just really she just built like that. Or he. They are just built like that. We're inclusive around here. This one is oh, that dude's shredding. He is just, he's just shredding. She just shredding. He's going hard, man. Those tires, they don't mean nothing. He's just going all out. All out. Hmm. 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 Let's think about this. Hmm. What other cars do I have in this line of thingies? Ooh. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, this one. Oh my god, he's so uwu. He's got them bunny ear looking thingies. He's ready for Easter. Yeah, this is a Lightning McGangle Gongle, our favorite Cars 3 exclusive character. We see him nowhere else. This is only Cars 3. There's only 3 cars, actually. the rest of these are just fakes. Like, none of these actually exist in the rest of the Cars universe. We only have 3 cars. It's this dude, and one of these other guys. The other of those, they're all fake. There's only 2 of these that are in the actual movies. It's that one and the other one. Yeah, those are the only 2 that are in the actual movies. The other ones, they're all fake. Those are all propaganda. You don't see them. This is propaganda being pushed by Pixar and Disney. Don't believe them, or else you will be exterminated by Disney, because you know Disney. What a good sigh that was. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Chat, help, I'm being held hostage. Pixar us. That's such a good comment, Taj. Let me pin that real quick. Let me pin Pixar us. That's a good comment. Clap. Oh. There we go. Sorry about the delayed audio, guys. This is everything's funny today. Glub, glub, glub. Swish, swish, swish. How am I talking with my mouth still full of water? Nobody knows. What a good drink. What a good sip sip. What a good yummy sippy sip. Hold on, let me get up and do something real quick. Chat, help, I'm being held hostage. Chat, help. Chat, please send help to my location. Oh, it's the Grinch. It's the Grinchy Grinch. Oh, I love the Grinch. Oh, this is one of my favorite Christmas movies ever. I loved him in The Grinch and How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and the other one that they made that was animated but like 3D animated and not 2D animated like the original one. He's a guy. He is a guy. That's just Rusty from the hit TV series Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. But this isn't about that. This is about cars. This is cars off the rails again. My favorite Pixar short series. Chat, I think I'm gonna die. There's no hope for me. There's no hope for me left. Please send help. Nightmare. Oh boy, a dinosaur. Oh, he is eating. He's chomping. Munch, rar, rar. Ooh, woo. Crash, bang. Bang, wallop. Scratch, shake. You know me. Joe Biden. Haha, so silly. We only have Obama soda. Sigh. Rest in peace. Now, you might be wondering how I coughed without moving my mouth. That's because I'm actually telepathic, and I don't need to actually say everything I'm doing. It's really impressive skill that I've built up over the years. Where's Joe Biden's car? Let me go find Joe Biden's car. I'll be right back. Walk. Chat, please, chat, send help, please send help, nightmare. Oh, I'm back with Joe Biden car. Here's Joe Biden car. Oh, look at this silly guy. Oh, he has the red nose. He's like Rudolph, real. He's got some hella suspension on the rear axle. He is raised. He's going up and up. He can do things. He can do a lot of things. Yeah, he's so cool and awesome. I love Joe Biden. Joe Biden is great. We love Joe Biden. This is the worst Saw movie by far. Haha, what Saw movie are you talking about? This isn't Saw. There's no uh things going on here. There's no hostage being held hostage behind the camera. What are you talking about? That's crazy. That's so crazy. That is so crazy. Why would you even suggest that? Why would you even think that there is a hostage behind the screen? You guys are so silly willy gooses. You guys don't deserve to be here. Actually, you're in my presence. I think if you should be in my presence, you should be paying me to be in my presence. You all suck. You all need to give me your money right now. I'm posting my PayPal or my address to send me mail in the comment section right now. Go check out, look at the comments real quick. I'm posting my address in the comments so you guys can send me money. This definitely isn't a plot to by the narrator to kill me or anything. This is just you sending me money. Just send me the money when I post the address in the comments. Where's Donald Trump's car? Oh, let me go find the Donald Trump car. Guys, quick, go, guys. Once you post the address in the comments, please go quick and go send help, please. I need help. He took the kids. He took the kids. I'm so alone right now. I don't know where anyone is. I'm in a dark basement. He knocked me out and drove me like I don't know how far, but I am nowhere near home. I need help, guys. Please send help. Nightmare. 2319. Oh, look at that. We got the Donald Trump car. Wow, look at this guy. He is long and he is yellow, just like the real guy. We love Donald Trump. No, we don't. We like the car. The actual guy, he could use a mental institution, I think. So this guy, he actually even has like a toupee. How funny is that? Just like the real dude, just like the real guy. So silly, so funny, haha. If you guys want to send me any cars that you guys like, I'll be posting my address in the comments right now. Be sure just to send me cars. Don't come over here with a gun or anything to kill me. Just send me your cars. You know, this is the perfect way to send me cars. So here we have Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Who doesn't love the two? They should kiss. Go kiss. Man, I love presidents kissing. Man, this is great. Great stream quality. Vincent, question: should I get a new Lightning McQueen this weekend? Yes, absolutely, you should. Let me actually go get one. Let me go find one, exact one that you should purchase. All right, guys, just gone quick. Send help, quick, guys, please. Did he post his comment in the? Did he post his comment in the? Did he post his address in the comments? Did he not? Oh my god, where's that Lightning McQueen? I don't know. Let me see which Lightning McQueen you guys should buy. Hmm. There's a lot of lightnings. Oh, I think I found one. Oh, wait. Yeah, here's the exact lightning that you should buy. He has been through things. That's definitely peanut butter. It is not chocolate or poop. It is definitely peanut butter. It is so peanutty and buttery. You guys would love it. He is living and he is in there. He is going munch on that crunch. He is living it up in the city. Man, who doesn't love Lightning McQueen or peanut butter? This is the greatest thing ever. And you know what? You can actually come to my house and pick this guy up from me. Let me just post my address in the comments real quick so you guys can come over to my house and pick up Lightning McQueen. That's exactly what you guys should do and nothing else. Let me post it real quick. Type. Do. Click. All right, there you guys go. There's my address. If you guys can come to that address really quick, you guys can come pick up this Lightning McQueen. You guys will absolutely love it. I will see you guys hopefully soon before the stream ends. Haha, what other comments do we have? If you guys, is there also an Obama car? There is an Obama car. Let me go find the Obama car real quick. Guys, quick, get to the address right now, please. I think it's where he's holding me. Please, guys, send help. Nightmare. Oh, whoa, how did that happen, guys? I'm on the stream now. I'm being held hostage. Please send help. Please, nightmare. Go to the address really quick. Go to the address, please. You know what I look like now. Please, come find me. Help me. Save me. Please, save me. Please. Oh God, I hear knocking at the. Oh God. Oh my God. No.
Hey guys, so today I wanted to look again at some of the cars that I didn't get to open yesterday on Christmas, because as you all know, that stream ran just a little bit like longer than I was expecting it to. So today I'm going to try to go back and actually open the cars that I said I was going to open on the stream. So today for that I have with me my lovely guest Annie C, who hold on, I need to bring her up here. Where is she? There we go. There she is. How are you doing today, Annie?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's good. Hold on. Let me add I'm not a hostage. I have no idea who that could be.
Uh-oh.
All right. Well, here we go.
No!
I've had to turn my cameras off for reasons that you guys should not know.
Well, that thing kind of happens. It ends up happening sometimes, and it's like, I'm just glad you guys are all here for the beginning of the stream.
Yep.
So as previously said, there's just
say
a lot
hello
of
to your kidnapper for me.
Yeah, there's just a lot of.
I did not expect that bit to be going on
for 15 minutes. What kidnapper are you talking about? 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 What kidnapper are you talking? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at all the cars that the lovely World of Cars Entertainment Aaron sent me. And I must admit, I kind of cheated because I opened the wrapped boxes last night. And I want to say, so many of the way that they were wrapped was really entertaining. Like, I liked the way that the pairings were there. So I feel it's important to say, because there were some really good pairings. Like, for example, there's the two there's the two Cars 3 Piston Cup racers that exist. These are the only ones, but he packaged them together.
That's so cute. That is so cute.
And there's so many other really good pairs that he just packaged together. I was like, oh, that's really
so
clever.
Thoughtful.
I was just like, this is really I really appreciate you, man. Like, it was really cool because he had he had the two Cars 3 Piston Cup officials together. That was cool. So you know what I mean? It is what it is. It was very. I thought it was cool. So with all that in mind, as you can see, I still have the remains of yesterday's stream as well.
Let's
we have
go.
Slightly different people here today, but it doesn't really. It's all good. So it's like
Marie. Hi, Marie.
Finally, so we can talk about Piston Eldorado. Finally. No, I liked the Cars 1 Demo Derby car pairing. I thought that was funny. It was just McQueen in the Demo Derby car, which worked. But yeah, this is
Eldorado show.
Piston Eldorado with the two weird holes on the bottom that I cannot explain in any capacity. I don't understand why they're there. I don't understand why they're there. I love Piston Eldorado.
No, I love Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is Donald Trump car.
Oh my gosh! Somebody wants to be let in.
Somebody wants to. John in a suit. Is that a
quiz
suit?
noise?
Oh my gosh!
Welcome to Quiznos.
Welcome to Quiz Noise.
Where's
Hi.
Shrek car? Why would there be a Shrek car?
You look so
I think
snazzy,
you-
my
I think you're
friend.
just making
Thanks,
up, like,
Annie.
names
It's
of,
because
like,
I'm
cars
cold.
that could exist.
Real.
You know what I mean? Like,
Well, you look cold and snazzy, but I hope you feel warmer soon.
it's like
Perhaps.
it's like if someone said like Obama car. Like
Obama soda!
why would there be an
Obama
Obama
soda!
Obama soda.
Also, guys, I did test run Rosie. I don't know if you guys care, but I did test run Rosie just before.
Rosie!
How did it go?
Rosie!
She
how's
runs.
doing?
She runs really smoothly.
Queen! Queen!
Yay.
Unlike in my movie, she does not at first run very smoothly.
Oh my god. PaulCat24 said, "Is this Ben Shapiro?" I'm so offended.
Is
I
that
No!
hate this.
Shapiro?
I hate this. I'm
Are we
leaving
gonna have-
now.
are we
Get
gonna have
roasted.
No, don't leave.
Ben Shapiro TED Talk?
So let's say, hypothetically, Cars
You get
2
over.
is not very good.
No!
Hold
I'm
on.
just kidding. I love Cars 2.
Good.
Now we have a
You're on thin ice for a second.
Oh, this is actually how the stream should be set up. But here we are. So I guess with that in mind, since John is here, let's open the one car that they sent me for Christmas, which is
Microphone Miles
This is
Axelrod.
microphone Miles Axelrod with a very large mouth. He's got a lovely set of chompers. He's
Oh
like-
gosh.
Ben Shapiro breaks down Glass Onion. Well, I have Glass Onion merch right here. I have Miles. It's funny because the
Where's
character's name is-
Benoit
I'm
Blanc?
sorry I couldn't
the
get you
character's name is
more, but I
actually
just couldn't
Miles.
find.
That's the joke. Is the character's name is also Miles. Anyway,
So Vincent, I would have gotten you more, but like I frequently check Targets and stuff, and they just didn't have more than that on your
the
list.
Target sucks.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
Target's the best place, but I'm gonna still say it because
My local
Yeah.
Target is never in stock with cars either, John.
I love when Target is never.
Target. Where-
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm still
John
excited
would-
to open this because
Marie, what do you
I
mean by
apologize
that?
if there's
John
weird
would
sound
send you that
coming
one.
from my
What does that
laptop.
mean?
I have
Oh, you
I have-
sound good, Matt. Don't worry.
Yeah, but
I
if you
have-
hear like random train noises because I'm on Roblox.
I have everything else from the Tokyo Party collection that I unboxed yesterday. So now this is like the last bit of the Tokyo Party collection, which
Put it in his
doesn't,
mouth.
which is great because the other two I had were like from 2015, but this is like from 2022, which I don't know why they re-released this and the regular Miles Axelrod in the same year.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
Here we
Put it in
are.
Twice
his
the
mouth.
You
miles.
can just like vor that whole microphone. You can just
Rail
go,
Yummy.
Mix is here.
Rail Mix is here.
All
This
the
is-
cars
the whole
people are
gang is here.
here.
But I love this car, by
Great.
the way. I love his mouth. I love cars with a large mouth because it's like,
They're very funny. 'Cause They,
He's like,
they,
"Ah."
they could swallow you whole.
yeah, they could.
Hey, yo.
It's just like what I'm always talking about with trains. It's like trains should be scary. Like
It's
Murdoch,
like Choo Choo
terrifying
Charles.
engine. Because he could
Murdoch's
just say
not
nothing.
terrifying.
He could
He's
say
cool.
nothing to you and just like eat you. You know what I mean?
Hey, yo.
Murdoch would never.
Murdoch is too dignified.
I like this. I'm gonna keep him in here.
Great.
I'm
I
gonna
love
keep him
that.
in here.
Oh my gosh, man.
This is the Elon Musk car.
Tar says, I'm more of a bike guy myself.
I showed Greebles already, by the way, because people are like crying for Greebles. I have Greebles. Yeah.
I just
If
heard
anyone
the
wants
yippee.
anything else,
That
I
was
heard
me.
too.
That was me.
I'll put the microphone next to the Tokyo Party section. What I should do is actually I should build a little Tokyo Party section because I have like the
You
gong,
must.
right? So I have here's the gong pity, which is very cool.
Oh,
Obviously.
I love him. I love him.
And then here's Miles Axelrod with
In
the
the
mic.
flesh. In the flesh.
And then here are the see the wasabi chefs.
Let's go.
And here's the drink mater. So you know,
Let's
got
go.
a lot of little guys, right?
Got a
So
lot
you
of little
Well,
guys.
you have the whole Tokyo Party scene here.
Aw.
Yippee!
Collection, which for some reason didn't include wasabi mater when it was.
Annie, you perfectly replicated the yippee sound effect. Oh
Yippee!
my god.
Where's Doug Crankle? Where else can you get Tokyo items besides Target? Not very many places.
Walmart. If
No,
wonder,
no.
like-
Walmart's car section sucks.
Walmart's car section
Oh.
is actually terrible, but if you go
Oh, so
there,
this
you
is an
may
across
find
the
some
board
cars on
thing.
stuff. Because I mean, my Walmart has no car stuff at all. But like one near me at school has like the Salt Flats playset, so go off. Not the Salt Flats gift pack, by the way, which I don't Was that exclusively online? I don't understand that. I don't just whatever. So what do you guys want to start with? What do you guys want to start with from this section? Like, what does chat want me to start with from
Easter buggy.
pile?
Where
Easter
is
buggy.
Speed Demon?
Speed Demon is hold on.
Oh, you actually have her. Okay.
I got him Speed Demon.
Yippee! I need
How
that
does Stephanie
car really
parallel
bad.
park
She's
so
like the only
perfectly?
character I want.
Same. She's so cool. She's so
Love
like
that
aerodynamic.
design.
Oh, so good.
The
So unique.
aerodynamics of a cow.
No, it's Coles. It is actually Coles. Rail Mix is from Australia.
I know. Rail is from Australia.
Do you just want to give Rail a bad time?
Yes, of course. He lives in
well, in that case,
Australia.
actually,
It's deserved.
Yeah. Walmart's car section is ass, but all the cases seem to have on the road stuff, so just check regularly and you'll get lucky eventually.
So
Yeah,
true.
Me when I make fun of Australians.
People want to see the bunny car, so we'll just start. I'll start
Bunny,
with talking-
bunny,
We'll start.
bunny.
Should we open? Yeah, I'll start with this one because I already talked about it.
Weeb
Ah,
Lightning
shit, you found
McQueen.
Guys, you found me. Thank God. I hear a plane
It's
overhead.
me. It's me.
You?
He just like me for real, for real.
Let's
$10.
go.
Ooh,
Fly?
McQueen.
Are you
10
sure
bucks
about that?
what?
Are you sure about that?
10 bucks says
10
what?
bucks, Speed Demon won't fly? I don't know.
Oh.
I think that's true.
Look
I
at
think
her
that's
go.
true.
Yeah,
I did flap
she just-
Speed Demon's wings. You weren't paying attention.
She just died twice.
Well, she's already
This is
dead.
so sad.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
Not
true.
even- I don't think she was ever alive. All right, so I'm gonna open this one first
In
because
the arms of
it's,
an angel.
gone apparently.
He just like me for real, for real.
Let's go.
Why does he have pink cat ears? Is my question.
Why not? Oh God, I'm killing.
Because
things.
he's the Easter buggy.
He's not.
Oh,
the-
that's supposed to be an Easter thing. I thought that was just like a cat.
No, well, yeah. This is McQueen's pink cat ears.
Easter buggy. Wait, no, it's not the Easter buggy.
This is
Wait.
Lightning McQueen as the Easter Buggy.
Ah.
I guess he's pretending. I don't know. I never saw the movie. Just kidding. I never read the Easter Buggy comics. Why are you?
So this is Catboy McQueen. This is
Yeah,
Catboy McQueen.
Sure.
Yo, he
Let's
just
go.
like me
He
for
just
real,
like
for real.
me for real, for real.
He just like me, FR.
He's so cute.
He
Please,
just
I
like
want
me
him.
for an S railway.
I want him. He's a beautiful man.
Yeah, no, he's
He's
great.
so
actually.
cute.
He's really good quality.
Bro, I love SKR 1955
He
when I
was
have admin
originally like
privileges.
supposed to be
Let's
released
go.
in, I think, what was it? I don't remember what time it was. He was originally supposed to be released, and then he just wasn't. And then they actually released him. So
Let's go.
There's-
This is a win for Catboy enjoyers.
I think the problem is that these are Easter Bunny ears, but it's like I'm just gonna keep calling it Catboy McQueen. Who played the
It's so
Yippee sound
funny.
effect?
Yippee.
I just
Whenever
heard
I see
it.
that Lightning McQueen, it reminds me of this picture. Hang on. There we go. That's what I
Oh
think.
my
of.
gosh.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
want
it's
those
epic
headphones.
Twitch
Yo,
Queen.
It's
I
the
want
Twitch
those
streamer.
headphones.
A lot of things were meant to be released in 2017, and a lot of things
Those
weren't.
would be
And
Germa's headphones.
2017 is the biggest loss.
Germa's headphone.
Germa needs the Catboy McQueen headphones.
did you guys watch the German The Magic Railroad video?
I need
Yes.
to watch
I
it in
need
full.
to.
I did. It's
So
so
funny.
good.
I love Crankster.
I
He's so
love
funny.
Catboy Germa. Catboy Germa is a good art.
Germa, my beloved.
Furry
Getting
McQueen.
back on the tracks. This
Oh my god, it is John. Furry McQueen? Wow. So now I'm opening the actual Easter Buggy.
You have the actual Easter buggy too.
The actual Easter Buggy.
I hear train.
He's the
I
Thailander.
told you if you guys heard train noises.
Oh,
Oh god, I killed him.
he's got a
What
whole
is
ass
thi-
nose.
What is this guy from?
This is from one of the Cars books. I
I
think.
am
The
bursting.
books.
Yeah,
I
this
am
is,
bursting.
this is Easter Buggy. What's the license plate say? It says Bongo. Bongo.
Bongo?
I don't. What?
Is
I
that his
once knew-
name?
I once knew a man named Bongo, but he was a train.
Look at his
He no
wheels.
longer exists.
Oh.
He died. He died in a fire.
Hoplite.
He does like me
Oh,
for
because
real,
it's
for real.
Lightyear. The regular cars
Yeah.
are Lightyears, so now we have Hoplite. And I
Long
love that
wheel.
they're off-road tires because, like, he has to
Yeah,
go over
that-
various terrain.
That is a
Different
California
terrains.
license plate. I guess this is confirming that the Easter Bunny originates in California. Which is not
Based.
information I expected to have confirmed today.
It's just
I
like how
thought
the
it would
devil.
be like
The devil went down to Georgia.
Exactly. That's what I was
Yeah, the
thinking.
devil went- I literally made a devil went down to Georgia joke, I think on stream yesterday, but I don't know why.
oh my
I
gosh,
don't
now we're
remember.
2 for 2. But I thought it would be like Rise of the Guardians and the Easter Bunny would be Australian.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Rise
he
of the
gives
Gar-
he
Oh
gives
my
very
God.
well. Anyway,
Rise of
I
the
like him a
Guardians. I
lot.
forgot
He's
that
actually
movie
pretty
existed.
big.
That was a good
Compared-
movie.
Like he
good
looks
one.
small, but he's actually pretty big.
Oh, they're so cute.
Big bunny. Like look compared to Greebles. Yeah.
Clown car and bunny car.
Okay, so that's two for 2. That's 2 2021 releases. This is obviously the Thailand version of Easter Buggy. Yeah.
Buggy.
Uh,
Taj and Carson said that Santa Claus and the Ice Cream Bunny and Santa Claus Conquers the Martians are real movies.
I'm sure they are.
And I want to see them. Oh, John, that comment is so
Whip
good.
and Nene in this economy?
You're commercial but awesome. That's such a genuinely funny remark.
Imagine whipping and Nene.
I can
Oh,
do that.
Okay.
Now watch me whip.
I'll just tackle these two.
Where the fuck is he?
Oh, what are
God.
these? What are
Pretty
these?
cool. So these are the Piston. These are the Cars 3 Piston Cup officials. So instead of Dexter Hoover and the pace car, we have Pat Traxon and Chris Revstopski. And
Wait, hang
you know
on.
what's really funny is that
One of
I
those-
don't.
One of those dudes kind of looks like Rod Redline.
Yeah, it does. It's the same body type.
Oh, it's literally the same model. Okay.
So it's like I don't actually know if it's the same. It might be. I'll look at it in a second.
I'm glad they're getting a lot of use out of that Rod Redline like CGI model in the movies in the series.
Yeah, no, like well, they also had like specific cop cars that looked like this in the short that was like canceled.
Yeah.
So it's like
That's sad. I miss
Yeah.
them. I care
So-
them.
I'm so confused by the fact that she just doesn't have like an open truck bed. Whatever. So a bit of trivia is I own Dexter Hoover. I own the Cars 1 counterparts of these guys as well, right? And I own Dexter Hoover, which is the Cars 1 flag waiver. But I also, the version I have of Dexter Hoover is also the yellow flag version. So it's really funny how I only own the yellow flag version of each character. So,
So they
here,
go slow.
here she is with the yellow
Slow.
flag, which I think is molded on.
You own the slow versions.
Yeah, I got the slow versions, which suck. But okay, like technically, this is marked as a new release. It's not really, but the flag is technically making it a new release. So
That's amazing. They can switch the flag color and then it's new.
yeah, guys, if you didn't know, I'm the Grink. So this short is just saying 95% finish in the Disney Vault somewhere. Yeah, unfortunately, it probably is. I can hear the yippee again. Very open pack.
I love the Yoon truck.
I also love the backs of the 2021 backs. I think this is just a good style in general.
Oh,
Just good packaging.
that
This
is
the last-
great. Like it's like they're at the racetrack. I love that. Oh, dude, I always love your Cars 2 case in the background behind you. It's so cool.
Oh yeah. Very
It
spicy.
goes so hard. Whoa!
Who cat loves alternative fuels? I'm going Grink. Who cat goes Grink? You guys remember
I'm gonna
Who Cat goes
Grink.
Dude,
I love
I,
the part in the Grinch when the
I-
Grinch says, "I'm gonna Grink," and then he Grinks all over the Who's.
official pace car.
That's
Which, that
funny.
looks ugly, by the way. That text looks ugly.
Oh, it does.
this is
It's
a really-
not quite
I do
centered.
really like this design, though. This is cool.
Oh yeah, it's about time the pace cars got some nice, fun stuff on them.
Cool cat
Official
loves going
pace
Grink.
car.
Cool cat loves alternative fuels.
Is that a woman?
I can't tell because it looks like it, but I don't think it is. I think canonically
Aw.
this is a man. This is a woman
Stop
though.
misgendering
Let's
the
go!
car.
I'm sorry.
No,
Let's
it's okay.
I don't. I'm still like flabbergasted by the original release of Chris Rostovsky that is literally just the Dexter Hoover mold and it's just repainted. Like, that version goes so insanely weird.
So insanely weird.
But yeah, very cool. I'm happy to have this one.
These
Oh
are
no
very,
worries,
very
we're not
nice.
late at all. Actually, we literally. What did we get started like 10, 20 minutes ago?
Oh yeah.
Here,
Yeah.
what time is it right now? We've been going live for
4:27.
34 minutes, so yeah, about 30 minutes.
Let's go.
Because 15 minutes
Yeah.
were just
So no, it'd be
chaos.
it'd be like 25 minutes. Yeah. First Chris release is better. Actually, do you actually think that? You know what? I don't know. I go back and forth on this. I think this is more accurate, but I think the first release might be better. I don't know. The movie, it's the guy, but the Meet the Cars book says it's a girl. That happens a lot with the Cars characters. That makes no, but you can't tell in the movie whether it's a guy or a girl. But like, that's like, from Cars 3 on,
GNC car?
but like, in like
GNC
like
car!
on the wiki, I guess. Yeah, sure. This is 10 out of 10 for cuteness and fun and hyper Annie. I agree.
Oh shucks.
Well, go figure.
Go fish.
Go fish.
Go fishing.
Go
Let's
go.
Gone fishing.
All engines go.
One with the flag.
Yes. Let me just go get my laptop battery. BRB. Oh,
The
no.
island-
You charge your laptop with an external battery? How does that work?
You just plug it into the wall and you plug it into the laptop.
Oh, okay. It's just-
BRB. Will! Hi, Will!
I just pulled the charger. Will, you missed you didn't miss anything.
Guys, I'm trying to guide the Yeen truck
heard
back
nothing.
onto the rails. This is really difficult.
You heard nothing. What if
All
they're
right,
both
Politeski,
non-binary?
where's my money?
They both have no
Where's the
binding.
money,
They
Politeski?
will. Love you. I'm so excited. These guys are so cute. I like how
Marie
one
said like they have no binding. That's pretty funny.
Imagine if we were both no. What if we both had no binding?
Well,
When's a bad influence when? I am. What do you mean? I'm already a bad influence.
Oh, he said the thing. He said the thing.
What do you mean? Like, it's not an arc that's gonna happen. Bad influence soon. Actually, I actually have something for you guys in like a week.
is Mario
It's Mario. Why am I showing off Guido? Guido's boring.
rude?
Here's like the actual interesting model from this case, which is I think new because it's a green flag.
Why is it just like extruding out of his hood? That just looks like an.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. They all have these weird little like things. The real bad influence were the friends we made along the way. No, I mean I'm serious in saying that bad influence is basically done in terms of editing. But it's not done in terms of like editing. I mean, like it's done in terms of filming. It's like assembled. The majority is like there. It's just polished. Let's just polish at this point in the animation. It's just the fact that it's
I
like,
gotta do the sound design too.
yeah, I gotta do the sound. I'm waiting on 2 people in this call to do things right now.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Wait, what does Matt have to do, huh? What does Matt have to do? What's Matt doing for this funny movie?
Things.
Sure, Matt Morbius can be in bad influence. But no, I mean, it's not, you know what I mean. It's, right now, I'm in the spot where everything I have to do, it's still something I have to do, but it's also like I have to correspond with other people to make it happen, which is like, yeah, it's my responsibility, but it's like, oh boy, I get anxious talking to people. So here we are. No, that's bullshit. I still have inserts to film, and it's just like it's gonna be good. It's good. It's a good movie. You guys see. It's a good movie. Good movie. Can I play Matt Damon? Sure, you can play Matt Damon.
I saw a movie with Matt Damon in it the other day. It was pretty good.
Really?
It
What
was-
was it?
I think it was Good Will Hunting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's him. Hang on.
The independent creator struggle, waiting on other people, not wanting to sound mean, telling them the truth. That's the director's struggle.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Good Will
And it's-
Hunting.
No, it really
has
is.
Matt
That's
Damon
the
in it.
director's struggle. Anyway, very cute, Luigi.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
Let's let's open another one. Let's open Antonio Veloce Excelente. This is NPC car.
Look at that smile.
This
Look
this
at
is
that face.
no smile at all. Hold on, you guys got to see this. It's
No,
so-
like
He
on
looks
the
like he-
cover image.
He looks like he wants me to not get vaxxed. That's just me, though.
Look-
That's
look-
just me.
Will Chris Pratt voice Duke? Sure. Chris Pratt, will you voice Duke?
No, Ryan, I
Never
think he's just
responded.
focusing on Roblox.
Oh, was that directed at me?
Yeah, he said, "You look down, Matt. What's wrong?" And I was just saying, I
I'm
think
focused.
you're just focusing on Roblox.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a Yeen truck for a spin.
I love
Oh,
NPC car. Look at his face. Can we talk about this?
he's so blank. He's the most generic looking.
He looks like
generic
he
looking
is-
man.
He honestly looks like he does crypto on the side.
Yeah, yeah.
Not
yeah,
the crypto
actually.
bro.
Yeah,
He looks like a crypto bro.
I see that. It looks like the Apple car if he switched to Android.
Damn.
That's funny.
Main message. Jay Limo is pretty bad, but like at least Jay
Yeah.
Limo has other things going for him other than just being white. You know what I mean? Like
White person spotted.
white
Cookie
person
cutter
spotted.
car.
White person spotted.
So there he is with I mean
What
you
woman
put
spotted?
this with Luigi
That's
and
me. Wait, that's me.
cutest.
What woman
Hair.
spotted?
White
You
woman
do. It's
spotted.
really funny. He's really funny.
Yes.
But the thing that sucks now is now that I also have the Ferrari guy because I bought him this summer. Now I just need the green one so that I can have. all
Let's
three.
go.
Here we are.
Oh no! Damn it! I'm dead.
I'm trying to balance this.
Let's
Go to
go.
Cars one, just the good old days.
The good old days. He's so cool.
Bro, I love the good old days.
Oh,
Green.
he's so
I
lovely.
feel like Meldorado would, or Piss Meldorado would at least.
Who's Piss Meldorado?
Did you not know Piss Meldorado?
That's
No. What's wrong with him? Oh,
He's Piss.
wasn't
And
that from
Meldorado.
like one of the shorts?
No, this is
Oh, that's
No, it's
literally just him.
just Meldorado. It's like the new. Marie, explain Piss Meldorado in the chat. I don't have time. For
Yeah,
that.
You don't
please.
have time.
Or tell me in DMs because I don't know.
Okay, Taj, I don't. I feel like Mater might do that to start out with, but then I think he would be quickly informed and he'd go back on his podcast to say, "Wait, no,
No, I
guys,
think
guys,
he
I
would,
was
like-
wrong. I
Yeah.
was wrong." That's what he'd do.
Clutch Humboldt? Who is that?
That's a character from Cars on the Road.
I see.
Green Ramone is the best. I'm excited. Green Ramone. No, you have to understand. Is Purple Ramone is treated as the default Ramone.
Yes.
He
But-
is not.
Green Ramone is literally the first Ramone. Green Ramone was the only single Ramone available in 2006. I think that should be noted.
It's insane when you think about it. It's.
I
it's
mean,
really
that's
insane.
true. Counterpoint, you're wrong.
No, I am right. But I think there is another counterpoint that you could make because it was also available in 2006 as part of a 2-pack with Flow. That was the only way you could get Flow. So
I love progressive.
you could argue. But yes, this is Green Ramone, the Thailand version, which I mean the Thailand Ramones are, I mean, debatable, but I mean some of them are better because the expression is just nice.
Oh yeah, and look at that paint job. That's so slick. Well done, Ramone, because he probably did his own paint
Yeah,
job.
he did. He definitely did. Wait, how does that work?
Well,
Wait,
you
what?
get a mirror, you hold it up, and
Yeah.
It's like makeup artists. Like, of
Yeah.
course,
Yeah.
makeup artists are gonna do their own makeup.
This is not Ramone
I-
Green. I don't.
I am
own
the
Ramone
biggest
Green.
purple Ramone
I own
fan.
Body Shop Ramone, which is Ramone Green with a paint gun, but I don't own. This is Green Ramone, not Ramone Green. Sadly.
Vincent, I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question. It's related to Ramone. So back in 2012, when I was in my Cars 2 phase,
Yes.
I remember seeing a video on the internet of a talking Ramone, like a Cars 2. I think it was a Cars 2 talking Ramone
Is it purple?
diecast.
Purple.
It was purple. But the thing is, I can't find it anywhere online, and I'm pretty sure that video has been lost to time.
That's so funny. I'm pretty sure that does exist.
I
but
want to
don't
find
know
it.
exactly
I'm
what you're
gonna.
talking about, because there's so much like weird stuff that fell between the cracks. Like we were talking about this on a March Church call, and it was this like there's a bunch of. I'll talk about it later because we'll probably have time actually because we're going through these relatively fast. So there's a really funny story about just all these different lines that would just like they'd be there for a little bit and we wouldn't know if they like really existed or not because they'd only be there for such a short time. And I think Lights and Sounds is like you can't find some of this Lights and Sound stuff anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's not collected that much. It's the stuff that's not collected as much because it's not as sought after originally because it's gimmicky, but then later on it becomes more rare because people aren't looking for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a great point.
We found this whole like line of weird like Cars 3 cars called Crash and Crunchers, and they would just like fold up. It was so funny. Like there's like this really funny. Hold on, let me look it up.
Wait, hold on.
They're
Crash
so
and Crunchers.
disturbing.
Dude, I was
Hang on.
obsessed with Blue Collection. I watched so much Blue Collection.
This was not a Blue Collection
But
video.
I did,
I
I
watched
really
him
did.
religiously. I
No,
watched
me
him
too.
religiously back
Me
in
too.
2012.
Me too.
No,
Crash.
but this was not a Blue Collection video. This was not a Blue Collection. This was some British guy who also did Thomas and Angry Birds videos.
That's
like
so
tour
interesting.
reviews. And hang on. I'm gonna go to YouTube. I'm gonna go to YouTube and find this because I'm pretty sure this still exists somewhere.
I like that I'm just here.
You said Crash and Crunch. Were those like those plastic ones
I'm gonna
that
show,
you like?
I'm gonna
you
show this
push...
to you right now, John. You need to see this.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's not what I was thinking of. But there was something kind of like that when I was collecting cars in 2012. Basically, it was like
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about quick changers, aren't you?
I very well might be. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I just want to point out the thing that always
Yeah. It was those. I had Rod Redline and McQueen. Those are the two that I had of. Those.
I have Raul. I have Mater. I have Finn, and I'm McQueen, and I think I also have Nigel Gearsley.
What are these?
These are the quick changers. They're so cool. Genuinely like the best line.
Can you like Google search the
I have
the
Graham
Rod
too.
Redline one? Because I want to see if this one's like exists. I gotta see if this one is like it was not like a fan like my yeah. There we go. There we go.
I didn't know this one existed until you mentioned it.
Yeah, that one is real. I had that. I bought that like a few weeks before Christmas in 2012. That's very much a core memory of mine.
Yeah, and it's got like guns
super
that pop
fun.
out.
My mom, I remember, I have a very specific memory. My mother wouldn't let me buy the Take and Play Talking Paxton, so I got that instead. Yeah. I did get the Paxton though later on. So everything.
I want this like. I want this Professor Z with the bazooka.
Oh my god,
that's cool.
This is just making me nostalgic now. I'm nostalgic for 2012.
No, I love this so much because like it's like they're just like whipping it out of a pocket.
So am I.
They're just like, ha! You thought.
Okay.
Oh
so
God, sorry, I'm starting to echo.
Come on, this has got to exist.
I have
somewhere.
color changer toys. I have. I don't have them out because they're color changers, but I do have some color changers. In fact, I have a color changer to look at in a bit.
Yeah, because I got you one.
Yeah, you did. Are you looking for Lights and Sounds Ramone?
Yeah, I'm looking for it on YouTube right now.
I know Lights and Sounds Miles Axelrod existed, which is crazy. This one.
Okay.
You just mean this one, right?
Maybe it was. I never saw the box in the. Hang on, I'm gonna look it up.
This has got to be it.
Look it up on YouTube.
Because like, what else could it be?
Yeah. That was definitely
Hi,
it. I remember that's not the video,
Hi, brother.
but that was one of them.
Obama.
Obama soda.
Hang on. This video's got to exist somewhere. I hope it does. I really hope it does.
You and
Look at all
Obama
these
too.
Ramones.
Obama tube. Slurp, slurp.
Actually, with that
Right,
in
well-
mind, let's there we go. Let's look at the other Ramone here. Christmas
Hi,
Cruiser.
Vincent. How you doing?
Oh my god.
Hey, bestie.
Hi.
No, wrong way. Hi.
Yeah. So this is the actual frequently released Christmas Ramone because I have the special edition Christmas Ramone that's blue, and this is the classic just Christmas Cruiser Ramone. Very
Are
nice.
those red flames?
That's it's red ribbons. Red ribbons.
Red ribbons. That's even better. That's so
Ribbons.
Christmassy. He's so cute. No, Ramone is such an artist. I aspire to his level.
I still want the Walmart hauler. That's just like a classic, you know.
I saw that in August at Walmart, and I never saw it again.
I want the classic Walmart hauler. I don't want the shitty next gen hauler.
Oh,
The next gen Walmart hauler is genuinely so bad. It's
Mm.
awful.
So Vincent.
Yes.
Okay, so I found further proof of Lights and Sounds Ramone on this eBay listing. Hang on.
I don't think it. I'm not doubting that it exists.
However,
He's
this is like
real.
it's $130 for
What?
this and Mater, which
That's-
upsets me.
What? How?
They're both new in box, but that doesn't excuse it
That-
at all. I
no.
really hate this action.
No, because no, Lights and Sounds Mater actually. I think I have two Lights and Sounds Cars 2 Maters. They're both fantastic, by the way. I think
Interesting.
Lights and Sounds Mater, I think is my favorite Mater model, except for the Mater with balloon. I think those are my top two Mater models. They're just really good.
Fascinating.
But I don't. It's weird because the Lights and Sounds one always had like slightly different expressions. So I assume it must be the Ramone itself that's rare.
Oh,
Okay.
he's
That
so
much.
sick. I love how the ribbons
is a-
look like
That's
flames.
a very nice Ramone.
Yeah, this is very cool.
The way he
I-
made them look like flames is just the way he made them. Like I'm talking like he actually did paint himself, but no, it's so good. It's so good.
That's so nice.
I was today years old when I found out there was not only a Lights and Sounds Fillmore, but Max Schnell as well.
That's not
interesting.
real.
What?
No,
Look-
that's you're
look at
making
this.
that up.
Hang
That's
on,
not
hang
real.
on, hang on, hang
That's
on.
not
Look at this.
real.
This is real. Oh,
not-
wait, hang on.
You're making that up.
Okay, so apparently it's not a die-cast one. It was a different one I was thinking
Oh.
of.
Ooh.
Wait,
But it's
like,
real.
What sounds did he make though?
I'm not sure, but it's real. It's one of the big ones. Big
No, I
plastic
just
ones.
looked it up. Yeah. That's insane. Whoa. I don't know. The Cars 2 Lights and Sounds line was really good, actually. Like, it's really good stuff. So
Oh yeah.
can't complain. But yeah, very cool Christmas Ramone. Very in keeping with the holiday.
And Ryan, my favorite Cars character is, I mean, it's basic, but my favorite Cars character has always been Lightning McQueen. In fact, when I was little, I used to say "ka-chow" so often that it's like a family story now, kind of like, remember when Annie used to say "ka-chow"? It's very fun.
Little known fact: Cheech Marin personally hand paints every Ramone toy. So wait, who got canceled? Tell me more about who got canceled, because I'll find another car to open.
Hi, Reagan. Hi. Here's Reagan. He's my brother's dog. She's very happy to be here, as you can see.
What the dog doing?
That's a cute dog.
Hi.
The dog.
Hi.
Marie, what do you
girl.
mean when you say so many got canceled? Like what? Like how many of
She's
what?
under you.
There she is. Oh, she's so happy. She found something. There she goes. Oh, yeah. There she goes.
I can't believe I can't believe I've been in that basement. I was there 6 months ago. It was
You
insane.
were. You will be back again.
I hope. I remember sitting there talking to you for an hour about a fan series idea I had where about something Standing Stone, something Diesel 10.
That was an amazing hour. I remember just like lying on the airbed nearby, just enthralled. Like, you're such a great storyteller too. I was just like,
thank you,
chef kiss.
No, but Marie, I want to know like details.
Like I'm genuinely fascinated now. I need to know more about these dang talking cars.
I got 3 of the Cars 3 stock car racers. Let me just.
Oh, you got make us.
You drop something.
Yeah.
I just
Let's
dropped
go.
the famous Cars 3 Lightning McQueen with the Cars 2 backing. Doesn't make any sense. No, this is my this is top 3 Lightning McQueens for me. I like this one, the Cars Tune World Grand Prix one. Or not the Cars Tune, like specifically the Cars Tune Radiator Springs Team Lightning McQueen. This one and the original Radiator Springs McQueen from the end of Cars 1 are my top 3 McQueens. So I'm going to keep this one in box because I like to have different... I've just realized that I have like a McQueen of almost like every era in box, and I don't know why. So I'm just going to keep doing that. So that one I'm keeping in box unless I actually like need it because I really, really like that car and I don't want the other one getting damaged. So if the other one gets damaged, I'll just replace it with that one and I just find another one. But yeah.
Felt.
Brent and Raul. See, I think that's insane to me. I can't believe that. Anyway, so then I have these two, which I told Marie to pick between these two, and I was just like, I'll just buy them anyway. So I did. No, that's the thing with you know what, we'll talk about Ramone a little bit later as well. Because I think what you're mentioning here is like, okay, Lights and Sounds Ramone, he's not even shiny, he has a matte purple finish. You know what? Screw these guys. We'll deal with them later. I'll talk about this because in the Cars 2 diecast line, they also released a hydraulic Ramone, which was the first time they had released like Ramone raised up.
On his haunches.
Yeah, and that Ramone also was not metallic because all the purple previous Ramones have all been metallic, but that was just a Ramone with a matte purple finish. And I don't know if it was like plastic or what the metal was, but it had a matte purple finish and it wasn't good looking. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know what I mean? So it sucks. However, when Thailand re-released that model, they actually re-released it like as if it was just the regular Ramone on the hydraulics. So this is actually like full metal, full metallic. It's not the crappy matte version, right? So this one actually looks good. So that's one of the reasons I got this one because it's hydraulic Ramone, but it actually
has shiny like
it actually looks like Ramone.
Ramone, but good.
Ramone. No, Ramone needs to be shiny. He needs to shine. That's who he is. Matt Ramone.
And I think that's the problem with like the current hydraulic yellow Ramone is because that's not the shiny Ramone either. Is the problem?
Yeah, Matt Ramone is kind of like Mater without his dents.
Yeah, it's just like Cars 3. So here is shiny hydraulic Ramone.
Oh, let's go. That is good.
Which is just like, I mean, I have the original plastic one, and I'll get that one out and compare it, but I'll do it at the end of the stream because I have to get out Cars 2 cars because I'm going to do something after this.
Yeah.
Anyway, very cool. Very cool. And he rolls really nicely. It's just nice to see like an actual, like, okay, this is how he should be. How it should be hydraulic Ramone. I mean,
literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
I mean, Aaron,
on silver how it should be.
World of Cars Entertainment has been making customs of just all the Ramones by swapping out their chassis for the hydraulic ones. So there's a lot of really good hydraulic
so
Ramones.
Cool.
It exists that he's made that's just from regular Ramones. So they're accurate now, but they just all are raised up on their haunches. So those are pretty cool.
That is so cool. That makes me so happy.
Very cool Ramone. And back to the Piston Cup racers that I got 2 of anyway. Because Brian Spark, I mean,
look at him.
But like, you know, he's still like different.
No, I like him. I like how the paint, and of course we love the intersect. You know, I love the intersections sponsor. That is so clever for a car.
When Hydraulic Ramone first came out, we were appalled.
Well
Well,
played.
Yellow Ramone isn't shiny in the movie.
Me
so
when
it's
I'm
not
appalled.
accurate. That's fair, but then it's like, can you make an actual corrected diecast release of the regular Yellow Ramone? Because then I'd buy that,
Ooh.
and it wouldn't be. Then I wouldn't be. It would be fine.
Oh, Aaron, I'm so sorry.
You've lost blood doing the hydraulic Ramones, I think, is what
I
is
gave
being
my
said.
blood, sweat, and tears for this.
Question for John: what is your favorite Piston Cup sponsor?
John-
That is a
Jimmy
great question.
Cables.
That is a great
I'm gonna have to like. I
There's
don't.
a lot
I
of
only
people-
know
a lot of
like
people
2
have some
of them.
strong opinions about this.
I only
This-
know like 2 of them.
This one is mine.
So I
Jimmy
don't
Cables
know.
is mine.
How
Two
many are there?
sections.
How many Piston Cup sponsors are there?
Oh,
is my
there's a
Good
lot.
question. Good
Am I
question.
gonna have to go to the wiki for this? Am I
Just
gonna
go
have
to
to
the
go to the
Go
cars
to the wiki.
Just go to the
All
cars.
right, so I started off this tab on my phone looking at what gangsta firing is, and now I'm looking at for Cars Piston Cup sponsors.
The range.
Yeah,
Clear
gangsta firing.
range.
United States Army, United States Marine Corps.
Same, man. So here is Jimmy.
You guys heard the FIFA World Cup is going to be in MetLife?
Yo.
Like the insurance?
Oh my gosh.
No, like the stadium
Wait.
in New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
People
No.
have to go to New Jersey to see soccer. That's so funny.
Ew.
Vincent.
Bro, it's
Vincent.
just like half.
This is even better than flipped over. I love how the peachy color is kind of like
the gradient is nice.
the gradient. It makes it so much more interesting. I love him. You know, Intersections is my favorite sponsor. I need to
I do
get this
know.
guy. I told you. Well, I mean, we've had.
I'm
many
sure
close
you know what I mean.
conversations.
No one remembers everything.
Yeah. No, I love him. And, the pink. No, the
Yeah,
pink
this
on
is
his hood.
nice.
It
This
looks
is
like
nice.
blush.
I think it should. I think overall the thing should be a little more pink, but I do like those purple accents there. Very nice.
It looks like blush where it is.
I think
Ah.
Hostile Takeover Bank is a good sponsor, actually. So
Oh, yeah.
Here's my favorite sponsor, Leak Less. That's
well,
my favorite.
here you go. Here's Leakless.
Yippee!
This is the Cars 3 Leakless.
I
Adult
love the
drip
like
cans.
muddy look.
Cars 3. What's the Cars 1 one?
It's called Pod Scruggs, which I think is objectively better. But you know what? I actually really like how this has the muddy kind of splash oil design, which I think is cool.
Yeah,
That I like. I really
Claude
like.
Scruggs. He's my favorite.
I really like the way it looks like he's like just plowing through a puddle of urine, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like that's cool.
No.
That's. I mean, I like this. I actually do. I mean, this is not Claude Scruggs, and I think that's the biggest problem with I think the Cars 3 stock cars, is so many. They just don't have the longer square ones anymore. Like these are different molds, technically. Like these are not the same car, but like they're still so similar looking. And it's like Peterson's expressions are like better. It's like there's like, I mean, I don't know if there's slightly less variety or it's about the same, but it's like there's just not the longer cars. So it feels weird.
Yeah. Felt.
McDonald's is my least favorite sponsor.
Ooh, have fun getting your McDonald's, Katie.
Yeah, getting rid of the square ones was weird. I agree. Especially because one, I don't know. Don't talk to me about Murray Clutchburn. I don't think that's canon. That's not real. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. What I do like is I do like how many racers did carry over.
Oh yeah.
Like, I like how Paunchy and Todd are like technically the same racer. They're just in their new builds, right? So that's cool. I actually do like that. What I don't like is the ones where they just completely change the build, like Murray Clutchburn. Which, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Let me bring this up.
I feel you, brother. I feel you.
I'm in a very funny position right now.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah, I'm about to die.
Wow.
Oh.
I'm a capybara in a ball with no control, so I'm just kind of rolling around. And
Oh
there I go.
no.
So, John, I need you to see this
Rip
because it's so
capybara.
weird.
Rip
What do you need me to
capybara.
say?
2K22.
Hold on. Look at the wide variety of models / images for the same character.
Oh,
This is all
yeah.
for one character?
It's supposedly the same person. It's just
I don't okay.
it just
Yeah,
doesn't look like it, does it?
That's
I
awkward.
hate this. They don't look like the same character at all. Like, go back to the top.
Oh, hold on now. Did they even make another artwork for this guy? This
That's
is not
really
the same
awkward.
person.
That's not the same person. No way.
That's what I'm saying.
The newer one looks better.
Did this guy get like facial reconstructive surgery?
Like clearly,
for
he
real.
just had a whole he had a whole Tobias and the Half Pariah thing going on.
Bro's got like a really good Botox doctor, evidently.
You know what I'm saying? Like
On the left, he's 47 and muscle man, and on the right, he's like Ubu.
basically.
no, bro. I'm a car.
Is curved.
Yeah,
edges.
yesified Murray Clutchburn.
Good word for it. Yassified.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
Wait, there's a hauler for this guy that's bad? Hold on. I gotta look this up now.
World of Cars
John,
Entertainment.
welcome.
World of Cars Entertainment said, this is every lights and sound car ever made. It was McQueen, Mater, Holly, Francesco, Finn, Spy Mater, Spy Finn, which I do remember both of those. I remember seeing those at Walmart.
I got Spy Mater this year, actually.
Daryl Cartrip, that's surprising, actually. Fillmore, Sarge, Ramone, Rod, Professor Z, and Miles.
I have Professor Z, Mater, Francesco, which is ugly, by the way. I want Miles and I want Spy Finn.
Hey,
I don't
John.
really care about anything else.
I swear I saw like Spy Finn and Spy Mater in like store at Walmart in 2012.
Probably.
Hang on, I gotta find this. I'm going on eBay. Hang on.
If he's here.
eBay. Our favorite place
OMG,
to find
happy
price
early
reactions.
birthday, Ryan. Happy early birthday.
Dude, I don't know where he is, but the Francesco Lights and Sounds car is just ugly. It's actually horrid.
Oh, I'm excited for this.
You know it's bad when Vincent busts out the word horrid.
I can't
think-
find it, but it's like really
Bro
bad.
think he Hector.
If you find him later, post him to Twitter.
Lights and Sounds Francesco. I'm just gonna look it up because I want you guys to see.
Okay, here's Francesco.
He's not
He's kind of
Make-
fat.
exactly.
Make the
He's
screen
like
The
really-
different.
issue. He's a little too fat.
He's just no, but like you have to understand, like compared to like it would be fine if he was just a little fat, but like he's like huge. Like he's so
Man.
much bigger than the regular like version of him. If it was just like he's a little chunkier, fine. But no, they like scaled him up. Like and compare you gotta see the Lights and Sounds Professor Z too. Look up Lights and Sounds Professor Z. I just copy and pasted Donald Trump's address when I was sorry. Just to see.
Man, doxing Donald Trump.
He deserves it.
Deserved.
No,
Exactly
so
right.
true. So
So-
true.
Okay, so yeah, Professor Z Lights and Sounds. He's
no, look
like
at the
very
look at the
large.
size of Professor Z. He's
very
large.
large.
Man, we're body shaming these cars.
We are.
Oh.
But look,
How
look at
dare
the
you.
size. Look at the size. Look at the
Oh my
size.
god, he's massive. I hate that. I hate that a lot. This
So,
is like
like-
put. This is like a Gauge 1 Thomas model next to like the large scale Scarloey railway models.
They
like at
just made
Hara?
them like really tall. They just made him really tall.
And what's worse is that that's like the only competent Professor Z model I have because the other one's missing its monocle. So I just have to use like large.
That's just a skill issue.
Professor Z with 2020 vision.
Okay,
fact-
so
the fact
Spy
that they just
Mater.
didn't. Oh, I have
Yeah.
Spy Mater. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, Spy Mater exists. I saw this in stores. Now let's see Spy Finn. Or I might be thinking
Spy
of a
Mater's
different
very cool.
toy. Oh, that's sweet.
He
He's
goes
got the
hard.
rockets in the back.
He goes
That is
hard.
sick. I love that.
I think you can
Okay.
take this gun off too. So it's like
Okay, yeah, this is definitely the one I was thinking of. Spy Finn has like the metal wheels. Or,
yeah,
like, the
I want to.
metal looking wheels.
It's the magnetic wheels that like cling to stuff, right?
Yeah. That I remember seeing this in Walmart, but then I bought a Trackmaster Paxton instead.
Yeah.
That was another core memory of mine. I swear, Paxton and these cars always converge at some point. I don't
You
understand.
really? It's always Paxton.
It's always Paxton.
It's
Oh my
wild.
god, there's another instance with Paxton in the cars. I remember I was at Toys R Us in 2013, and there was like a set
Another
of those.
instance.
There as in 2013, I was at Toys R Us. There's the Take and Play talking packs, in which I did buy, and then like a pack of like like those little cars that have like the little balls on the bottom and they like roll around.
Balls.
You know what I'm talking about? Like those little like
micro drifters, yeah.
Micro drifters.
Yeah.
I remember I couldn't decide between that, the Paxton and the micro drifters. So I ended up buying both. And I don't know why Paxton and the Cars 2 stuff keeps converging, but it does. I don't get it. It's so funny.
That Sputter Stop Holler is pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
So like looking at Professor Z made me want to look up like if people still use monocles, and they do, and it's fun. You should look it up sometimes. They're really pretty.
I'm gonna look up.
It's cool.
So I'm opening this guy.
Oh my gosh! I love him!
So I'm like,
I love him!
I'm second to. This is like the second to last Demo Derby guy I need, because I got obsessed with collecting all the Demo Derby guys, because it's like I didn't used to like that scene at all, but now it's like my favorite scene in the movie. So
they should, Carson.
Monocles in the 21st century are real.
I know, right?
Thanks, New York Times. There's no way this is real.
But so yeah, this is him.
This article's 8 years old. Never mind.
This is Pileup, yeah. So I only need Fair Game now, which is great because he's being re-released this year.
Oh my gosh, I love Pileup so much.
Because I need you to see what he looks like on the back. John,
I'm so concerned.
Look at this.
So concerned.
Yeah. Coldy! It's Coldy! It's
Coldy.
literally Coldy.
Coldy's real.
Coldy and real.
Love Colby.
I love Coldy.
he's just so weird looking.
No, wait, that's actually just Wilfred. Never mind.
It's all part of Post Malone's glow up.
Yeah. Anyone seen that video of this guy holding his phone right up to Post Malone's face and it's like, Post Malone, you a bitch, you suck, and Post Malone like looks very distraught. He's like, that's rude. It's such a good video. It's such a good video. I love it.
Like, hey.
He's like, that's rude. Like he genuinely looks upset.
Oh,
The Grounder the Grounder Zone said, holy crap, it's Little Giant. That's such. Little Giant's kind of mid, actually. I'm Mighty Mac through and through. Anyways.
Oh. Rip Little Giant.
guys, what should I open? Because I still
Ooh, ooh. What do we have? What are our options?
Let's see here. We've got bunch of Thomasville racers. We've got some racing tractors. We've got some guys from the Sweet Tea.
Is that Smokey?
Yeah, we've got some hot rods as well.
Open Smokey. I want to see that.
Okay.
Racing tractors.
I'll do the hot rods. I want to do.
Let's go. And then the tractors. I want to see them.
I'll do the tractors. I'm a tractor.
I have a special love for the
A
tractors.
tractor.
I'm just a tractor in ordinary. Do you guys remember Bob the Builder?
I do not remember that. The hearse! He's real! Oh, these are so cool.
This is the Hot Rod hearse, by the way. If anyone's wondering about this car. I
saw a hearse in real life in the flesh the other day, like driving past a gas station.
You say that as if it's a rare thing.
It is. It's a rare thing for me. Not many people die around here.
That's good.
I don't think I've ever seen a hearse in real life.
I've seen a hearse.
Have you never gone to a funeral?
No.
I've seen many hearses.
I mean, I've been to funerals, but I've never seen one that has like involved a hearse.
I've seen like 8 hearses in my life.
Don't like most funerals involve.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Who's
You're wrong. Hot Rod Steve is good.
I love him. Look at
This
him.
is actually the only one I opened before the stream and made it look like it was in box. So
he gives whole new meaning to the phrase "highway to hell."
That's really funny,
Yeah.
Andy. That's really funny.
No, because again, hearse is like, what does a hearse do in the Cars universe? Does it just tow the corpses? Like, what does
Okay,
it do? What does it do, man?
he's just emo. Don't worry about
It's
him.
just emo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, while I'm
What
thinking
was
about
that?
it,
Guys, John says hearses are very common, and he should know.
Oh yes.
Why did
you should?
Who
You
played
should
the Among Us sound?
That was not Among Us.
oh my god,
That is
guys, I
that's
just
a fire
remembered.
truck. You want
There's a
culture's
guy in
flying.
the Thomas fandom who has said on record that he would love to own a hearse. But the best part is, this is the same guy who Matt stepped on his Mrs. Kindly.
That's
It was
so-
Robbie. It was Robbie Hector fan.
Gosh.
Do we have
I'm telling you, Robbie Hector he's a very interesting
There are
individual.
people who genuinely own hearses as like their primary home.
Oh, like a home?
It's not as
I thought it meant like a
uncommon as you
vehicle.
guys think that for hearses to be like homes and just around. I
Okay,
literally
like,
saw a
that's
hearse
actually
on the way
really
to
smart.
Edison.
So, like, I think this also should be
It's
noted.
actually
that
really
this-
smart
this
because there's the
texture
all the
is
space
very
in the back.
different. Like, this is not. This is like fully. This feels like leather texture. This top is like fully textured differently than the rest.
That's so interesting. Wow.
I think this should be noted. But yeah, this is not Randy. But
I
he's
like
so
him.
cool. And the thing with Steve Hersel is this is the weirdest release. I'm going to talk about this release because Steve Hersel is for some reason a hearse. We already did that. But he's also featured in the background of one of the Piston Cup scenes, which also doesn't make any sense.
Oh, so
And-
he's a race enjoyer
You
when
just-
he's not
he-
towing.
Yeah,
dead
he's a
people.
hearse that's a race enjoyer, and you just see the back of him, by the way. Like, I don't think you see his face. And they decided to make this character into a hot rod variant. This character is not a hot rod normally. They released a normal version of Steve Hersel, and then they were like, what version can we make a hot rod? And they just chose the hearse. This is like making a random background character like a hot rod, which is literally what they did.
What a character to choose. I mean, it worked. You bought him.
Marie is dead in the... Wait, Mrs. Kindly is dead in the Railway Series canon?
Why wouldn't she?
Why wouldn't she be? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because she was like 70 in 1954. So
Like,
by
I'd-
logic,
You know, I'd hope she's dead, you know? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that is hilarious.
I
I'd
finally
be
put her out of her
concerned.
misery in real life. In the TV series canon.
Oh, my heart.
and these two, I think, are some of my favorite cards that I got. It's genuinely some of my favorite cards that I got because it's just they look so good. And I don't have
Yeah.
Louise Nash in any capacity because she was only released in 2017 and was again released as a hot rod. And she's super rare and super expensive for some reason. So Louise
Well,
is
now you have the coolest version of her.
yeah. This is the coolest version. I think the flames really add to this
Oh,
release
yeah.
a lot.
No, goes insanely hard. I love her. She's an icon. This is a win for feminism.
Literally.
No, literally. Queen.
No, the hot rod versions of the old guys are just like my primary version right now.
Oh.
Just because
I love that. Like, actually, that's really cool.
she looks really cool.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The
her
pink and
design.
cream.
Her design
so
reminds me of like Sir Top Hat's car. To be honest,
Yeah, it kinda is similar.
That's lovely. That's
Yeah, no,
lovely.
she looks really cool.
Oh
Just
yeah.
very cool car.
And I see you're saving the best for last with Smokey.
Mrs. Kindly survived until 2005. Dude, let's go.
wait, hang on.
Oh, let's
About
go.
Mrs. Kindly and
She-
her body being transported in a hearse. Have some respect, you punk troll. God, I hope so.
No, Carson said, "Is Mrs. Cruelly dead in Railway Series canon?" I know who that is. It's from the Soder Island Forum's Tales of the Other Railway Series.
They're about to say
Oh,
Tales
wow.
of the MWR.
No,
Oh,
no.
I get it. I get it. There's Mrs.
So you're
Kindly
saying-
and there's Mrs. Cruelly. That's funny.
So you're saying Mrs. Taj, I'm gonna have to unfollow you on Twitter for this.
I'm gonna post that right
I'm
now.
I'm
That's so
unfollowing
funny.
you on Twitter right now. I'm sorry.
I feel like I'm really unpopular right
Do
now.
you, do you
'Cause
guys?
I'm looking at the back of this and I'm like, I don't know. Shitty Bob Cutlass looks kind of good. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh my gosh.
Mrs.
I don't know.
Kindly could have
I like-
seen Shrek.
You know what? I
She
don't
could have
think-
seen Shrek.
I don't.
She saw Spider-Man.
I
The
don't.
Spider-Man
hate Piston
trilogy,
Eldorado either.
canonically.
Like, I hate Piston Eldorado's like color, but I don't think it's an inherently bad model. Like, I think Holly's worse. Anyway, I'll open Smokey now because he's the one I was probably most looking forward to.
Me too. Besides the tractors, you know I love the tractors.
Well, also this is what John wanted in the first place, and I never got to it.
Yippee!
So.
Yippee!
I don't want to know when Tom Green is coming again. Like, I'm not ready for the second coming of Tom Green. That's not.
Good
I don't
for
want to know
him.
that.
Mrs. Kindly could have seen Cars 2.
She couldn't have seen Cars 2.
because
she
she
couldn't have
died.
She
She
died
couldn't
in
have even seen
2005.
Cars 1.
Well, she saw Spider-Man 1 and 2. We know this.
I like to think she saw Shrek.
I like
One of her
that she saw
grandchildren
Shrek.
showed her Shrek on VHS.
So this
Not
is
Shrek 2 though. It's Smokey.
It's very possible that Rosa Parks could have seen Shrek.
That's what I'm saying.
Bro.
so this is just like Heyday Smokey, but with flames, and I really like how there's flames on the wheel well as well.
He's so good. This look works so well for him. First of all, his name is Smokey. Come on, he's got the fire now. Come on, that's so good. Smokey without the bandit, so true, Carson. This is so good.
Smokey
It's
with
such
no
a good
bear.
car. It's such a good car. It's
Smokey
so
with
good.
no bear.
Smokey with no bear. Smokey with no bear. Smokey with no bear. Real. Smokey with no bear.
Yeah.
Who's organizing these?
Where's the husband? The bear husband.
Doogie's not here yet. You can't make the joke.
Oh.
I'm just
sure
going
it's-
around this
I'm
Roblox
sure-
game crashing into things.
I'm
Are you
manifesting
making
that
sounds?
for
Yes.
them too.
Who turned into a fire truck?
There's actually a
Whoa,
police
whoa,
SUV that I've
whoa,
smashed
whoa.
into bits.
Oh,
I'm
wait.
trying to track down
Isn't
John, but
dead
I
in
don't know where he went.
2005? When is she dead?
We
It
don't
doesn't
know.
say she's still kicking by 2005, but she's
Oof.
not dead.
She
Okay,
could have
then-
seen Cars.
She could have seen
You should have
Cars.
seen Cars on VHS.
No, that's not possible because Cars on VHS basically doesn't exist.
Oh.
You don't know that. She could have.
Do you think their grandchildren were in the
I saw
Disney?
Cars on VHS at my local thrift store once. I
Damn.
should have gotten it.
Really?
I did, yeah.
You should have bought it. That's worth
I
like
should've.
thousands of dollars.
Missed opportunity.
Vincent
man.
knows. No,
John
Vincent
is,
knows,
John is
don't
the
you?
expert on Cars on VHS, though.
I know a lot about home media releases,
Yeah.
especially Thomas. I'm very knowledgeable.
This isn't a Thomas stream, though. Fuck
That's
you.
very cool. Says the man playing Thomas.
I'm
on
actually
the
not. I'm
card.
playing
Yeah,
Crash
so-
Town game thing.
Oh, okay, you're safe.
Totally different.
I apologize. You're safe.
The Babadook, but with Mrs. Kindly, is such a.
Who's Babadook?
Do you not know the Babadook?
No,
Baba Ganoush. Baba Ganoush.
Look up the
Baba Ganoush.
Babadook.
I want to
Ganoush.
eat Baba Ganoush. I've heard it's good.
Hey, yo.
Oh man,
Isn't
World
it like
of Cars! You
eggplant?
want me to dox myself?
I'll dox myself right now. I live in Kentucky, and that's all you get.
My name is Quentin Kyle Hoover. I live at.
My name is Walter Hardwell White.
I don't remember his address.
I don't either. Something Aurora Negro Lane. That's
And
the
that-
street Walter White lives on.
Man,
Ratio.
let's
Hold on. What's
go.
he talking about? Waiting. She and her husband were still alive in 2005. She could have seen Shrek. She could have seen Cars.
She could have. Mrs. Kindly watching Calling All Engines and then
So she was
dying on
alive
site.
in 2005.
Oh my god.
Mrs. Kindly could have seen Calling All
She could've-
Engines.
She could have.
This is
She could've been
amazing
great.
knowledge. Amazing
been-
knowledge.
Yeah. Can you put no? The best thing, the only good thing about elongated Smokey, and I think the best thing is that you can fit Guido in the bed. So you can have Guido in the bed.
That's great. I love
of
that.
Smokey.
That's so
Okay.
cute. is so cute. That makes me so happy. My heart. He can give him a little ride.
No, Marie, please don't dox me.
Marie, how could you?
Please don't. No one ever talked about the refreshment lady. That's right, Taj. Because we know when she died.
When did the refreshment lady die? Like
86.
86? Okay.
That's canon. That's canon. She died.
Canon?
That means she saw season 1 of Thomas.
And then
That's
killed
good.
herself. Saw season 2 was coming out. I was like, oh no, I can't do this again.
Man.
All right. Nobody. What do you mean? Nobody ever talks about the refreshment lady? What does this mean? What does this mean?
Well, it means what I just said. Because we know when she died.
All right. So now we're opening the racing tractors.
My favorite. Yes.
So this is a 2-pack that has Racing Cruz Ramirez, Rusty's Cruz Ramirez. Sorry.
I have the minis version of those too. They're so cute.
You actually do?
Yeah.
We'll have to compare like father.
Bro, should I get them? Should
You
I
should
get them?
Do you have
Yeah.
regular Rusty's Cruz?
I do. BRB.
Yeah, get them.
I can't believe. Yeah, that's actually where I live. Thanks, Marie.
This comment is so good.
I can't believe I just searched up the 3 words I just did on eBay.
Freddie got fingered on eBay?
Yeah, I did. That's
You
exactly.
actually? That's not true.
Look.
You're kidding.
Look.
You are kidding.
Look.
Why
That's
would you
so
search
funny.
that?
$8.50. What is the $35 listing?
The $35 listing is a 3-pack with Freddy Got Fingered, Airheads, and The Ringer.
That sounds awful.
Hang on, I need to find this. I need to find this movie on VHS. I hope this exists. It does exist. I'm gonna buy this. Who is that?
This is baby.
Oh, it's a dino person. Okay,
Annie's muted.
Annie, you're muted.
This is Ted.
Ted?
Yeah, I'm naming him Ted.
From Curious George?
Yeah. Look at his. No.
Bro, I'm just here.
He's sleepy. He's sleepy.
From
Eat the rich.
Ted Bundy. The rich lady saw a duck without his eyebrows and died.
Okay,
I love text. I love how the message of Cars is like all 3 Cars movies is like don't trust billionaires except for the good billionaires. Except for the good ones. That's like the entire moral of Cars.
I hope Taylor Swift is one of the good ones. Because she's going to
John's
be
listening to the
billionaire.
stream and he just asked Freddie did what?
Wait, who?
Oh, drink up.
Mary Crim.
Oh, isn't that one from a book?
Yeah.
Yes.
I had that book. I had that book several years ago. I remember
So
that.
did I.
I feel like I had that book as part of a bigger storybook because I just got a bunch of these guys because they're still being like released. So there's like here's like little Winter Luigi and Guido. They're very cute.
They're such cutie pies. I love them.
When
so
we're in
very
the
much.
war against billionaires and have to shoot Tex Dinoco.
No, my heart. He's such a nice man. Okay.
Hi, Dookie. Oh my God, Slay. Freddie got
Vincent, I
what?
want you to pin the comment I just left in the chat. This is kind of
This.
yeah. When you were talking about Piss Meldorado earlier, I thought, hang on. I was thinking about it. I
All by
thought those two
yourself,
were the
handsome?
same character.
They look very similar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought they were the same character, and I completely forgot that they weren't. I completely forgot that they weren't the same character.
Okay. I have. Yes.
Baby.
Yes, baby. Oh! Father.
Look at this.
Father.
Fother.
Father.
Fother.
Father.
Father.
Whoa! We have the mother cow and her calf.
True.
This is so beautiful. They're Skyping each other over the distance.
COVID.
Whose phone just went
Whoa.
off?
That's me. My text notification is a wooden train whistle.
You're just like my father, Annie.
I agree.
People
So,
have told me I have dad energy.
oh dear God.
So Annie's the dad.
Cruise.
Matt's the bi wife. What's Vincent?
The
My
by
wife.
husband.
No.
Together we're the Poly family. Da-na-na-na.
Yay! Yay!
What's the Top Hat's butler's thoughts on Freddy? I don't know.
Excuse me, sir. I thought Freddy Get Fingered was not that great of a movie. Anyways, you wanted at the
I
time.
thought Babe True Picking the City was super,
My name is Topham Head, and I very much enjoy the show. Sex in the City.
the Greenberg
Train Show.
All aboard the Greenberg Train Show.
I've shown this tractor too many times. Next tractor. Because I got so many.
Okay, family.
Why do you have so many?
Actually, the reason I got so many is because they made a bunch. But I was like, okay, I also want the easy idle tractor. And I wanted this one. But then I was like, no, that's only 2. I was like, I gotta do rule of thirds here. I gotta get one more tractor. So then I can be like, oh, I don't need any more. But it was
That's
like rule of
amazing.
thirds, you know what I'm saying?
That's amazing logic.
They probably definitely did. I want the shiny wax tractor. That one's cool.
I want a tractor.
I'm getting myself a tractor in this game right now, so I can join
I've
the party.
operated a
Ooh.
tractor before, like actually.
Oh wow!
Hang on, let me find it.
Flexin'.
I really
Flexin'.
have. I'm gonna find it.
Do it. I need a bigger box for my cars.
I've given her too many.
No, you're the best. I love all my cars from you. You're the best.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the easy idle tractor, which I think is my favorite. It's just
Look at that.
it's the
God,
gunmetal
that's
gray
so
that looks
cool.
really good.
Literally so cool.
Look at that. The shiny wax tractor is so rare that even I don't have it. Wow, damn, rip bozo. That's this. I don't know. I like Easy Idle. Easy Idle is one of my favorite sponsors, and I think the next gen of Easy Idle actually looks pretty good. But yeah, the gunmetal gray looks fantastic on this tractor. So
Screw gunmetal gray. Hate
Let's
it.
go.
Gunmetal only looks good when it's not on James's wheels.
Real.
Vincent,
Real.
that black tractor was so sick.
Annie, here it is.
That's beautiful.
that you want to.
Yeah,
that
it's me
goes
on a
so
tractor.
hard. It's you riding a cow.
I wish I had more of these, but I do have a Darth Vader because I thought that was the funniest one, so I got it when it came out.
You know, it's funny, Annie, that you say that. My brothers call me a cow. That's actually not a fun fact. That's just yeah.
That's horrible.
It is, but I think it's kind of funny. So it
If
doesn't
I could
really
give
matter.
hands to any Cars character, who would you give hands? Guido. That's not even a question.
Yeah, Guido.
You could just, like, imagine he had like little hands. It's like, you remember Infinity Train Book 2, and the little hands are growing like out of Alan Dracula's hooves, and the little baby hands come out.
I never saw Infinity Train, so
I just imagine like little baby hands coming out of the ends of the forklifts, like they just grow out, and like little fully formed digitized little hands come out, which I think would be horrifying. I'd love it.
Oh,
Here's the View Zine tractor, by the way.
my gosh, that's
It's another favorite of my
beautiful.
sponsor, but I think I ended up getting too many blue tractors. That's my principal error.
They're so
You know, it's like
cute, though.
Henrietta. Anything could be solved if they were allowed, if they and only they were allowed to have a gun. Yeah,
It's a good point, Dookie.
that's a good point.
That really is.
I give hands to Sven. Wait, the Arnold Schwarzenegger Hummer, the governor of California in the Cars universe. Are you for real?
I think he'd have too much power, Marie.
I don't know. Hold on. Let me look him up.
Oh my
Or
lord.
Sven.
Svensty.
You need to see this car. If for those who don't understand, this is, I think, essential knowledge to understand what we're talking about. Is this guy?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, I know that character. I love this character. I love
So
his. I love
good.
his. I love his face. It's just
So
so
very
funny.
good. So very, very, very good.
I think Marie actually has this guy, and I just was like, I don't need to buy him, but I mean, maybe one day, because he's cool. But like, come on now, what's this?
Come on now.
What is this?
Okay, yeah.
I think it's really funny is the
Lightning
hair.
McQueen must be found at all costs.
Look at the way that they gave him hair. Like that's
It's
funny.
so good. It's so perfect.
This is a photo.
Wait, this implies that like, wait, how long is Arnold Schwarzenegger? Was Arnold Schwarzenegger actually like governor of California, or have I been gaslit?
Yep.
It
That is real.
was-
That's real.
Okay. Well, how long has he been doing it? How long has he been governor?
Well,
He's not governor.
He's not governor now. It was.
Well,
Not
he
right now.
was he when they made this movie? When they made
Yeah.
Cars?
Yeah,
That is
he was.
That's hilarious.
former governor of California.
That is insane.
Just goes. Yeah,
Let
like
me-
that's
let me
not
look
the
this up,
first time
actually.
an actor has been elected governor of California.
Oh,
Only in
oh,
California.
Yeah,
that-
it
that-
was, said it was
that has
re-elected
been-
in the 2006 California gubernational. What? It's an election.
Who's the Goober National?
Sorry, that's
SpongeBob?
gubernatorial.
Goofy Goober National.
This is just like Mater National, guys.
Man. Oh my.
Guys, specifically in that news segment, is such a time capsule of 2006. I agree with that comment a lot.
I'm currently swinging
Yeah.
around on a swing in this game.
All right,
Aw,
anime exists
fun.
in
So,
the Cars
let me
universe.
compare
I
this to an
think
actual
you
fact.
think it's
Because I think
it's
this is
just
what's important
true.
right now. Is to compare this with an actual tractor.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
I
Oh, they're
I
chewing
want
on the
to
cow
tell you.
together.
I want to tell you.
They're chewing on the tire together. Oh.
Ronald Reagan, the actor.
I almost said my
Oh.
fellow Americans in the Obama voice, but that's a different person.
Who's the vice president?
My
Harry
My
Lewis.
fellow- My fellow Americans.
fellow
Let me be clear.
Americans. Yes.
Hello, it's your former President Barack Obama, and I just want to tell you I know
That's
how to
not
beat
how
the
Barack
beatbox.
Obama-
They should make a Barack Obama car.
That's not.
Vincent, I love the tractors together.
That's
They're
not
so
Obama.
cute. I love those tractors with all my heart. Oh my.
God.
Dookie raises a good point. What's the point
I
in
agree
which a
with this.
dated film becomes a period piece? Like, what's
Well,
the
I think
line
a
there?
period piece is specifically a movie made not within a time, about a time. So that could never be a period piece. It would just be a dated movie.
Yeah. That checks. Very interesting.
I love the JFK airport scene in Planes. It's actually so confusing to me. It's like
Oh no!
it's the wildest like scene ever. Not that because a lot happens, but because I literally forgot it exists until I watched Planes. I was like, this is what Metro the movie would have been like. It would have just been this, or like an
I wish Metro had happened. That would have been cool.
yeah.
Felt.
Okay.
Ryan Moberly asks, Vincent, have you ever played any Cars Wii games? Because I used to own 2 Cars games, and one of them was called Mater National Championship.
Yes, I love Mater National. I grew up on Mater National. I actually didn't have the other ones. I watched videos of them, but I recently got them. Actually, I have all the first 3 car. I have the first 3 Cars games, that I emulated.
You emulated. That's funny.
So
I tried
Yeah.
to pirate Polar Express the other day, and it didn't work.
I would love
Oh.
to. I don't know when we're doing Planes tonight. Like I don't know, this week sometime. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm
Whatever.
free. I'm free
I
whenever.
want to do a
As a sequel
Yeah.
to the Henry TCC episode. I'm not even in Merge Church, but I get it because I follow everyone in it. So I kind of just like, I don't know what's going on. I understand the joke.
Yeah, John understands the Merch Church jokes without being in it.
Yeah, because A, you tell me about them, or B, I just learn about them through all the people in the chat.
My
post about it on Twitter.
My girlfriend has Cars 3 Driven to Win, and I play it on the Switch that way, and it's really fun. So I also like that. So here are all the Thomasville racing legends, which are very cool. Very excited to open these.
Oh my gosh, give
There's
me.
Jodan Jackson. There's
Oh!
Clovis Ryder.
Oh my gosh, these are so cool.
Dewey Conrad, who looks very cool.
Oh,
Jimmy
yeah.
Ludwig.
His little red cheeks.
More Thor. Cars 5 Derailed. That's funny, Jeff. All right, I'm gonna open Dewey Conrad first.
Let's
Very
go.
nice. Why is the letter S censored?
Can we get an F in the chat for the
Oh,
letter
John.
S?
Can we get an S in the chat? Can we get an S in chat?
S in chat.
S in chat. S.
No S in chat. No S. Don't do S in chat. No chat. Don't do S. It's a trick. They're trying to trick you.
Tasha said Fearless Freddy.
That's an F, all right?
Yeah. And an S.
Oh. Raw and real. BRB for 10 minutes. Actually, no. I'll go after you unbox these.
Okay. So here's Dewey Conrad.
Oh my
That's
gosh!
very nice. Wow.
Oh my
I like
gosh!
the hood a lot. That looks 64.
Oh.
Conrad Auto and Car Club. Look at all those details there.
Oh, I love that about the old cars. That they just have all this
Yeah.
this
All the
detail.
sponsor detail is just so good. It's a
Oh,
fantastic car.
incredible.
Do Jodan Jackson next.
Oh, look at that color. It's such a nice metallic maroon.
Yeah.
Wow. That is sick.
Poor taters. Poor taters.
What?
Poor taters. Poor taters.
Potaters.
Taters.
Potatoes.
Taters.
Mirage and Cat.
Potatoes.
And then I love how they always have their name here. It's so nice.
Oh, written. Oh, it's their
I love
signature.
the Piston Cup races that have that. Like they're just
That's
so cool.
beautiful. That makes me so happy.
I think this one does too, actually. Dewey Conrad does too. It's just very small and hard to read.
Oh.
Dewey what, Rod?
Dewey Conrad, yeah.
Hey yo.
Oh my gosh. No, their shapes, their builds are so nice.
Yeah.
And just like the old timey colors, like the Piston Cup racers, they're
Yeah.
they're very, very like bright colors. And all the older racers, they're very like more muted neutral tones, which is really cool. Really, really cool.
Yeah. If Big Hero 6 exists, where are the other 5 Big Hero movies? Good point. I think that needs to be addressed.
Needs to be addressed.
Needs to be addressed.
Address to the
addressed.
nation.
Oh.
Joe Biden needs to answer for this.
Obama
Joe
soda needs to
Biden.
answer for this.
Obama.
Oh,
Soda! I love that video so much.
Let's go. Dewey
We're gonna make it
comrade.
engage one.
Dewey comrade.
Yeah, make it engage one. Make Obama soda engage.
Engage one Obama soda.
Big Hero 5 Stages of Grief.
Big Hero 5. I mean, the movie is literally about that, so.
Oh, that's true.
Big Hero 6 is a very good movie, I should probably say.
I like this guy a lot.
It's a good
It
movie.
is. I finished it recently.
You finished it.
Yeah, because I started it like 5 years
finished
ago,
it.
and I never finished it until recently,
High
which is
Point,
really
North
funny.
Carolina.
Oh, sick! Oh, the color contrast of the yellow on the.
I
Oh,
like his
that's
face
just
a lot.
that's just so pleasing. Oh yes, his face is very nice. This is such a nice man.
Yeah, and he's a different. Let me see. Is he the same mold? I think he's almost a different mold. It looks the exact same. I think he's a different mold. It's hard
Ooh,
to say. Now, Jimmy
That's so
Lugrange, I know is the same mold as
Jimmy Lugrange. Oh, he's with his little red cheeks. Ah,
Jodan Jackson. Yeah,
look at that man. Oh, he's so cute.
you have this trinket, Marie.
He's so cute.
Trinket.
Oh wow, that is that that the color combo reminds me of like old timey
candy
burger
cane.
places.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
candy
oh, I'm going
canes.
to the barber.
Yeah. This is very nice. All the old racers have such great liveries.
26 Jimmy Lugrange, very cool.
They're classy. That's the word. They're
Cool
classy.
company. Sunset Length. Oh, these are all from North Carolina, by the way. So
Very elegant designs. Very elegant and classy. Oh, he's cute. He looks jolly.
I think every like car should be. I said this in the last stream, but I think every car should be photographed like this because it's so funny. It's just so funny.
Ooh, they're like this. Like, oh.
Old people trying to get in the same Zoom webcam.
That's so fun. That's so fun. Taj said, I'd love to tear him apart and turn him into a booth at a rundown diner in Kansas.
Yeah, okay.
live your dreams.
Live your truth.
Okay, BRB for 15 minutes now.
Live your groove.
I gotta go make a salad.
I gotta go get. I gotta go get water and some actually something. So.
Have you eaten today?
No, I haven't eaten today.
Eat!
I haven't eaten today. I don't need to eat.
Eat!
All right.
You sound like me when I was a kid.
I might eat. John, entertain people.
Okay, I'll entertain people. Hello.
Goodbye.
Hi. Hello, everyone. First of all, Dookie, why did you time Jesh out for 300 seconds? Why did you time Jesh out? What did Jesh do? Oh, so it's literally just me. All right. Hi, everybody. It's me, John. I'm entertaining the people now. I have eaten today. I had ramen and a White Castle burger, so that's cool. John, do a flip. I can't do a flip. I wish I could, but I can't.
Do a flip.
Do a flip.
You just throw your computer. Do a flip.
Do a flip. Anyways, hey John. Hi Carson. Question for John: what are your New Year's resolution plans? More spaghetti.
That's so real.
John, throw Murdoch. I don't have Murdoch on me, Marie, so I can't. John, who would win a fight, Super Shadow or Rod Redline? Super Shadow. I've been becoming a Sonic fan, if that's what you were talking about, Sonic the Hedgehog.
I've got entertainment. I've got the girly pops.
The girly pops. Matt.
What's up?
Coconuts.
Shut up. I got the girly pops. I got all 4 girly pops.
Question for John: why is All Engines Go the best version of the show since season 7? Well, Marie, that's not an opinion I hold. That's what you told me in DMs like a couple weeks ago. Do any of you know who the frick invented the pool noodle?
Hitler.
What?
I'm kidding, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I got so scared for a second.
What? Who invented the pool noodle?
Anyways, while I have y'all's attention, I got this for Christmas, and I got the new wooden railway cranky. And there's a funny story behind how I got this actually. So yesterday was Christmas, as we all know. Yesterday I had Christmas, like traditional Christmas, waking up in the morning, getting the presents, all that stuff. However, I remember my mom mentioning that she was going to get me cranky or something for Christmas, and it wasn't there. And I didn't think about it until I saw Marie's tweet about it in her haul tweet yesterday evening at 9:30. And I texted my mom what happened to Cranky? And she was like, Jesus, I don't know. So then she was digging through our house, and she found a tote full of presents that she just didn't give me and my brothers. So we literally had Christmas 2. I'm not even kidding.
To Electric Boogaloo.
This is Christmas
Marie is the reason that I got to have Christmas 2.
Oh my god, Christmas 2?
I got the girly pops. They're all excited out, but
women. John, have you
Matt, what's next for your channel? That's for me to know and for you to find out when I post it.
Carson, I like Purple Ivo Hugh, but he's not my Lord and Savior. Hi, other John. Hi, John Custom Trains. Let's see.
It's really
IDW
sexist
Sonic
of me to
comics
not
are
have
so
any
good.
of the
I
girl
agree.
trains have CGI faces, or not custom faces.
Yeah. The IDW Sonic comics are very good. There's one character they introduced it named Surge the Tenrec. She's very cool. I really like that character. Christmas 2, girl bossing it like always, so true. John throw Murdoch. Yeah, I just don't have a Murdoch on me. Otherwise, I would throw him. Bachman Emily is really good. Like she's not like I will say Bachman Emily as a Bachman collector. She's really good. She's really nice looking, but she's like genuinely one of the worst like pullers out of my collection.
She's one of the worst pullers in the entire Bachman range, but she's definitely up there as one of the best looking ones.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She's definitely like one of the best looking.
She and Rosie really pop off. I love this thing. She's amazing. She's great.
Now I want a G scale Rosie because I've kind of ditched HO at this point. I'm
make
doing
a G scale
like
Rosie, do they?
No, they don't make G scale Rosie.
I
wish. G scale is a really.
They don't.
No, they don't do G scale Rosie. They only do Thomas, Percy, James, Toby, Emily, Diesel, Paxton, and Winston.
Matt, you need to buy the $185 Becca to reunite all the girly pops. I work at Train World. Not out of my realm. A possibility.
Wheel configuration, you're going on the block list. I don't get it.
You know, when I look at Emily, it just reminds me.
Soto Wanderer? Is that you? Oh my god. I really.
Oh, I was like, what's wrong with a 422? I was so confused for a second.
Boobs.
Breasts.
Yeah, I realized that. Pink Rosie or red Rosie? Which one do you think I'm holding up to the freaking camera? What color is this?
Pink Rosie's cool. Marie, no.
This ain't Emily. Hold on. Boobo Train.
Neuron activation.
Activation.
I love neuron activation. It's so funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is true because they keep saying this.
Wow, Emily, big
It's
wheel
just-
city. I'm now spreading the word of Henry the Green has no ass. That's just true. That's just a
I
true
don't know.
statement.
He's pretty thick.
Oh wait, actually, I take that back.
I don't have
Railway
Henry on hand
series,
at the
absolutely not. But then TV series, he's got a little something.
TV series,
Yeah.
Like his tender's taller than his cab. He's got a little something.
No, they're the same height. They're the same height. They match heights. That way, if you put a tarp over it, it doesn't fall down or anything.
Yeah, that's true. I just realized something. I really don't like how tall the TV series Henry Tender prop is. I don't like it. I don't like how tall it is.
It's really funny.
I prefer. I hate to say it, but the way Bachman did Henry's Tender, they did it way better.
I didn't even notice it was the wrong size until someone pointed it out to me.
Yeah, I didn't realize till like
a lot of
years
things
ago. But
Noah's ruined so many of the Bachman models for me because he's like, I hate this thing. They're so wrong. Like, I didn't realize that Bachman, Annie, and Clarabelle had uneven wheels until Noah said something.
uneven wheels? What do you mean?
Yeah, look. So this wheel is
What the frick?
This wheel is further back than this wheel is. This wheel should be further forward than this wheel. Like they're not like they're even lengths from each other, but this one's
I'm
like
at my
further
wit's
on this side
end.
than this one.
Annie and Clarabelle are genuinely some of the worst Bachman models ever. Like,
The
I'm glad
color's
Marie
alright,
agrees.
but yeah. I mean, to be fair, a simple repaint and you really won't notice much, but they're
That's true. Speaking of repaints of Annie and Clarabelle, I have been trying for 2 years now to get the UK Bachman Annie and Clarabelle because they have, the red buffer housings and then the black running like the black chassis. But it's so hard to find them without like accidentally buying the buying the normal ones instead of the UK ones. Yeah, those are better. Those are good. They look fine there.
I'm really proud of the cab.
Oh yeah, that's actually really cool.
Just a metric ton of Tamiya putty. I still need more because it's not fully even, but it's coming out all right. Henrietta is S tier, definitely.
They need to. G scale Henrietta. It still hasn't happened, and I'm mad that it hasn't
happened. I want to do
happened.
stuff with the what are they called? The G. What is it?
Gauge 1.
Not Gauge 1. No. Ghislaine. I want to do stuff with the Ghislaine characters now that I have Rosie.
Do something with Salty because he's like the only good one.
I'm probably gonna buy a new running board for him or a new body show off Bachman for him because I'm busting his buffers. Wait, do they sell the buffers individually or no?
No.
Damn. Because it's all one piece.
N-scale Henrietta, please. Yeah, why haven't they done N-scale Henrietta yet? Like,
No, they haven't done the G-scale one either, have they?
no, and I'm still clamoring for G-scale Henrietta, but Marie keeps insisting that it's just not going to happen at this
You
point.
prefer your coaches without eyes? Boy, howdy, do I have the answer for you.
Do they have noses?
They do have noses still.
Hey, that's my kind of coach. I like my
Nose
coaches
open.
like I like my women eyeless.
And I'm still working on Tim Tomboy over here. Tim
Does
Toms.
Diesel 10 count as a Ghislaine character? I don't think so.
No, Diesel 10 is Brit. Diesel 10's a Sony character.
Yeah.
I hate that that's true.
Noses
I hate
are
that.
based. This
Noses
is really
are
the best. I think this was the smartest idea. Like, they gave them the sticker face, but giving them the 3D noses, I think, was the best call they ever made.
Interesting take.
Also, I really do need to get all my women faces now because they're all just the stock standard Bachman ones. And it's like, that's not fair to them.
This is sexism on your.
This is
your
sexism
behalf.
on my part. Yeah, this is not fair to me. Well, not fair to them.
I know I
They're
keep
all-
bringing up like G scale and stuff, but like I've been thinking about this for a while. G scale Mavis. I feel like if they did the HO thing where they just reused the Toby chassis and wheels, I feel like G scale Mavis would absolutely be possible. However, I don't think Mavis is popular enough to warrant a G scale model, if that makes any sense.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
probably not.
Because and it makes me sad because I would buy a G scale Mavis because I love Mavis in CGI, like how she looks. I think that'd be cool.
Oh, I thought this was like a comment, not a question. I thought this was like looking at like Annie and Clarabelle, and you were saying this is your favorite McQueen livery.
This one is my favorite McQueen livery.
Orang.
Orange.
Orange.
Why did they never make a wooden railway tumbleweed? Better question. Why did they never make Red Balloon merch? That would have gone so hard. That would have sold.
I don't know what. That bothers me. That's annoying.
I'm glad they didn't. James the Red Balloon kind of mid.
But
Actually,
that is like that feels
okay.
like a story that was made for merchandise.
But it's a good
and
story.
they never capitalized on it.
that's
Yeah.
Like
true.
they did the tree. They did the tree from James and the Trouble with Trees. And they didn't do James and the Red Balloon?
They made a song about the red balloon guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made a song about Fergus too, and look what happened to him.
He died.
He died. And now Sam Wilkinson has him. So there you go.
Oh, I forgot Sam has him. That was like the first one that they like pulled out of nowhere. That was really funny.
Yeah. Why didn't they make Oh my god, there isn't merch of the Earl. That's right.
Oh.
Wait, hang on. Isn't there like a wooden railway like conductor, like not a how do I say this? It's like a signal box that has the
He's
Earl
on
on
the
it.
signal box, but that doesn't count as like
That should count. I think that should count.
Marie literally said like 2 messages later, the wood one does not count.
That's so funny.
It should count. No, not the wood one. I'm talking about how he's on the signal box. That should count.
Does Sam have the red balloon? I think that was like tarp. I don't think that thing still exists. I think they trashed that after the season was over.
Are you sure? Because they did a lot of stuff with it in season 7.
Wasn't? Oh
They
yeah, Red
filmed,
Balloon was
like,
season 6, wasn't it?
Yeah, Red Balloon was season 6.
And so maybe once Hit took over, they were like, trash it.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. Y'all ever think about how there's more than one Herald model?
Yeah.
Yeah. They
actually-
made a new one in season 8. I don't like that. But apparently the season 2 one still exists because it was on display at Clearwater with Duck. You know, Duck with a huge fucking gash in his face.
Oh God.
I know people don't like the Bachman Herald, but I did modify the face slightly to make it look a little bit more like the prop.
Huh.
I gave him pupils and I made like divots like where the eyes go, kind of just like making like a cutout with the X-Acto knife. And just gave him like the pupils that I give to all my engines. And then I just like kind of scraped off a little bit around the mouth because the mouth was very like rounded, and so I made it slightly smaller. I don't know if I will come across on this camera because this light is awful, but I don't think he's bad. I'll use him in videos for sure.
Does anyone have that tweet, like in the chat? I'm asking you guys. Does anyone have that tweet of like someone who made an edit of Harold but angry? Because like Harold's like one of the only characters we never see angry
That's true.
in the show.
Actually, that is true.
Also, who else do we not see angry in the show? It's mainly like the vehicle characters. It's like Trevor, Harold, Terrence.
Birdie.
No, we see Birdie angry in season 3 and season 6.
Terrence.
Yeah, Terrence, Trevor. There was no Trevor. There's no angry Trevor face mask.
Here, 2 of them.
2 of them. Where's the Slip Coaches merch at? That's a great question. Y'all remember when they made Slip Coat? Like someone made edits of Taking Place Slip Coaches back in 2014, and then like they just weren't real.
Not really.
There should have been a Bachman Trevor.
Yeah, I'm so upset about that. Like, I can't believe the last like HO like road vehicle they did, or like non-rail vehicle, was Jeremy. Hey Marie, Bachman Jeremy.
I thought this said instead of just his bulge. I was like, what?
It's George. It's the road vehicle who's only angry.
This thing goes hard, really. It's not even George, but it goes hard.
I don't move for imitation steamrollers. You don't own the road. Get out of my way.
Hold on, I need to show you how big he is compared to Sir Handel.
Jesh, what do you mean by a Bachman Jeremy has hit the Pentagon?
Wait, no. Bachman Jeremy is the death of Joe Biden in February 2023. I forgot.
That's true.
I forgot about that.
Is Jesh in Merch Church? Because the way it sounds like...
No, Jesh is not in Merch Church.
That's shocking, actually. Ooh, is that an Oxford rail?
All right, I'm just pitting every comment.
No, this is Matchbox.
Wow, Matchbox has stepped up their game.
This is the
old
Matchbox.
John Budden.
This is not like new. This is old as hell.
It's Matchbox?
This is like Matchbox, like Legacy range or something like that.
Gosh damn, dude. That's good.
Yeah, models of yesteryear is what it was. The range of this thing was in.
Who needs a Bandai George when you can have one of them?
Yeah.
Instead of paying, $200 for a Bandai George.
I spent I think it was like $30 at like the Edison show.
Wow. We never saw Bertram angry. I don't think we ever saw Jeremy angry. Jeremy was never any expression besides like happy.
That's not true.
They're contributing to the Cars stream.
What do you mean?
Here's my favorite car.
There is a scared Jeremy that's wincing because of the rain.
Oh, I forgot about that.
There is.
That's true, actually.
This is my contribution to the Cars stream.
Actually, let me get my take a.
This is my contribution. It's just Bullstrode.
That's Bullstrode goes hard, man.
Oh my god, TWR2 Bullstrode just goes so hard. Like, I have people who can attest. This is like the best Bullstrode ever.
I would buy that for like the hull, and I would commission someone to like make a new body for it.
It's so good. Like it's like I will say it's
guys.
Where's my
It's TCC Topham.
No way.
Where did my Topham?
It's Trent Stanley. It's Trent Stanley.
I just realized this car may have actually been used in the TCC.
That's so funny.
That's actually really funny. I actually forgot. This is
Where the hell did my Topham half figure go?
No, because I was joking because they took this Topham out and gave him like clay legs to make him like a figure in the TCC. But this car I got from Kikray, so it may have actually been used in the TCC.
Oh, that reminds me. Does anyone ever think about how Chase Kikray Thomaswood Railway is a Cars fan and a NASCAR fan? I think about that sometimes.
I don't think about that, but now we are.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Anyways, here's Bulstrode, the best piece of Bulstrode merchandise ever, actually.
I really do want that cranky set. It looks good.
It's so good. Like, look, this is genuinely such a good set.
Found my Topham.
Like, look at this, Vincent. It can connect to
Topham
so much stuff. It's got this hoist thing.
That goes hard.
And then it's got this, like, Cranky has so many different attachments. He's got this grabber thing. Christ frowns upon you this day, said the grabber.
Put Stepney in there,
said James. He
Stepney
saw
in there.
Jack, the grabber, basking in the sun. Electric eels, he said. Does anyone get what I'm saying? I'm hoping someone understands.
Put Stepney in the grabber.
I don't have Stepney. Motorbike Jew Shoes V2. James, I'm going shopping. There's no escape from my son. I get what you're saying. Thank you, Taj. That's very much appreciated. Thanks for being based.
I don't know. I don't know if Thomasville Railway 2022 exists anymore. Like, who knows?
Because okay, listen, maybe it's just me. I'm really hoping that TWR2 keeps going. I'm not sure if it will. It's very likely not, but I'm holding out for something. I'm holding out for something that we get like Kana and Carly and Sandy and Terrence with the barn or whatever. You rock, John.
Is ganja legal in the Cars universe or the Thomas universe? This sounds like it's legal in one of them. We just need to figure out which one.
I say the Thomas one is more likely. I feel like somebody would pass a boof to like Henry, and then he'd be, you know how it goes.
Well,
I like to imagine that the trains have their. I like to imagine the trains have their own kind of weed.
She has the drugs.
Is a TWR2 Donald and Douglas wish my too hard? I think Donald and Douglas being in TWR2 is just like, it's not that likely. It's not. I don't think it's very likely. I think place your bets on characters like for me anyways. Place your bets on characters who are in the reboot and also were prominent in Bwubba. Those are the two types of characters that would be in TWR2. So you got like. No, yeah, in the reboot.
Yeah.
So like Yang Bao, Skiff, Salty, Whiff. Who else would qualify here? Who hasn't gotten a TWR2? Ashima, and then for prominent Bwubba characters, I'm thinking Shane would be a very likely character in TWR2 if they did another wave.
That would be cool.
That would be cool. Shane looks cool.
TWR2 Kirby, let's get him.
Ashima. Yeah, thank you, Marie. Ashima's very likely. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry for dead naming this character.
Sorry. If you're talking about the Great Race version, it's Ashima. If you're talking about the reboot character, it's Ashima.
That's right. However, you have to understand, Vincent, in TWR2, all the characters are CGI styled. So, in this case, I'm talking about Ashima.
That's so funny that they like said her name wrong and like no one bothered to correct them or bothered to correct themselves for the entirety.
That just shows how bad that era of Thomas was.
Truly.
This is just me. I don't like the Great Race. I've never liked the Great Race. I just can't get into it.
What questions are we deflecting?
Yeah, what questions?
Yes, exploded. Does anyone remember Exploded Rod Redline? Vincent remembers. You remember that video, Vincent?
Do you remember Extra Crispy Rod Torque Redline?
Yes, I remember Extra Crispy. That was so funny.
Unprofessional behavior in the county courthouse.
Leland Turbo.
This isn't the county courthouse. This is the Cool Kids Club.
Vincent, do you remember the crushed garbage compacted Leland Turbo? They made a Lego toy out of it, but
I
else.
wanted that crushed Leland Turbo, like the fake that they made, so bad. And I just like made my own out of like tinfoil or whatever. And I don't know if it still exists, but I made my own compacted Leland Turbo, which is so funny.
Then they made a Lego set out of it. They made a Lego toy with it.
And you can see his eyes. That's the worst part about the Lego
set. That's so sad. That's like genuinely so sad.
Yo, can we watch Victor Tanzig?
No.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't.
Let's watch the episode where Arthur comes back.
You know, I think that would be fine. I think that would be. That's actually not that bad of an episode because nothing happens. Nothing of value happens. So they're just talking about Peel Godred all day. That's just the entire episode. They just talk about Peel Godred.
They're talking about Peel Godred and then the accident for like 2 seconds.
All right. Well, Annie's back apparently.
Hi.
All right.
Yeah,
I've
Joe
entertained
Biden's
the chat enough.
All right. So now I'm gonna open this. I was just literally about to open this. So
How many cars have we opened so far?
I don't know.
A few. Just a few.
There's Dirt
How many
Track
are
Talk.
left?
and
Look
the-
at him. Look at him go.
Not that many. A few, but not that many. I'll just.
Joe, we should watch SCPs of Soda when I come over next month.
Matt,
that-
come back to
what?
my house.
I do need to come back to your house.
Yes.
Okay.
When are you guys gonna come to my house? I'm always open.
I
Tomorrow.
wanna.
Dude, I'm always going over to people's houses. I'm like,
Is this Doc's partner? No, I think this is a pity.
Let's go. I
It's a
mean, I
what?
support them.
that's an
support them.
offensive slang term, Vincent. You can't
Oh,
say
sorry.
Titties?
Forklift.
Who mentioned titties?
Pitties, John.
Oh, my bad.
Pitties.
that. That's offensive. Stop saying it.
What?
Stop saying it.
How is it offensive, Matt? I'm genuinely
I don't know.
curious.
I think it should be really fun if we labeled that word offensive.
Drop it.
He's so
Drop
beautiful.
it. Good.
He's so
Who's saying
beautiful.
drop it?
Oh, that's my brother.
Emily's
What the dog?
wheels.
Oh, I assume he's
Oh,
talking
bringing
to
them
the
back.
dog.
He
Bringing
is.
it back.
Emily's so pretty. I love that.
Neuron activation.
Neuroactivation.
No, Annie doesn't get it.
Yeah.
She
No,
doesn't
I
get
do.
it.
I
This is
do.
the-
Oh, my bad.
Look at the fabulous Hudson Hornet.
He's
Look
just
at
a
him.
little dirty. He's a little dirty boy.
Wait, no,
Yeah.
that's actually so cool. That's such a cool detail.
I like it.
love
I
that.
like it a lot.
Yeah,
I like Dirt Track Talk. It's a good
Yeah.
model. Good model.
very good model.
Oh, sorry.
indeed.
Shit. I forgot Sir Tom Hat's car was here. I was jump scared by it. Why is this here?
Jump scare.
Ryan Moberly said, "You guys are lucky. I live in Indiana, and that's next to Turtles and Thomas home state."
One of my best friends lives in Indiana, so
Some
it's a good
people
state.
live in Ohio itself, man.
People live in Ohio. I feel bad for them.
All right, let's do another 2-pack, which is the
I
stupidest
don't know
one.
why for a second I thought you were living in Ohio.
No, I don't. No, I don't
This
live
is
in Ohio.
just Guido and
You're
another
just at entertainment enough.
forklift. Sorry,
And
I'm not-
his singing partner. Did he actually sing with her or no?
I don't remember.
That lady has a very wide mouth.
It's just she's just like Miles Axelrod for real,
Her name is Sweet. Her name is Sweet Tea.
which is
Why
very.
do Emily's wheels have such good suspension?
They just do.
She
They're
got
just
that
like-
lift.
She
just
ain't
slay
going
like
anywhere,
that.
but her wheel can go
Like this
the
2-pack
whole
could
way
have just
up.
been a single. And I think we all know that.
That's
Real's
amazing.
favorite. True.
It really could have been a single. Like
Yeah.
what were-
Real would love this pack.
I mean, you can never have too many Guidos, I guess.
I
Brady
Do you
was
have
just
a
a
Guido?
stand-in for the real term
What?
title.
You have a Guido?
I do. I do.
That hack ruined all of Jeb's hard work.
Windows I have, 'cause I have so many Guidos now.
How, you
the
should
whole
line
Jeb
them all up.
rush.
You should line up all your Guidos and take a picture.
This pack is so hard to open. Why did they care?
They don't want anybody stealing Guido.
Maybe when Mattel suddenly
Anyone
changed
was
to the
stealing the
TWR2
microphone.
packaging.
Yeah, the TWR2 packaging is so not child friendly.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
I mean, it's nice that you can like open it and look at the engine. That's cool, but like,
Here's
That-
Guido.
oh, we love him.
Isn't Shine Time in Indiana canonically? No, it's in America.
That is Indiana, you idiot.
I thought it was in Pennsylvania.
It's
I don't
in
know
my
where the hell Shining Time is canonically. What state it's canonically
supposed to
in?
be on the east. I mean, the East Coast. It's supposed to be on the East Coast.
Yeah.
I
So
see.
Maine, maybe. I don't know.
Vincent,
Hot-
Vincent,
hot
show
and
us
Shining Time.
Sweetie. Show us Sweetie.
This is Sweet Tea. She's the leader of the Sweet Tea band in the
She's
Cotter
so
Pin,
cute.
which is my banner on Twitter, by the way.
It's such a good banner.
I love
Oh my
that
gosh.
she looks like she has like curly hair or
Pin
whatever.
curls. Yeah, pin curls.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Shining Time is canonically in the
And her
ocean.
that thick eyeliner is just such a look on her. I love it.
And her mouth is
Oh,
big.
you're getting it confused with the Indian Valley Railroad. It's not in Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Shining
I
Time
see.
Station is a train station on
Oh,
the
wow,
Indian
look, she
Valley
has-
Railroad in
even
an
has her-
unknown part of the
Even
United
has her
States.
own little like band logo on the side. Look at that.
Oh,
That's really cute.
that's adorable. What a great singer too. She has a great voice. Also, I'm convinced that Shining Time is in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It literally says an unknown part of the United States, so it could be anywhere.
Well,
And then
It has
here's
to
the
be.
Canning,
microphone.
Pennsylvania.
Which she comes with. I want to know if the microphone.
She comes with a mic?
I don't want to know
Oh
if the
my
microphone's
God.
any different. I don't
Double
think, I
mixed
think
up?
they're the same microphone.
They're literally the same.
That's so funny.
Dang. They were like, yeah, why make a new one? Wait, is that one
Funny.
a bit shorter?
If they are, I'm gonna kill. That'd be so funny if they're
Who are
slightly.
you gonna
No,
kill?
that's the same. Joe.
Ghostbusters.
Why can't it be me?
No.
Matt.
Why?
Matt?
Why? Tell me why.
Yeah. Okay. You got
What
that?
just happened?
I don't need to say anything. Okay.
Ooh,
So there's Sweet Tea.
Threatening.
spicy.
She's the best. And
She
let's get
is.
the rest of her band out, which actually I don't have Rich Hurry here, but maybe I'll get him out later. She has the microphone, and then we have the guitar player, and then the
Yo,
drummer.
you got the whole band. God dang,
Great.
boy. That's such a cool
Sweet Tea is
band.
so awesome. I love Sweet Tea.
That's so cool.
I
I am a huge iced tea enjoyer. So yes, I love it. White,
I don't actually
White,
think that.
white,
White.
white.
I was just making a funny. I
White.
promise. I was not.
Wait.
I was just making a funny. I don't think ketchup is spicy. Stop calling me white. If you think
It's
that's
true.
bad, if you think
It's
I'm
true.
white,
John, why do you
must-
think ketchup is spicy?
I don't. It's not.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
just making a joke.
Have an Obama.
Soda.
Soda.
If you
Here,
think
here's
I'm
your
white,
Obama.
if you guys think
Obama
that
Jam
I'm
Jones.
white, you guys think I'm white.
Oh.
My mother hates taco seasoning in her.
Oh.
Your
yogurt.
mother.
Why is the guitar so bent? Is this supposed to be
That-
this bent?
That's insane,
Ugh.
John. Also, look at I love his trucker hat. He has a trucker hat. He is
does have a
so
trucker hat.
cool. Also, how do they
Which one?
contort their little arms like that?
Sorry,
Magic.
sorry, forklift.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
And it comes with a little amplifier.
Oh, that item was made for you. That item
Obama.
reminds me of your dad. I don't know
So
why.
true. Glory days. Yeah, so there's
Lord day.
Guys, look what
Obama.
Marie just put in the chat.
Jam Jones. It's true. It's true. I like Jam
Is
Jones
that
a
a
lot.
Master of the Lemons video?
This is a video from Lemmy.
I knew
One
it.
of Lemmy's thumbnails. I
I
remember seeing
knew
that
it.
video.
I knew it.
You guys want to know something interesting? Actually, Lemmy
No.
once wrote a Chuggington creepypasta.
That's so funny.
That's real. I read it. It's really well written, but it's real.
I'm actually talking to that man in like less than an hour, so like I need to bring that up with him, like, cause like
Please,
what?
please. You're actually talking to Lemmy.
You need
in
to
an
get him to
hour?
come to the stream.
Wait,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right
I
now.
haven't spoken to Lemmy in like almost
Get
a
him to
year. I need
join
to
the
speak
stream.
to him again. I've been
I
dying
spoke
to
to
talk
Lemmy
that
for
man
like
again.
2 seconds at the train show.
I spoke to Lemmy for a long time at the training show.
Should
This
I
is the
should
last
I
one.
actually ask him?
Yeah, you should
you
ask
want-
him to join the stream
Okay.
or whatever, because we're almost done. I just finished the last of the 2021 ones. I just have the on the road cars now.
And then the next stream will be on my channel. I'm going to be playing Choo Choo Charles.
Yes,
Yippee!
I love her face. That's so cute, actually.
Wait, Annie, does Lemmy actually answer your DMs?
No. We talk on Skype.
Oh,
He doesn't
that's what I
answer my
meant.
Skype DMs.
Hang on. Oh my god, I haven't loaded up Skype in months.
This
I
has.
don't even have Skype.
Oh my god! This even has a little kickstand. This is so cute.
I wonder if Lemmy's like actually answered any of my DMs from like February.
Maybe that's why Speedy and Harrison aren't in season 6. Funny.
Sad. I'm
And there's a
disappointed that
symbol.
Speedy
I love the
McAllister's-
symbol. I am a drummer, so this appeals to me. There's a snare drum, and there's
The
a
snare.
cymbal.
That's so good.
And here's a
Oh.
middle drum. Show Lemmy Big Professor Z. Oh Jesus Christ! Should I? I think it's here. I think it's like in like this box, like right there. I think it's there. That'd be really funny.
Where's the link? Just in
I'll
case
be
we
honest,
see
I
this.
have not touched Skype in like almost a year.
I've never touched
Felt.
Skype. I don't have it.
Oh my god, it's real. Oh my god. Well, so Lemmy hasn't responded to any of my DMs. Last time he responded to any of my DMs was in hang on, when was this? February of this
He's
year.
coming.
He's
Oh,
coming.
let's go. I'm gonna have to plug my computer up for this. Let's go. Let's go. Yippee! I need to know his opinion on All Engines Go. Because I, haven't.
Oh my god!
spoken to him
Annie
in a
Gulp.
year.
Annie Gulp in real time.
Did I just golf?
Yeah.
I swear, that's so funny.
Boko.
Me.
Another Boko's at the Pentagon.
Wait, what?
Too many
sorry.
Bokos.
I'm sorry, but I hit the Pentagon.
Boko. God. Let me.
Marie, why did you send me Big the Cat from the Sonic series?
What are you, bro? What?
Marie
this
sent me a
band.
picture
Look
of
at the band. Look at the band. The band is so cute.
Boko.
Look at them
Boko.
go! Look at them go!
These are basically, these are the cars I got from.
Boko did do 9/11.
Okay, I don't know. That's.
Sir, a Boko's at the South Tower.
I've been casted as Boko in more fan productions than any other character.
So of course you don't want to be held responsible.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're Boko in Tales of the NWR. How do you feel?
I don't like it now that you said he hit the Trade Center.
My series canonically takes place after 2001.
No.
That's why he doesn't.
That's why you don't see Boko.
That'd be so funny.
That's why you don't see Boko.
No, please. I
That's
can't.
why Boko is
The
supposedly
first
in the
episode of
series.
Tales of the
You don't see
NWR
him.
takes place in 2002.
I disapprove.
Okay, favorite Christmas Thomas episode?
One of them.
Um,
I like Mountain
what's the one?
Adventure.
What's the one? It's the one
Specifically the bad cut of Mountain Adventure.
that's really funny. No, it's actually a good episode. Like it's nostalgic. But yeah, my favorite is it called Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's always been my favorite.
Right or am I wrong?
Oh
The
yeah,
Murder
Lemmy's
Santa's
backstage.
really good.
Lemmy's backstage. Let him in.
Sorry, you want me to let Lemmy in?
I really
Yeah.
like It's Almost Now.
All right.
that's
Okay.
Yo, it's him.
Hello.
Hey
Hi,
guys, how's it
Lemmy.
Lemmy! Oh my God! Merry Christmas!
Let me
Hi.
know
Merry
why
Christmas.
Merry Christmas all.
you're real.
I am real. As a matter of fact.
Ah!
Dude, I love the.
I love your decorations. Oh, Jinx.
Thank you. Yeah, I've had them up all season. It's I'm surprised by how well they come across on camera. I would
Yeah.
think they'd just be this kind of glowy mess, but they actually are pretty high res. So yeah, that's a plus.
Oh yeah, definitely. They
My
look fantastic.
God, this is a crazy collection. This is just oh my God. Here. I'm gonna try to pull up the stream on my end as well, so see what the lovely viewers at home see. I'm guessing
What a
this is on
surprise turn of
Vincent's channel.
events.
Yeah, definitely on Vincent's channel.
Okay. Oh,
my
no,
gosh.
part 2. Why is there a part 2? Does that imply that it went down at some point?
No, I did a part 1 yesterday, but I had to leave because I had to go to my grandma's house. And I literally hadn't unboxed like 50% of the cars. So I was like, oh, shit. Okay.
That's a way better reason.
Yeah.
Because I just know with Roberto's records, you guys know Roberto's record? You must.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a good show.
Like, every time we do it, it goes down halfway through. He has to restart it. It's a mess, and I have to record it, you know?
That's terrible. The YouTube copyrights are merciless.
Yeah, the blue meanies. But he always keeps chugging on. He's a real dedicated radio jockey.
A real trooper.
Yeah.
I gotta tune into those again. It's been too long.
I miss those. Are so fun.
Yeah, we got a few coming up. He's doing a 3-part extravaganza this December. It is December. So like it's the 28th, or is it the 29th? It's the 28th, the 30th, and the 31st. It's those 3 days.
Okay.
So
right,
you know, any of those 3 days. Yeah. No, it's the big 72.
No, we've put Mrs. Kindly under my shoe.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, it's cool. You know, there's going to be quite a few of them. So if you want to pop in at any point, you know, it's there's good tunes.
Excellent.
I promise.
Oh my god, Edward, Stanley, Bogo, Rosie, and
day.
Billy all in one place. We got like the whole no greater.
We have so much of the
That's
cast.
True, yeah. You hijacked the whole stream that was supposed to be about Disney.
Wait, this is a no greater gift stream now.
Oh no.
It's Boko. Hello.
We have the cast. TM.
That's great.
Hi guys, it's Rosie. It's great to see everyone.
Oh my god.
And here's Edward. Pleasure to see everyone.
I'm just my normal voice.
Become Edward. I have no idea what's happened to Lemmy. It's totally out of my control. I apologize. I didn't mean to intervene or interrupt, but here we are. Sorry.
I wish I had a Stanley model. That would be so perfect.
Yeah. All right.
John,
okay. Big deal.
Billy!
Yeah.
Billy in season 1.
Vincent, can I curse on this stream?
Sure. I think
Billy, shut the fuck up. Seriously. Shut up.
I love how you allowed that. And then
you really think that?
Have Obama. You know what? Here's Obama for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Obama.
Obama.
Stanley, what are you doing with Obama?
Obama soda.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Mr. Obama's work personally. I think
Mr. Obama.
I think he did a lot for our country.
Obama. That's not how you spell his name, Carson. He's not Irish.
I had to turn away for a second. I came back to see Obama. Why does Obama sound wrong now? It's like
it's suddenly Irish, like just like that. It just takes.
Wow, what does this mean?
You guys clearly haven't heard the song. There's no one more Irish than Barack Obama.
I have heard that song actually.
O'Leary, O'Reilly, O'Hara, Obama.
This comment.
No one as Irish as Barack Obama.
The pathetic little meow meow.
No, Dookie.
Is this true, guys?
Dookie, the reason.
Like,
go on, let me.
No, I was. Well, it's pretty much what you were gonna say. I think it's like. I mean, Vincent, you were so good at voicing Billy, which is so weird because he's like
the funniest thing ever.
Like, I guess it's because it's easy to polarize yourself. It's a lot harder to like do a slightly different take on yourself than it is to straight up. Like, it's either there are two things that are like really, I think, natural in voice acting. It's when you play yourself and it's when you play the opposite of yourself. Those are both really easy to do. Like, you just kind of reverse. But I love that, especially because there's strands of Ivo Hugh in there, like just kind of the cockiness and then the sort of
because Ivo Hugh's more myself, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, it's like you take that like kind of cocky, bold energy and then you weaponize it instead of using it comedically and making it endearing, and that's like what he was. And it's like you do such a good like condescending voice where you're like, oh, you poor darling. I just can't
darling.
Like
I think
it
doesn't read across because like my voice itself is nasally, but I was like holding my nose during like
he was. I directed him live.
Comes across, but I was like going like this.
That's really funny.
I can see
I
that
did like
now.
half. I was like doing half and half. I was like, "Oh, Rosie, you'll never get." And I was like, it's like falling off.
That's brilliant.
I think there was a point where I held your nose for you, like for.
What? That's so funny.
Because you were
no
like
way.
doing these hand gestures, and I was like, "Here, I'll just hold your nose for you." So you can it.
I was doing like physical acting in
You
a
were.
voice acting role, and I didn't need to.
Right.
No.
Well, that's what a lot of the best voice actors do, though. I remember very clearly, like Mark Hamill when he was doing the Joker in Batman the Animated Series, he'd like hop up on the table and he'd like do hand gestures and he'd be like, "I'm gonna blow the whole city sky high," you know.
Yeah.
Like, he had this whole gesturing about him. Yeah. So it's a real, it's actually helpful.
Oh yeah, no.
Also, Annie, this is really random, but you voicing the blue tank engine. At some points, it didn't actually sound like you. I was like, "Who is this?"
I was really questioning. Like, I mean, it wasn't until the end where I saw the credits where I'm like, "You did do that," but it was
like there were some parts where it's like, okay, kind of sounds like you, but there were other parts where it's like, it was like, "Who is this?"
You're like,
yeah.
She doesn't even like. You put on full Valley Girl for that. You were like,
yeah, that's the thing. It was I was picturing this kind of sarcastic, kind of like goth character.
Yeah, me too.
Like,
me too.
Just every line is like, I can't believe you would even do that. Like,
yeah, and the dudes too. Like all the lines having like dude was not helping.
Come on.
No,
Like,
guys,
And
that
then
makes
it turns
me.
out they're just trans.
That makes me so happy.
Like the voice I'm using is genuinely like a higher voice to imitate it. Like Annie would go like really low. She'd be like, "God."
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Rosie. Like,
yeah, it's funny how that works.
we're even here. Like it
Why-
No, it helped that I had a really bad cough when I was doing most of her lines. So
She
my
told
voice
me
was-
about that.
my
Yeah.
voice was lower than it usually is, so it helped.
Don't
And
you hate like when that happens? When you have like a really good voice day and you can't replicate it, and you're like,
Yes!
Like I got lucky with this one. Like this was honestly my favorite role I've ever taken because like. No, it was because for one thing, I love this story, but also I got to do a lot of lines, which I just loved. But also, Edward it was a good day for me to do Edward. Like my voice was just in the right place, and I feel like by the end of it,
most recent comment.
I was better at voicing Edward than I was at the beginning. Like it was actually a really good practice to get all the way through it. So it's kind of interesting because I've voiced him a few times since then. And that evolution is present. He might have sounded a little bit different in like the token if I hadn't done this story first.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting, Yes,
Wow.
I think so.
Annie,
Oh
you
my
didn't
gosh.
help me at all. I was just like, "What kind of voice you do?" And you're just like, "Oh, your normal voice is fine." It's like, okay.
This happened with me
your normal
this happened with
voice?
me and Lemmy. We were doing Bad Influence, and I think it was like, I don't know if it was Coldy or something like that. I was like, well, I had him do like a voice for Gordon. I had him do a voice for like the announcer or whatever. But for Coldy, I was like, I don't know if you just do your normal voice. And he was like, no, I have to do an accent. So we had to like work out an accent that he did.
Right.
And it worked. It worked.
I was kind of like,
It was good.
I don't know. It's interesting. A lot of people do that, right? And in this, like, it worked
Yeah.
really well. Where it's like, obviously, most of these characters are British, but who cares? Like, it doesn't.
No,
it's about like the
I
energy,
I
right?
have people that come to me
Yeah.
and they're like talking about like what the universe specifics are, and I'm kind of like, I don't know. I just chose the voice
Yeah.
to fit it better. You know what
No,
I mean?
you go with the flow, right?
Yeah,
That's a lot more
because like
important.
characters like Scarlowi and Rheneas, they're obviously more Welsh because they've dealt with it more. You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah.
Where it's like characters like Ivor Hugh,
Right.
it's fine that he just sounds like
They've dealt with it. They've dealt with
You know what I
being
mean?
well. Oh, those poor souls.
It is
You know
kinda
what I
funny,
mean,
though,
right? Like,
that people give Scarlett and Renee's Welsh accents, even though they were built and immediately shipped off to the UK. They
That's
should
the
have-
thing.
Yeah,
That's what
They
gets
should
me,
just have
right?
Southern accents.
To me, Scarlowi and Rheneas are like not Welsh at all, but also they're so heavily inspired by
that it's like
yeah.
It's like, what do you go with?
Like,
Do you
yeah.
go
Feels
with
like
the
you can't
spiritual
do them
connection
without
or
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never not given them Welsh accents. Even in my series, I was redoing lines because I was giving them the Welsh accents. I'm like, oh my god. That
Yeah,
was hard.
I've always looked at them like a lot more English, you know. But part of that is I formed my strongest beliefs, I think, on Scarloey and Rhaenyra before I even saw Blue Mountain Mystery, and that I think has influenced a lot of people. Like,
Yeah,
it's the
that's
same
true.
reason I kind of reversed the two of them. Yeah,
I think
There are two
in
ways of
general,
doing things: the wrong way or the great. No, that's duck lines.
No, that's a completely different.
Those are duck lines.
no, I
No,
think
those are good lines.
in general, like I think
Rhaenyra, what did you do?
even when we're doing like model series stuff, I think we underestimate how much the CGI series has affected the way we think about
Oh, yeah.
characters. And about
No, for
things.
sure.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
from
yeah.
voice acting to
Yeah.
locations to stuff. Because like I mean, I'm looking at Brendam and I'm like, okay, this is what Brendam is to me, but that's based on like the hit era and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I'm not doing. I'm like,
Oh,
oh, that's not what Brendam looks
It's-
like in the
actual
series. That's what I think.
layout of it is just confusing as hell in season
Yeah.
5. You look at season 5 and it's just like some tracks and they're in the
Yeah.
wrong place and Cranky's in like the middle of the harbor. It's like, what's going on, right? Like the closest thing that we all
Yeah.
agree on is that one shot that you can see kind of the corner of the docks and you got all 5 engines going at once and it's like
Yeah,
you got
yeah,
those
that's
90-degree
like
curves. But like even then the show then progresses and then in the CGI series you see a lot more wide angles and it's like the whole thing's kind of like a big U, right? And like the shipping buildings right here and it's like the Sodor whatever, like it's all like very concrete in the CGI series and I think that's kind of the skeleton that we're going off of even though we're trying to embody the classic series aesthetic.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, totally. And I mean, I also thought about that way when I was thinking about like, you know, there's some like characterizations and it's like I don't know where I got these characterizations from and it's like they're a little bit off, but it's like, oh, I see, this is like, you know, this is what I grew up with, so that's why I think about it that way,
right?
Not like what the area that I'm looking at, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. No, a lot of it is subconscious, right? And like it's really cool to think about because I mean a lot of the ways that I write some of the characters, there's almost no foundation for it. And it's like it's the type of writing where you look at it and you're like, okay, that doesn't conflict with like how Edward acts in the show.
Yeah.
We've got like 4 episodes. Like and you see him this way too, Annie, where he's like kind of the voice of reason and he's like somebody who brings all the engines at the sheds together. What does he actually do in the show? Like his biggest moment is like he tells Percy what a deputation is. Like there's not a lot of actual moments where Edward's like, everyone pipe down. Talk out your problems with Henry. Henry, talk out like that doesn't ever happen.
Yeah.
Right? We made that up. But it's like, you know,
I
it's true.
think what
It
makes
feels
it
right.
is like people are like, yeah, you can use Edward in like a supportive role because that's where he works best is like supporting other characters. I think like, yeah, maybe that's true, but I think maybe that's interesting. Maybe you can use that as potential to make that into a main character bit.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you look at that and you're like, wow, this is someone who does do like very little, who really is only in the background, who supports other characters and has maybe a couple episodes, but they don't really change his status quo a lot. Like the other episodes that happen don't change Edward's status quo at all. It's just like maybe he gets a little worried and it just reaffirms him. And it's like, okay.
Right.
Like, Edward is a character where it's like, what if the fact that he didn't make change was something that you could exploit? What if that was something that was interesting about him?
No, exactly, right?
That's what I mean?
Like whatever you think is boring about a character is actually their strongest element, I find it.
Yes.
Like the fact that, I don't know, take a random character like Flora, and everybody's like, Flora has no character. Maybe that's a thing to jump off of, is that she is kind of dull and boring and doesn't have much personality, and she's insecure about that. And it's like, maybe that's why she's yellow. She wants to kind of stand out. And she's like, oh, I'm the yellow one. And it's like, okay, what else about you?
Speaking of Edward, Vincent, I sent you a bunch of pictures.
You did.
I want you to please share some of them.
I was going to say, can I share these on
Yes,
stream?
I sent them to you specifically to share.
Okay, well, okay.
And I want to go back to an earlier convo thread after this sharing the pictures because there was something I wanted to say.
Well, this is just, I mean, this is a lovely tangent. I think so. You just started sending me these. You just didn't stop sending. You just kept going.
It's just that one guy. What the hell?
It's just him again and again. These are all the ones you sent.
The slightly different angle.
Where's Thomas? Wait, did you not do
Vincent,
Thomas?
what's the
There's
owl
one
chat?
Thomas one I haven't sent yet. Give me 1 second. I'll send the Thomas one.
We're all
Vincent.
waiting.
This is a
Vincent,
lack
what is
of
the
Thomas
owl
rep.
chat? I'm very interested.
It's me, Marie, and Rohit.
Oh, okay.
There's a singular Thomas one. We did like the 56XX first.
Base locomotive type. I love the 56.
There we go.
Let's
There
go.
he is.
Oh,
Thomas
that's really.
inclusion.
That's the
Thomas
best
inclusion.
one right there.
Look
Come
at me
on.
and tell me this is not the same. Like that's here. I sent another picture.
Yeah.
This is ugly MF. Is that fish?
The 5600s are not ugly. Go to hell.
Heated.
5600s are
Heated.
beautiful.
It's weird seeing a Great Western engine that has like an N2's wheel arrangement. Like that's like does mess with the mind a little.
Yeah,
Oh,
it looks so unbalanced because the smoke box is so far forward, and then it has a trailing wheel.
I mean that's what the Class 28s look like. Like that's like kind of like why James needed the wheels at the front is because he just was. It looked like that, right? He was really unbalanced.
Interesting.
Yeah,
It's-
I mean the rest of them stayed that way, but drivers complained about it forever. They're like, "What the hell? This thing's so unbalanced," but they just didn't do anything about it. And James was the one engine. They're like, "Fine, you want to see us fix it? We'll fix it." And then he was like, "Vain as all hell," and they're like, "Never mind, we're not doing that again."
Yeah.
That's so
It's
good.
interesting you say that, Lemmy. It's interesting you say that about like the
wait, I just read the
5600s.
56XX has like the steam chest things like Neville has.
Yeah.
The cylinders,
Yeah, the neck things.
Not nips.
It's interesting you say that, Lemmy, because now that we're talking about the 5600s, I'd actually like to say I actually have developed an OC for a completely different non-Thomas sort of thing out of a
How
5600.
do I,
This is
how do I focus
Fitzgerald.
on you? How do I make you big? I need to see.
Vincent, make my screen big, please.
Hold
This
on,
I'm
is
gonna show off
literally
Fitzgerald.
Edward. This is
Hold
literally
on.
Edward.
Let me the big one. Hold on. Hold on. He switches around.
This is Fitzgerald.
It's
kinda
kind of
like-
like normal.
I like that.
It looks normal.
That's
Yeah, but
interesting.
this
That's
was
like a
done by
normal
my
Great
friend
Western
Logan. But
engine.
hang on, there's another character I want to show off.
I mean, to
Actually,
be fair, all Great Western engines
let
look the
me
same.
let me find the other character. So this is the main character of the series that I'm developing. This is Mac.
Ooh,
Mac.
I like
he's
that.
ki-
Kind of austerity influence.
Oh yeah, he's an austerity through and through. So I've been developing this series that I want to turn into like an actual like TV kid show in the
Right.
future. It's called Mac and the Ragtag Railway. I'm not going to go too in depth on it, but basically,
what's the inspiration for the eyes? Like, is it kind of cars inspired?
This was inspired by the Tug's eyes. This is in Tug's eyes. That's what inspired the square Tug's eyes.
Okay.
I guess there is some Cars inspiration to it, but I wanted square eyes on embedded smoke box doors.
Interesting. Yeah, because I know with Tugs they do it to kind of look like the cabin windows, right?
Yeah, but this was done just because it looks cool.
Yeah, just
No,
because
but-
it has a unique spin on it. Yeah, I
I've
get
told
Oh,
Matt,
yeah.
Annie, and Vincent about Ragtag Railway, but Lemmy, since you're here, I'll give you a quick rundown. Mac and the Ragtag Railway is the show about this not really heritage railway in the 70s in England, but it's a full scale it's kind of like a heritage railway, but they have like official passenger services. They service like coal mines and stone
Right.
quarries and like a harbor eventually. It's kind of like Sodor, but a little different.
Yeah, and it's
But
actually
it's-
on the mainland,
It's,
so
it's like a
not-
full scale railway. It's the only like British railway in and of itself, not by BR.
right.
It's not like owned by British Railways. It's its own railway company, but they have connections with BR, which is called the Big Railway. The official railway name is the Camber Grove Railway, but since BR and all the diesels say it's really ragtag, they took that in stride and just call it the Ragtag Railway. There's a bunch of other
That's not-
characters, but Mac is the main character because, number one, easy recognizable red austerity tank engine.
Mhm.
There's
Yeah,
way
no,
more to it, but I'm not going to get into
Yeah,
that.
well, I get the gist though, right? It's a
Yeah.
totally own cast. You can design and kind of personify the characters however you want, and kind of
Yeah,
build
absolutely.
good dynamics and like places. It's fun. Yeah, that's
there's
awesome.
there's so many characters I've developed for this show, but
Mhm.
I will one of them in particular. I'll have to find a picture. Now I'm thinking like all the different characters I have developed. I might name one of them, Shepherd the buffet coach.
That's cool.
Shepard was named after
That's
Shepherd's
cute.
Pie, and
That's a
he's a
cute
buffet
name.
coach. He's also a perfectionist. He wants everything to be perfect for his passengers and his staff.
Is he
and
kind of
everything.
like a concierge with like a mustache and like?
Oh no! He's kind of like what would be a good comparison? He's a nervous wreck. That's all there is to it.
Well, that's so clever because, like, the buffet coach, if they get shaken, then that's really like a big deal.
He's
that's
an
true.
absolute nervous wreck.
Imagine if you walk around your whole life carrying like 10 platters that like and you never get to the table. That's like his life. That's terrible.
That is his life. That's literally Shepard's life. It's hilarious.
That's so perfect. That's so perfect.
Oh no!
God.
Now I'm pulling up the list of characters. I'm not going to go through each and every one, but I am going to pull up a couple.
You keep saying that, but
I know I keep saying that, but it's because Lemmy, I haven't spoken to you in like almost a year.
No, that's true.
And there's just like so much stuff I've had on my mind I wanted to share with you. Let's see here. We'll say the express engine on the Ragtag Railway. Her name is Moonlight. She is a rebuilt merchant navy in
That is
BR
a cool
Express
name.
Blue.
Express engine.
She's a very calm and collected character. She's very quiet too.
That's cool to have kind of a gentle giant as kind of the figurehead instead of like a boisterous,
like a Gordon type.
Domineering. Yeah, exactly. I was trying not to name any names, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a Big Bill. He is a
sparkle
BR
lift.
Green 9F.
Go on.
He's younger. He's the youngest steam engine out of the engines on Ragtag, and he's not like posh like Gordon is. He just gets full of himself because he's young, and he also never backs down from a challenge or a bet.
Right.
Which is an interesting.
So you like Marty
Lemmy!
and Back to the Future?
It's Lemmy Car.
Oh, really?
It is the master of the lemons.
Oh, you got the talking one too.
Look how big the talking one is.
we were talking about the talking ones earlier.
We had a whole conversation about how big the talking one is.
Vincent, make your screen big so we can see him in all his glory.
Do I remember what he says?
Oh,
I think he's like one of them is like, "Give it up, big missile."
And I remember that. No,
yeah,
because
there's
It's a great line for a
this
talking
is the
toy.
only one that I actually like have with the monocle still, because the monocle came off the other one.
Yeah.
So I just have this big one.
Oh my god! Do I still have all my car stuff over here? I'm not. I'm gonna promise myself not to break it out. I don't want to steal your stream, but it's.
What's the dog doing?
Lemmy Cars.
I'm just almost done. I need to unbox some ones from the new series.
Mm.
So
Yeah, I think I've bought stuff very sparingly the last few years.
Yeah.
The last time I really collected big time was like 2017, which is a long time ago now.
Same thing here, which is why when I got back into collecting, I just bought like a bunch this year because I had stopped collecting. I stopped collecting in 2017 and I just didn't have a bunch since then, so I just went back and tried to get a bunch, and so I spent a lot of money this year collecting stuff, but it was very fun. Let's see what else is happening. People just keep putting stuff in my phone, and I'm just
Lemmy and John, this is what we've been giggling at while you guys have been talking.
yeah, I kind of figured. I kind of kept looking over to the side and saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, Lemmy, I have a Cars related question for you.
Yeah.
Do you have the Lights and Sounds Cars 2 Ramone, like the diecast one?
I don't know why this is
Lights and
going on
Sounds.
about this.
I
Like
didn't
the
even know
talking one. Like the
I didn't
talking
even know
one.
there was such a thing. Hold on.
It's
Lights-
real. We had this discussion hours ago. It's real, but it's super hard to find. There's one on eBay, but it comes with Mater and it's $130.
I don't know why.
Oh, I don't have this, but I think I saw it in stores.
Okay.
Yeah. Nah, I don't have it.
I see. Better.
Pretty cool.
Oh my god.
Everyone is.
I feel like a memory is stirring. I feel like I probably put this on my Christmas list at some point. But
That's
didn't get it.
fascinating.
Yeah.
The only reason I know about the talking Ramone is because I saw a video from a British dude about it in my
I have
Cars
Lights and
kick-
Sounds Francesco.
in my-
He's ugly.
in my Cars 2 kick from 2012. I remember seeing a video about it and being really intrigued by it, but then I
Right.
never saw it in store, so it was like, what can you do?
Right.
Well,
Yeah, there's a short list of cars I desperately want. Leland Turbo is probably at the top of that list.
Same.
It's kind of shameful that I don't have the first character that appears in my
I
favorite.
want him so bad.
No.
He's so...
Yeah.
I'm still looking for extra crispy Rod Redline, but that's just me.
No, I'm actually going to try to like do a kind of like series where like not like a series, but like a not maybe on my channel, but maybe on a different channel. But I want to talk about the Cars 2 diecast line because I'm not an expert in this stuff. So many other people are better at like knowing about the Cars 1 and the Cars 3 stuff and all this whole wraparound.
It's more. I mean, I
but
think
I know Cars 2, so it's
right.
like
I can't wait for Vincent's second channel, Vincenco Bernoulli, whatever his name is.
What a combination!
Ciao, Sekafets.
But I think as long as you had interesting things to say, honestly, it doesn't matter how much expertise you have. It's just a matter of kind of displaying your passion to people.
Yeah.
Just like, oh wow, he really likes this stuff. That makes me want to like it too. Like that's what we all do, you know.
Yeah. Because I want to do it is I want to kind of do it in a way where it's kind of like for I'm going to use this term again that I've been using all weekend for some reason. I just keep saying for the layman. So I'm just like that.
Okay.
But like, you know what I mean? Like what I want to do is if I talk about like the diecast line, like the Cars 2 diecast line, I want to talk about it in the case of like, let me break down each scene and like, look, they made that car. Look, they made that car. Crazy. You know what I mean?
That's what I always tell people, right? When they're asking like because I mention random cars that I have, and then like Roman always asks me this. He's like, you know, wait, they made that? And I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
Roman, they made everything.
That's what I want to do. I want to do it from that perspective of being like, look, they made this. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Pretty crazy. I mean, they really milked it for everything it was worth.
Yes.
It's just insane.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I feel that was me this summer when Vincent was starting to tell me about all the cars.
Yeah.
I was like, they made
insane,
that?
isn't it? It's
it
just
really is.
Like literally like the sumo wrestlers in Cars 2. Not only did they make those, they made those like right off the bat.
That was like the first ones they made. Some of the first ones, yeah.
Just amazing.
Yeah. No,
and then there's like the taco truck mater that's like super hard to find for some reason.
No, they did make him. That's true.
Someday we'll find him.
I really like, I mean, going back to my whole thing here, but like I love that they made the Gong Pity. That makes me so happy.
Yeah, I've got that guy.
It's so cool. I just got that this year, so that's why it's out. So
it's amazing.
That's pretty crazy. And I'm sure he cost every bit as much as like an oversized diecast. Like,
no, yeah, exactly.
Get wide mouth Miles.
Get wide. Yeah, John got me this.
Yeah, I found that at a Target for Vincent out of his list of stuff that he was looking for. I got him a wide mouth Miles Axelrod.
That guy, yeah. What did he come with?
Yeah, he came
a
with
microphone.
Or is he just on his own?
He's with the microphone.
That's right. Yeah. See, like that. Those are some of the coolest, but also some of the cheapest like die casts. Is the ones where they just give it specific expression and nothing else.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's also so it's kind of compelling though. It's like, oh wow, they've actually got like I don't know. They made a Lightning McQueen that was just like determined.
I actually like that one a lot. That's a good one.
Yeah, I like him too, but I don't know if I could call him determined. He's more like he's just really like, he's like
that one emoji.
Yeah.
So this is my favorite variant like that.
Whoa.
It's just so
that
funny.
is a mouth if I've ever seen one.
Palace Danger Finn Missile. It's also funny because this is the one that they actually made in Thailand. Like, I don't think that they've released like the regular.
Yeah, I always wanted that one. There is like, let's see, this is one of my favorites. Where is it?
Lemmy's just gone to the back rooms.
Yeah.
The car's back rooms.
Oh, there he is. This is one of my favorites. Is this.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's
Like
awesome.
they even changed his face. Look at him. He's just so tired.
That's definitely one that that would be a fun one to get.
That's hilarious. That is
I love
that
Zundap
hilarious.
at
seems
the
like the
end.
kind of thing
Like-
that would be broken immediately by a child.
Yeah, honestly, this is Thumper's treads right here, everybody. That's not
Yeah.
that's not surviving a day.
Oh man.
Thumper's treads. That's so good.
Yeah. What's a pity is that this is my like probably my best condition Finn McMissile, and it's the unibody too, which I just love. Like it's all totally solid, but I don't want to separate him from this. It's not hard. I've done it before, but it feels wrong to keep them separate. So
Yeah, because
I'm in like limbo.
You feel like you'd almost lose track of the string thing. It would
so
not
I just
deserve it
you
right.
know. But it's pretty great.
Yeah,
Birds of a feather stick together.
very nice.
Cars toys are just so cool. Like they're like genuinely so cool.
Yeah.
Winston, when are you
Not a
going to take
big
a picture of all of your cars together?
So the thing with that is let's see. So I took a picture of all my cars together for the first Cars live stream that I did in May.
Mhm.
Those photos are out there, but since then I've gotten like 100 cars. So
Exactly.
I'm going to try to take a picture in like the next couple days or so.
Let's
because I just got
go.
a couple, and I think it would be really cool because I mean, like all these are like ones that I basically bought or didn't like. These are like all ones that that's this year speaking right here. So it's like it's a lot of cars, and
Right.
Well, what I'd like to do actually is I'd like to. This is like very specifically me, and I'll probably start work on this after the stream. Is I wanted to do something where it's like not only do I take a photo of them all together, but I want to take a photo of like each collection like by movie. So it's like here are all the Cars 1 ones I have, and here's all the Cars 2.
If you do that with the first one, you definitely have to line them up in the poster, and then whatever.
Yes.
Just put it in the back.
Yeah. The
I can't wait for all the Boko Files pictures.
Boko Files pictures. Yes.
Oh,
Say
man.
Boko, that's
And
me.
And Vincent, that just makes me think back to like October 2020 when you first took a picture of your Cars collection, and I thought it was huge then.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
oh my lord.
Well, that was
It has
the thing with those
expanded.
pictures is that they were pretty big, but it was like they weren't even all together because I took one set and then I found a bunch more. Remember, because this was in 2020, I was cleaning my room, and then I found another picture, and both of those pictures on their own look very big, or like not very big. They look very like medium size.
Oh
And it's
yeah.
like when you
Oh,
put them
yeah.
together in the stream, it was like, oh, there's so many cars. And for me, it was like, well, I was at my peak of collecting from like 2011 to like 2016 or whatever. It was like for me, it's like the cars that I get like still online or like on eBay or whatever. That's what I'm like. My main focus. I'm done like with the Cars 3 stuff for now because it's like I didn't collect Cars 3, so I spent like some money and I was like, let's get some Cars 3 ones that I don't have. And I'm basically like, I don't really need any other Cars 3 ones. Like, there's maybe one or two other Cars 3 ones I want, like Primer McQueen. I want.
Right.
Yes.
It's cool.
I
This is
feel like the vast majority of what I wanted from Cars 3, I got like when it came out, and then there's a little cleanup, but that's about it.
No, that's
Whereas,
exactly that's exactly like what ended up happening with this year. Is it's like this year was just like cleanup, and it's like I don't really need any more Cars 3 ones. You know what I mean? Like a couple ones, but then like Cars 2, it's like, oh, I was so entrenched with collecting that stuff that then it's like there's still stuff that compels me. And I'm like, oh, I gotta find it, because for me it's like I love the way that they divided them into like mini collections with like the themes. And for me, it's like I almost have every car from 2013 and almost every car from 2014, and I'm like, oh, I kind of want those because those are like some of my favorite years.
Right.
Like most when I was like a kid, right?
You say it like it's a fine wine. You're like, oh, those are some good years right there.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's like, you know, it's debatable. Everything is debatable, but it's like for me, it's like 2013. That was when I was collecting, and it's when they integrated both the Cars 2 and the Cars 1 diecast together, and they started making new Cars 1 diecasts again.
Right.
It's like
that was definitely a good era for sure.
That's a good era. I love that era. And it's like some ones I was like, okay, it's going to be really hard to get this one because they're expensive. But then I'd find like good deals or whatever. Like when I was at college, and I'd be like, okay, here's Dracula Mater. I always wanted, right?
That guy. Yeah.
And so here he is, and he's like, oh, you know. So you know what I mean? It's like it's.
There's some cars they still haven't made that I really wish they would. I don't know if this has changed, but like the the black versions of all the lemons, like the bodyguards.
Yeah.
Like for Gremlins, Mixers, and Trunkovs.
They
They did do the Trunkov.
They made a black Trunkov, but I think that's they obviously it's just the black Trunkov, and I think Alexander Hugo.
Yeah, but he's got a party hat, so it's like
it's
kind of dumb, you know.
Oh my god,
He's
I've been
cute,
wanting.
I
Genuinely, I've been.
my only problem with the Hugos is just they're way too oversized.
I know that's
They
what
are.
I'm thinking, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's like they should be the same size as the Trunkovs, and it bugs me that they're not. So it doesn't even really count to me. Like, but it would be cool to get all.
I love Alexander Hugo. He's one of my favorite background characters.
He's so
Yeah.
cute with his party
I
hat.
would love-
He's so
Yeah,
cute.
admittedly.
Background character.
I would love to have Alexander Hugo with a party hat. That was one of the new ones that came out during my Cars 2 kick in 2012.
Right.
I never got it though because I could never find it, but that was one of the ones I saw in like Blue Collections
The
videos.
only reason
Being like, wow, I want that.
the only
Oh,
reason
yeah,
I have
forgot
that is
about Blue Collection.
the only reason I have those is because of like the Kmart Cars days where they
Yeah, no,
you could
same.
get
That's
them at Cars
right.
Days,
I,
you could
I
get them.
forgot about those.
Yeah.
Those were lit.
The only reason I never liked the Hugos. They always felt out of place with me. I talked with Vincent about this before. I'm still I think just it's partially because you look at this Victor Hugo model and it just does not look like him. It's not that good.
Yeah, he's got these tiny little.
It's fine, but it's like Hit and Run did this way better. Hit and Run are basically Hugos. Yeah.
I
There's
think it's basically just that the eyes are too small and that the overall proportions he's just too big compared to other cars. Honestly, that would probably scale all right with the Disney Store cars, but then he'd still be too.
Wow, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to see them next to each other, but
I'm just obsessed with all the variations on them too, because this is kind of
that
a
is
trunk
cool.
Yeah.
The three
I love that.
colors.
He's got a really cool texture too. He's kind of that. It's not like that glossy feeling. It's kind of dusty. It's kind of chalky. It's cool.
Oh, that's
No,
cool.
I just love
Gritty.
I just love the aesthetic of the lemons too, and I like dirty cars, right? All the ones from France, I love.
Dirty trucks from dirty sidings.
Yeah.
This model is pretty good. This is also the one I got in the summer. It was a while ago.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, from the black market kind of. In Paris.
No, because I got my Finn McMissile. The first Finn McMissile I got was in the 2-pack with Tombe, and I was like, "Oh, Tombe!" I made Tombe's role way bigger than it actually was in the movie.
Right.
Because you're a kid, and you make that.
Tombe.
It was as a kid, I always called him Tumber. And then even though Finn calls him Tumbe, I thought he was saying Tumby. That was his affectionate name for him.
Yeah.
Instead of Tumber, he's calling him Tumby because he's his buddy. But it's his name's Tumbe. And I'll never be able to process that.
It's weird.
It took a long time to start saying instead of Petrov Trunkov, I always said Petrov.
Petrov.
Yeah. And then I was
Petrov.
Well, I mean, they never say it in the movie, so it's
no, he doesn't even appear.
Well, no, because I've been thinking about him so much, and the fact that he's just basically a cut.
Yeah, it's weird. He was in Grem's role.
Yeah,
in, the whole movie.
He's in Grem's role, but he's also in Acer's. It's confusing. They switch it around. It's weird.
I have no idea why they changed that. Was it possibly because they didn't want to be offensive to whatever country he's from, and so they're okay, both American cars. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I remember seeing a behind the scenes thing where very late in the process, they had all the lines recorded and they had Zundap saying, a blast of radiation.
Yes,
and they changed that to electromagnetic pulse because they didn't want to upset people in Japan, which is such a specific thing to think about, but they changed that very late in production. So I feel changing, Petrov's role is probably something like that. But the merch was already made. He was probably, he was to the same level as all the other characters. He clearly had a render, and then he just got scrubbed from the whole movie.
Well, what I think is so whack is that it's he was made in so many different merch forms, Lego, Geotracks, all this stuff. And it's also when you think about the names, Joe Mantegna is not a small name actress. It's my big question is almost, I wonder if he was like a third. Like there was another third and he was cut. You know what I mean? Like maybe they like switched around. Like, okay, Graham and Petrov did one mission, then Acer and Petrov did another. Because it's always
and then they thought Graham and Acer had better chemistry, so they I don't know though, because you got that scene in the bathroom where Mater's like, a gremlin and a pacer. It's like it seems like setting them up very strongly, where it's like
true, yeah.
He intentionally chose those two cars. The whole thing's just kind of weird. It's like,
well, the whole thing is weird also because it's like it's a trunk off, and that's a very like made up car name. It's not like the actual car.
It's weird because they're very clearly based on like the Zapperzets, you know, whatever it is, SAS. Like I don't even know what any of that means, but I know it's a real car and I know it looks just like it. So it's like I guess they couldn't get the name, you know.
Yeah, I guess
there
so.
he is.
Yeah,
well, they didn't want to like associate it with like, you know, the fact that it's a lemon, right? You know,
he looks so depressed. Like
really
that's
does.
not what he looks like in the promo art.
No, he's like grinning. He's dubious.
Yeah,
he's devious.
And then it's like in this one, he's just like, I've realized that I'm not going to be in the movie.
I know.
Quite upset.
No, because
Literally.
I mean, if I were to make like here's the thing, I have ideas for possibly like maybe a Cars series, but the thing is like I probably wouldn't focus on Cars 2 because it's such, you know, it's a good movie. I love it, but it's so far away from the rest of the Cars.
Yeah. Well,
so
that's the thing. Like a lot of the I think the main reason people don't like Cars 2 is just because it's such a departure from Cars 1.
Yeah.
And the thing is, that's exactly why I love it, because I just straight up, I like spies and espionage way more than I like sports movies.
Yeah.
And Cars 2 is a spy movie. It's not a sports movie. The other I mean, I never watch movies about football or baseball or whatever. I'm sure they're good movies. I have no interest though. Like, so that's kind of what Cars 1 and 3 are. And 2 is like espionage and like the black market.
Yeah, it's fun.
Gangsters.
There's like a conspiracy plot,
assassination plots.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that
literal death on screen.
Yeah, honestly,
twice.
a few times.
No,
It's
not twice. That's so many times.
I mean,
okay, my bad. 3 times.
Okay, so Finn squishes that guy in the elevator.
Yeah,
that happens, and then somehow moves both of them up to the roof.
And he crunches the other. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. And then there's all the cars killed on the spiral. However many that is.
There's so many that are killed on the spiral.
There's one that gets thrown off the edge and then explodes in the ocean. There's Leland, you know, that happens. Rod, you know, a lot of characters.
Oh, speaking of which, Lemmy, a friend of mine posted this in a group. Because a friend of mine posted this picture in a group chat.
Yeah,
this thumbnail. It was Marie in the chat.
Yeah,
very funny. One of your best videos, to be honest.
I've never seen that video, but I recognize the art style instantly.
I love
like that's Lemmy.
Yeah.
They should have made Keith Gremlin.
He is called like that's what people call him. In my head, that is Keith.
I called him Keith Gremlin since I was like a little kid.
Yeah.
I was like, that's Keith Gremlin.
That caught on. That's like the red engine being Eagle. You know, it's like sure we can change it, but everybody knows who I'm talking about when I say Eagle.
I don't. I genuinely don't.
Yeah,
you know,
now refer to us
in the three railway engines, the one that tries to push Henry out of the.
Oh no, not Eagle. I'm talking about Keith Gremlin.
Oh,
you don't know Keith Gremlin?
No, I don't.
He's the green one who slips on the oil slick.
And he dies.
Oh,
he falls
him!
off,
Oh my God! Yeah, I know him. Anyway,
I used to jump into the pool. I used to jump into the pool and flip around in air, so I would land on the water on my back, and I would call it the Keith Gremlin because I used to recognize that so strongly. So
that's so good.
In the pool like that, I would do that because I'd be like, "Oh, that's the Keith Gremlin."
You wanted all your wheels and your bumper to come off?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to completely like fall apart. I wanted my bones to splinter. In real time,
I'd say it's such a vulgar way to defeat your enemies is to just like shit all over the ground and then have them slip on it and
right.
Going, like,
just fall off and then just
what the hell?
Die because of water pressure. It's crazy.
It's just look. At least it comes out of like his tail lights. Like I feel like they did a lot of work to like not make it look like he was shitting himself because Mater then does that later in the movie.
Yeah.
So like it has to be that Finn's not doing that because that wouldn't be cool. He's not James Bond anymore. He's just incontinent, so it wouldn't work. So,
well, how
that's
Mater
my
is
hot take.
framed to do, we should say. No, Miles was incontinent.
Miles,
he was honestly.
Miles is not body trained. No, because one of my favorite die casts that they made, I don't have it on hand, but it's the little pitties with the brush that's like sweeping up the oil spill. So funny.
What a sly move that Miles pissed himself and then blamed Mater, and Mater was like, I love how, here's the thing about Cars 2. A lot of movies, you know, like I don't believe that certain characters would do certain things. Like you have like the climactic moment in the movie, right? Where it's like there's a misunderstanding and the main characters are fighting and they like don't understand each other. And you're just screaming at them to just explain the situation, right? Yeah. And in so many movies, they just don't, just for the sake of the plot. In this movie, Mater chases Lightning down and is like, McQueen, they're gonna kill you! And he physically stops. I'm like, yeah, that's cathartic. That is what you should do if your friend's about to be blown up, you know?
Yeah. Especially after all the misunderstandings they had before. Yeah. Like, finally, that whole scene is so beautiful because McQueen is like, Mater, I have to talk to you, Mater. I'm so sorry.
It's so
and Mater's
sweet,
like, McQueen.
Right? Like, they have such a real friendship. It's so touching the whole time. And it's like, Lightning gets mad because he lost the race and he's very competitive. Like, I get it, right? And so he's quite sympathetic. Like, I mean, he made the wrong move by yelling at Mater, but also Mater messed up big time as his crew chief, you know? So, like, there is a real problem there. But even then, it's like, Lightning gets over it immediately when he realizes that Mater's left. He doesn't even know that Mater didn't make it home. All he knows is Mater's sad. That's all that matters. He has no idea that he's lost or in espionage. All he knows is Mater went home and is sad and I feel terrible. That's my priority now. And it's like, he's such a good person. They're both good people, you know. I love it. So yeah, I mean,
it's summed up so well.
No, go ahead.
It's summed up so well. When Mater's like, McQueen, you have to let me go, and McQueen's like, I'm never letting you go. I think that this sums up so well.
I love that. It's so sweet. It's a misunderstanding in the other direction now. It's like a positive misunderstanding, you know? It's such a good reversal. Yeah. And I love that Lightning goes like with Mater to like to confront the Queen and tell her
that
like
whole scene is so good. And it's so good because McQueen is so fully supportive of Mater. He realizes that.
Yeah.
And he corrects himself pretty quickly, you know.
He does. Cool. You know, he's very sympathetic, and the movie's like crazy, but I'm okay with a movie being crazy if it has heart, right? Like that overrides.
To me, I mean, I've said this before, and I probably will say this in like maybe a video essay or something like that. But to me, it's like I feel like Cars 2, it's so different from the other two movies, but I think it still carries a bit of the same themes and the idea there of to not overlook the rusty car, to not overlook the small town, to be able to appreciate that and realize that, because that is what ends up solving the mystery.
Yeah, exactly.
And to me, that's what racing becomes for McQueen as well, because racing becomes that sensation of camaraderie. Right. And the first movie, it's very competitive. Exactly. And then by the time you get to the the end of the first movie, there's a camaraderie to it because he has his friends. He has meaning behind what racing is to him now. Right. And then by Cars 2, he's much more like established in that. And then like Cars 3, he's racing with his friends, right? He's made friends with the other racers. He's not competing anymore. So it's whenever racing becomes a competition, there's always
when things go downhill. Yeah, you're right.
That's when, because Francesco is one of the first times that McQueen really feels threatened again.
Right.
And that causes his relationship. That causes his relationship with Mater to deteriorate. You know what I mean? Because he's so focused on that. And the same thing is true when the next gens come in, because they're not friends with him. They're treating it
then he's overlooking Cruz because he's busy with trying to beat them, right? And so
exactly.
That's when he becomes a jerk, right? And So it's just, there is a clear through line. I gotta say though, I'm so glad Cars 2 exists, even for the sake of the other two movies. Because here's the thing. Like, people don't like it, but if it wasn't there, I think they'd miss it. because then basically it's Lightning becomes a race car and then Lightning retires. There's no middle. You don't get to actually see his career. You just get to see the beginning and end of it. And Cars 2 is cool because he's at his peak. He's internationally racing. You get to see some of his other kind of rivals, like beyond Chick Hicks, who's like 40 years older than him. You get to see like somebody who's on his level. You see Francesco, you see Jeff Gordon, you see like those characters that are like on his level. Like he can compete with, you know,
for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. It's so cool because like they're all neck and neck rather than him kind of being the upstart.
Yeah.
And you know, with that whole crowd of characters, it's so cool that like all Lightning has to do is say, you know what? Yeah, I think I will come to this international race. And then they just arrange it for him. They're like, oh yeah, sure. Like it's not even a conversation. It's just, of course, Lightning McQueen can come. He's one of the biggest racers in the world. Yeah. It's like, it's awesome. Like that he's at that level, right? He's like such a superstar. And eventually he won't be. So seeing this period in like the kind of 2010s, like late 2000s, early 2010s, that's like his peak. That's his time to shine. And we get to see that on full display in Cars 2, which is cool. So I like that a lot. You know, I think it adds something to see he had all these stints. You know, he has this international stint.
Yeah.
If you look at the video games, he has like, you know, he's building his own racetrack and he starts like a racing school and he does like these other things in between.
Exactly.
You know, it's cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it.
Needed.
You know?
It's needed. It's very much needed.
Yeah, you know, there's got to be a middle. He's got to actually like do something with all his knowledge in the first movie. Yeah, where like he's grown.
And I think
now
also
he has to live as a person who's grown.
It's just great because it also shows kind of how when he is racing, he does like he's brought Radiator Springs to the racetrack in spirit, but not really in practice. So when you like look at it, it's kind of like you realize that, oh, maybe he still needs to keep some things in check. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
His growth, he's grown a lot because like he values,
he values
his family and he values racing. And that's why he's so happy like later on, you know, like after he makes it with Mater, but he still has some growing to do because he's still young.
Yeah, no, he is. Yeah. I mean, he's still, you know,
he's a child prodigy almost.
Yeah, no, he kind of is. I mean, he kind of bursts right onto the racing scene. Doesn't have much of a life before that. He's almost kind of raised in the racing scene. So, you know,
literally.
No, I mean, it's
Marie, can you send the "We're gonna kill you" meme with the Ivan image? Because that image is so funny.
That reminds me of something I really love about Cars 1, and I realized this when I rewatched it with Vincent this summer, is that the reason like McQueen is so awkward and earnest, like with Mater, like when he starts to warm up to him, is that Mater really is his first friend. Like this guy does not know how to make friends.
It's true.
In general,
he doesn't know how to make friends.
He like has
only tired, but he doesn't know.
He's only ever been around like adults.
Yeah, it's true. Like
he just like me for real.
Mac is like the closest thing he has, but Mac is to Lightning what Alfred is to Bruce Wayne. It's like not really like your friend. That's like kind of your dad, but not because your dad's not here wherever the hell he is.
It's
that's
like
kind
of
like
employed.
It's like your
he's like that uncle that you don't really talk to that often.
It's genuinely it's like Mac is a chaperone because he takes McQueen wherever, and it's kind of like McQueen doesn't really fully respect him, but he has to go everywhere with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like,
and it's what I love is that like I think Lightning appreciates Mac a lot more after the movie.
Yeah.
Even though no growth has actually happened between them, he probably looks back and he's like, holy shit, this guy's been with me all along. And he's like the only one who's been like looking out for me.
No, because you see how joyful he is when he sees Mac. Like he's genuinely extremely appreciative when he sees Mac again.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a moment where he isn't really joyful because he's being taken away from Radiator Springs. He sees Mac.
It's like, but when Max sees him, it's like Mac's not there for the same reason Harv is calling, right? Mac's there because he's like, oh, good God. Like, I mean, he's under a lot of pressure, right, to get Lightning back for his own career. But
he's also actually worried about him.
Yeah, he's really like, where the hell, were you, So it's like, there's a real relationship there. It's not just business. Whereas like someone like Harv doesn't care about Lightning at all. He's just wants
like, my money making machine is back.
Yeah, no, exactly. and that's what's cool about Mac is he's the only one who's known Lightning since the beginning, and he remains a constant throughout the whole franchise because like he is the one who kind of was first established in his life and the first person who genuinely cared about him. So it's
who was always there too.
Yeah.
Like,
and I think part of McQueen's realization is that he realized he's not invincible, he's not indestructible, and he realizes that like in so much Mac was like the only thing standing between him and like who knows what.
Exactly. No, it's true. I mean, he could have been exploited a lot more. And if he was, he got lucky. Another two people that are really crucial to him are Dusty and Rusty, the Rusty guys.
That's why I think that's why I love what they do in Cars 3, even though
they show them a lot of respect. I feel like it would have been easy to just not even include them and forget about them, but they didn't. They like really treated them with such gravity and
because I think that's what it is, because Cars 3, it's showing the passing of the torch onto something that McQueen is not in racing for anymore.
Right.
He used to be, but he's not. That's not him. So the whole villain, the arc of that movie is kind of the transition from people that care and people who don't really care. And there's that whole, it's what does racing mean? And what racing means for McQueen is something that I don't think he really understands until he starts working with crews.
Right. No, exactly.
Because racing is just like what he was designed for. And so that's all he knows. He wants to win. That's everything he's doing. And so he doesn't really like rusty old cars. That's just his old thing. But I think that's what it is. Like, to me, I just love Dusty and Rusty. And I love the whole Rusty squad. Like, Fred is just fantastic. And it's just the fact that you have this setup of McQueen being sponsored by a bunch of people who look after rusty old cars, and he's just like, oh, I hate rusty old cars, and then his best friend is a rusty old car. It's so great. And I think that's also why I love Mater being the main character in the second movie. And I think it's a complicated thing, but I think it all ties around to
it's cool because like in Cars 1, Lightning learns to accept Mater. But in Cars 2, he learns to be proud of Mater.
Yes.
It's a very different, because in the second movie, he still cares what other people think about him hanging out.
Yes.
He personally has no beef with Mater. He loves him. But other people, he's
still self-conscious.
He's still self-conscious.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, it's cool to see that change, right?
Yeah.
So by the time you get to Cars 3, like, I love that scene in the beginning where Mater shouts out to everybody and he blasts off that old horn. And he's just like, everybody, Lightning's trying to get quiet. Everybody be quiet. And Lightning, instead of being like, oh my God, instead he's just like, he's like smiling and he nods his head like, man, that's Mater. That's not how he would have reacted in Cars 2 at the beginning, right? He would have been embarrassed.
That's such a great point. That's such a great point.
Yeah, there's little things like that I noticed that I love. There's subtle development there,
It's just extraordinary writing. Extraordinarily good writing.
It is. I love it. There's so much like love put into it. There's nothing in there that's really like just kind of, they're just trying to hurry through it. So like they might have made some questionable choices throughout the franchise, but they never made any choices out of laziness. It was always out of being.
No, that's the thing is I feel like it's really easy to especially discount Cars 2 as some kind of not laziness, but it's just kind of like, oh, they just did it. I don't think that's true at all, because like you look at it and it's like, this is a very passion-filled movie. They may have done something completely out of pocket. It might have been kind of weird, but it's like they did this strictly because they wanted to. They wanted to tell this specific story.
And it's like, I mean,
because I love it.
People say it's for the toys. It's like, well, yeah, of course, it's Cars. But beyond that, they could have done a lot of things for the toys. I mean, they could have done something.
You also have to still think about the fact that you look at like the amount of Cars toys that have been produced. The majority are still from the first movie.
Right.
Yeah. Like, you'd think that there would be more cars produced for the second movie because there's so many different locations, but no, there's still been more cars produced for the first movie, which is
and it's like they had to cut out. Like they wanted to have 2 more races. They wanted like what was it? One in like Germany and then one in France. Where was it? Well, it was because in the movie they had Japan, they had Britain,
it was France. There was the endurance race, I think.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, what was it? The movie had Japan, Britain, and which one am I missing?
Japan, Britain, and Italy.
Italy. So those 3 they did in the movie, and then I think Germany and France they were thinking about doing, and they had to cut those. But like they could have made a lot more toys for those places as well, and they didn't end up doing it. So
Yeah. No, I no, yeah. That's the thing, is they really focus on what they could like, how they could make it like cohesive. And you can tell by the time that you get to London anyway that they're just trying to wrap up the plot. Like, they could have stretched that way out. I mean, because everyone's like, okay, Cars 2 should have focused on the racing aspect.
Right.
Ironic, because if you focus on the racing aspect, that's more for the toys than the story.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing, right? Now you can make all 40 racers or whatever, which they definitely would have done. And then package one of them in that tire launcher thing, and one of them with the pit stop, and one of them whatever.
Well, so that's what I think is so strong about specifically the Cars 2 racers, is it's like, I mean, I love the original Cars 1 stock car racers. I actually love the Cars 3 stock car racers as well. I'm not super big on the next gens, but I think they're cool. They're cool.
Yeah.
But I think also just kind of like, what I love about what they did with the World Grand Prix racers is, instead of making just like continuous versions, like more and more racers, more and more sponsors to fill it out like an actual NASCAR race, they only made like 11, right? There's only 10 new World Grand Prix racers.
And they put a lot of thought into them.
And they put a lot of thought into them. Instead of just making continual racers that they can keep selling, they made racers that we can care about. And these racers that we care about, even though there's only 10, because we care about them, because they each have their own kind of personality and countries that we associate them with, we'll buy all the variants of them.
Yeah.
So instead of putting
right?
lots of cars, it's more like, these are cars we care about. You know what I mean?
God, what has happened to Annie? She's vanished.
I don't know.
She said she went to the bathroom.
Okay.
Did she? Okay.
Yeah, she
become
said
an
in the
icon.
private chat.
All right, that makes sense. But yeah. So anyway, I was gonna say, like, take like the Great Race, like the Thomas one, right? Like that. I think would have had a similar vibe about it if they made merch of all the engines rather than just having them there. Because the thing is, you don't get a lot of time to actually know the Cars 2 racers. But there's definitely something there, right? I mean, there's a lot of thought that went into their designs, and it's cool. You have representation from all over the world. You know what the British racer looks like, which is named after Sir Nigel Gresley.
Yes,
which is weird. Like,
that's something I've never understood. Why the man who made Gordon? Why him?
Like, it's strange, but it's also like, I'm sure that was John Lasseter being like, well, he likes trains, right? So he was probably like, okay, well, who's the most important British designer in England? And I guess he decided Sir Nigel Gresley, good pick. But there probably would have been a better idea to choose like Isambard Kingdom Brunel or something.
Imagine if he had done Stanier instead. That would have been whack. Like, how do you change Stanier into a Cars related name? Is my question.
Stanier. I don't know. The weird thing is, how do you take a train-related name and turn it into a car? Like, Gresley's already like a train-associated name. So it's just weird that a car is named after the train guy. And then it raises the question, well, okay, do cars design trains? Because that can't be fair. That seems a little weird, doesn't it?
I feel like it's just the forklifts. The forklifts are at the center of it all. That's my theory, because they have hands. That's my theory.
That's the thing. That's how it would have to work, but I hate that. Like, I don't want that.
I hate it too, but logic is logic.
It is, but I don't think logic applies in the Cars universe. I mean,
it really doesn't.
I haven't seen Unlucky Tug's Cars videos, but one thing he said recently, I saw like a snippet of one of them, and he said like, I think it was, I watched the Cars on the Road video he did, but I didn't watch the full like 3 movies video. And in the Cars on the Road one, he complained about the wine glasses. I have always hated that too. I hate that there's just human scale wine glasses in Cars 2. And it's just like, how would they ever use these? Like, I like the big plastic like jerry cans. Those make sense.
Yeah, because you can like
kind of bump them around and,
oil.
You can bump them around, and you can
like
take
little
a nice
tiny martini glasses,
and they have straws.
Minuscule
so like that, straws are very important in this scenario.
Yeah,
if
extremely.
you don't have straws, then you're just, what are you gonna? You can't.
I have a solution to the wine glasses. I actually have been thinking about this for a while. I have a solution to the wine glasses in particular.
You have been thinking about this for a while?
I have been thinking about this for a while. So So, you guys know how they sell wine in like boxes, and you turn a knob, and it just like just flows out.
Okay.
That, but you attach a straw to it.
Okay. Yeah. See,
That's
but
my
but
solution.
Then, I
Much
don't know.
better.
Box wine is like, I don't know. That doesn't have.
I mean, hey, it's better than nothing.
It is. Well, actually,
They
I don't think
eat
it
the
is.
cup.
I think nothing would be preferable. I think it should
I
be,
guess
frankly.
They eat the cup.
They
they eat the box.
Yeah.
They just consume the whole.
No, I just
Whole
love
thing,
that.
like, hey,
I love that
extra
Guido has a
fiber, I
little
guess.
He has like a little shaker, martini shaker, and he splits it open. and
Yeah. You
that's
know,
happening there.
because I work at the Home Depot, I drive forklifts on a daily basis. So
Oh my
it's
gosh.
made-
It's certified. No way.
Forklift
Yeah.
certified. Hell yeah.
it's made me more disturbed by just how they're treated in the Cars universe. Because like they've just got these two little things, right? Like this guy with his guitar, like
Look how
why-
contorted.
Okay, look. So if there were guitars in the Cars universe, right? Why would they be shaped like that? Like that's such an organic
No,
shape. That's
see,
like
this
for
is-
us.
This is what I like is they actually made one that kind of makes sense, which I don't have out right now, but it's the one with the slide guitar. Like,
Yeah.
that makes sense because you would
And it's like
actually
a lap guitar.
yeah, it's
'cause
a
you can
lap
put it on a
bar. It's
surface.
on a table.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like there's some things they did really wrong in Cars 2, and there's some things they did really right. Like I like how Holly Shiftwell's like keyboard works. She's got
Yes.
these plates that slide out,
Yes.
and it's cool. You can even see it's molded into the bottom of her die cast. She's got these like little circles on the
Yeah.
bottom that like drop out and slide, and then you just put your like
Your
wheels in there.
wheels on you can turn
Yeah.
off the mouse, right? That's
Like
the track.
yeah. Guns work really well, especially Rod Torque Redline and Holly's, where they both have it slides out of like the rim. That's a great idea. Like that feels very natural. But then there's other things that are just like that's just a human accessory. Why is it
Oh
just
yeah.
straight up human? You know. So
Oh, yeah,
I just kind of
100%.
ignore those.
This is a funny comment.
This is good.
That's why there is so much country music on the Cars soundtrack. They can only play pedal steels.
And they gotta work with what they got, eh?
Yeah, you gotta be creative.
Where do you want this heavy metal, mate?
My God. Taj you're something else, Taj.
Taj is something else.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I have not seen. I've seen. It's funny because I have the reverse. I've seen Unlucky Tug's Large Cars 3 movies video, and that was part of the reason I got back into Cars. Not because of his video,
Right.
but because I knew his video was coming out, and
Right.
I looked at Cars myself. I was kind of nervous. I was like, "Oh no, what's he gonna say about it?" Because
Right.
what is whatever. But like, I haven't seen the Cars on the Road video yet, so I'm like the reverse of you.
Yeah.
I
I honestly I didn't watch I don't even need to watch his video to know that he shat all over Cars 2 and loved the first one and thought the third one was pretty good. I'm sure that was his take.
Yeah,
right?
I mean that's
really. I mean, you're kind of right. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like I just knew it was gonna piss me off. So I didn't-
right. Right. Well, you
like,
know what also pissed me off is there's this one shot that he shows at the beginning, and he says that he sold them, but he had like every World of Cars, like the 2008 boxes. He had them
Wow.
all in box. It was insane. I was like, I did not know this about you.
yeah.
Oh my
It's like
god.
you're-
I mean, I'm not surprised. He seems like a guy that would like Cars.
Yeah.
But
Cars
yeah.
3 is his favorite.
That is true. That is.
Oh,
he
wow.
said that. He said Cars 3 is his favorite.
Okay, that's a
I'm-
bold statement.
I'm in a weird position right now where I've just kind of been enveloped by Cars. And I feel like if I were to rank them based on how good I think they are as a movie, I would rank them in order. Cars 1, Cars 2, and Cars 3. But personally, like for me right now, in terms of like which one I like the most or like which one I think is really good or better, whatever, they're kind of all on kind of an equal footing for me.
Here's
Like,
the thing.
I
I
think from
think
nostalgia, I like Cars 2 the best. That's where I come from. That's
So,
my style. But it's like overall, I'm like, I like them all. Like they're good.
I
you know?
think the way I'd rank them, Cars 2's I love all of them. Cars 2's
Yeah.
definitely my favorite. Every
Mhm.
time I watch it, I think I'm probably gonna grow out of this, and then I watch it, and it's it's just my favorite movie. It just resonates with me.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Exactly,
just like,
I thought I'd go back to it and it wouldn't be as good. But no, I was like, this is better than I thought.
Every single thing that happens in the movie is just satisfying to me. It just
Mm-hmm.
feels right. It's just a story that pays off over and over again.
It's such a
It's so tight.
narrative.
Yeah,
It's so
it is
the structure is magnificent.
So tight.
Yeah, you know, and that's a big thing for me with movies. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't care how
exactly.
many
Me too.
great scenes are in something. If it's not tied together well,
Yes.
then I'm kind of, I can't say it's a good movie. It's like there's good scenes,
Yeah.
in it, but that doesn't mean it's a good movie.
Yeah.
That being said, all three movies are great and have great structure.
Yeah.
And so it's Cars 2. I think Cars 1's my second favorite, and
Mhm.
Cars 3 is close behind that, but it's still Cars 1 is my second favorite. But in terms of which movies are best, I think I'd reverse it. I think Cars 3 might be the best movie, like, on its own. It's got a slightly more impactful story. Like, the first movie, the story's a little bit played out. It's like this guy, like, you know, he ends up in a small town and understands the little things and how to appreciate them. And it's like, I mean, it's not like that revolutionary of a story. It doesn't really surprise you. Cars 3 surprises you, you know, and it has more weight to it. And, you know, it's just in general really, really well made. So I think in terms of what's the best movie structurally and in terms of the payoffs, it's probably Cars 3, Cars 1 after that, and Cars 2 after that. Because Cars 2 is like a fun. Like,
I still think Cars 2 is tight. Like, as a movie, I think it's still tight. But I think the problem is, I think the only problem with that is that it's not as, the themes it does are really good and really well threaded, but it's not as profound as
well, here's the thing. It is the themes, right?
Yeah.
Because Cars 2, there's no reason that like 3 of these concepts have anything to do with each other. Like spies and cars and espionage, it's all so like they tie it together, but there's nothing inherently tying it together. The concept is flawed. As like, if you're like judging it like any other movie, it's like, it's weird you would try to tie
with like Cars. All the Cars movies, the inherent concept is in itself. Cars 1 makes more sense though because it's racing. It's
different. Well, that's the thing. I think that it makes sense.
That's the sport that they would do.
It's very. Here's the thing. It all boils down to how quickly you can describe it. Cars 1 is imagine if race cars could talk. Very simple. That's what that movie is essentially. Cars 2 is imagine if cars could talk and were spies also, and then one of the cars gets tied up in the spy operation. And then the race car.
Yeah, it's
convoluted. Now it's great. It makes sense. Watching it through, I'm never lost. But it just isn't as satisfying as a premise.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me it is. But like that's because
need the first movie for it. You need the first movie for the premise to make sense.
Yeah, you do. Or at least you need the first movie to understand why this matters. You're kind of like, why isn't this just a movie about spy cars? Like, why is Lightning? Who's this Lightning and Mater character? Why is there a race involved at all? If you wanted to do a spy movie, it should just be Finn McMissile trying to track Professor Z down and just call the thing Spy Cars. That's how you do it. If it didn't come after.
But then I think But then it's like, sorry, I hate to be that guy, but it's like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's very much specifically like tied together. It doesn't need to be connected. It really doesn't. But I feel like it's so much stronger because of the fact that it's Mater. And you could do it with another car that's not Mater, and it'd be fine. But like,
well, I mean, more like
McMissile is inherently a flawed like character. So if you wanted to go with a flawed protagonist route with him instead of McQueen, you definitely could. You could make that interesting. But it's also kind of like Mater is like not really protagonist material, but he has something that it's like it.
Well, the audience can relate to him.
It's also Finn overlooking Mater in the same way McQueen overlooked Mater.
Yeah,
that same.
No, I mean, that's why I love it. But I also think I just can't imagine it ever like being seen as like a great film the way like a Spielberg movie is. As long as it has this convoluted premise is kind of what I mean. Because that's
it's not like E.T. It's just like, this is just a spy movie. It's not like the great, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but also like you can make a really great spy movie. I've not really seen any of the other James Bond movies, but I assume some of them are utter classics, and that's because it's very clear what they're about. They're about a man who's a spy,
Yeah.
That's it. That's a very And Cars 2 is just very convoluted because it combines the racing world and the spy world, and there's no reason Cars should Cars kind of connect to spies in that Cars are a big part of like the James Bond movies. Finn's obviously based off of like a DB5 or DB9 or whatever he is. You know, so it's like it's that sort of thing. But it's a hard thing to pitch. Whereas like Cars 3, Cars 1, those have such a coherent theming to them. They're so clearly like it makes sense. But that being said, here's the thing. I feel like I shouldn't like Cars 2. I feel like if I heard the concept pitched to me, I'd be like, that's weird, right? That's like, why are you combining these things? But when I watched it, and still when I watch it, I adore it. So I don't know. It's like that's kind of why I only talk in terms of what I like and not in terms of what I think is good generally. Because what's good generally is all theory, right? It's kind of like, well, I think in theory this is a great concept for a movie, rather than you know, what do I actually think? How does it impact me? And Cars 2 is by far the best when I watch it and the way I'm satisfied by it. And so, you know, it works, you know.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I mean, again, it's, you know, it's all subjective. If we're trying to find an objective answer, that's the subjective part.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean?
The thing, right? So there's really no such thing as an objectively good movie. Yeah. And I do get what people mean when they say like, oh, I think this movie's objectively good. And it's more just kind of taking an average. It's like most people are going to be satisfied with this movie, and it's also somewhat daring, but it's not daring enough that it alienates people. That's basically like what it means for a movie to be objectively good. But doesn't really matter all that much to me anyway, because I just watch the things I like, and it's like Cars 2 is my favorite. So, you know, that's a fact of nature. I have no control over that. It's just the world, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I really think that there's like, I think especially it's kind of like a bit of a game to try to tie the three together, because I mean, like Cars 1 and Cars 3 obviously tie together, but then Cars 2, it's like you have to maybe dig a little deeper, and maybe you're pulling stuff out of your ass at that point, but it's still entertaining. You know what I mean?
The thing is, like, they're all part of the same timeline, but there's no reason that the second movie had to be about spies. Like that was never something you could predict. That only happened because the director liked that idea.
Yes.
And that's a good reason to do it still, right? But it's just kind of like a crazy turn where it's just like, it's not the natural route you'd take, but I'm still glad it exists, right? So it's, you know, and it might have even, I don't know. I mean, it's like, yeah. I think people would be less hard on Cars as a franchise if it wasn't Pixar, to be honest. It's probably true. Like, Pixar is held to such a high standard.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, is like, you look at like the original Cars, I think it still holds true as a very good Pixar movie, but people have just started thinking about it in such a weird terminology that they're not really thinking about it in the same realm. And it's like you're right, like this would be another studio's, like, I mean, this would be a great franchise.
Yeah.
It still is. Like, let's not pretend that it isn't a really good Pixar franchise, but it's like, it's just done so much good.
If it was made by a movie that just exclusively does kids movies that are branded that way,
that
sometimes are breakout successes, then like the thing is, Pixar's looked at like cinema. It's not looked at like just fun movies or specials. Like, it's cinema. And that really changes the way that people look at it, where it's like they hold it to a high standard, and they're looking at it as a film. And it's like Cars 2 is just sloppy fun. Like, that's what it is. And it's like that. You don't really see a lot of cinema that's like that. It doesn't have much that's deeper to say. It's kind of basic things about friendship and how it should work. It's not like peeling back.
I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of like action movies that come out that are kind of similarly like superficial, but it's different when it's from Pixar, because Pixar is known for looking deeper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, you know?
Yeah. It's interesting.
Pixar cannot be bad, and then Good Dinosaur happens, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah, that was pretty dull. I wasn't a fan of that one.
I haven't even watched it, but I've heard it's not that great. So
Yeah,
I
I didn't really watch it either, but it's like
it wasn't bad. It was just not that great, and it had a weird message at the end. It felt it was kind of a weird. It was weird. Like
Interesting.
I don't want to spoil the good dinosaur for anybody. Like,
why would that be a spoilers for the good dinosaur here?
Who cares about spoiling the good dinosaur?
I mean, I'm just saying, is everyone okay with me spoiling the good dinosaur for everyone?
Both Pixar and Thomas and Friends released 2 movies in 2015, which is so interesting to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was about to say the first one of both of them was better, but I've come to mature and realize Lost Treasure is better than The Adventure Begins.
Well, here's the thing: you can't compare them.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah, you can't.
The Adventure Begins is an homage. The Adventure Begins, it doesn't even deserve criticism. It deserves respect. Whereas Sodor's Legend of Lost Treasure is a totally new thing that's asking to be criticized and asking to be like, okay, what do you think of this? The Adventure Begins is showing respect to where things came from. They didn't even it's great, right? And what the new stuff that's there is brilliant. But it's like 50% of it is what Audrey did and what David Mitton and Britt did. Like, it's not really an original thing. It's more.
Yes, I agree. I fully agree with that because it's so good. But it's like this is still a retelling. So I'm always gonna like Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure more because it's something that's totally new.
It's almost more. The thing is,
I love what they did with The Adventure Begins, but it's so
it's more like
still a
I
retelling.
think comparing The Adventure Begins to Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure is like comparing season 1 to Lost Treasure. Because I feel like watching Adventure Begins makes me love season 1 and the Railway series more. It doesn't make me love Adventure Begins. It makes me love what already exists more. It's
more of a send up to what came before instead of taking
and
that
so
going further.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. But that being said, if I'm going to watch one or the other, I'm going to watch The Adventure Begins every time. So that does appeal to me more. Legend of the Lost Treasure, see, this is a hot take. Is everyone prepared for a hot take? It's pretty hot.
Sure.
Go on.
Go on.
That was a very long pause.
All right. Well, okay. I like Legend of the Lost Treasure
because people do have polarizing opinions on this movie, and I'm kind of I'm not super.
So I'm not a huge fan of it. I like it. It was really cool when it came out. It's a good story, but it feels a little bit hollow because it's only like Thomas and this new sailor guy and like Ryan and like it's like Thomas and a bunch of nobodies that I haven't met yet. And they're great characters throughout the movie. Sailor John's amazing. Skip is amazing. But it's like, where's Percy? Where's like the whole cast?
That's
They're
a good
all,
point.
on holiday.
That's a very good point. The main cast is very not there.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I come to Thomas for, right? And it's they weren't there. It was just Thomas. Now that this movie did analyze Thomas very well, and I think it was no coincidence that it came out the same year as The Adventure Begins, because Adventure Begins is a prologue to this. Like, they connect,
Yes.
It's like we see how Thomas started and how hard he worked to get his branch line. Here's him losing it because he got too smug. And it's like they're two sides of the same coin. It's really clever how they do it. So like they're linked together in that way. But it's still it's a great movie, but it just, I don't know, it doesn't have the heart because again, like the other characters aren't there. I don't get to see Thomas interact with James or Edward or Percy much. It's just kind of him with new characters, and he's in character and it's written well, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. I'm missing everybody else. I feel like it's a pack episode that went on for like an hour. Like, that's kind of how it feels,
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely understand. That's a very valid criticism.
I think that's the reason why I like Tale of the Brave more than Sodor's Legend of the Lost.
Yeah, because that's Thomas, Percy, and James.
And that's like such a good dynamic. Like, it's so interesting what they do with it. And with the new characters.
Exactly.
That it's like the new characters almost feel very secondary in this. And this, it's like the new characters are the characters.
Exactly. And that's the thing is like, I'm interested. Sodor's Legend of Lost Treasure is like, it's like Cars 2, right? Like, it's that same thing where it's like, it's not, it's a totally different like set of characters.
Yeah.
And it might throw you, but it's like, I'm okay with them doing that for a movie. That's fine. As long as the whole show isn't about Skiff now, I'm good. Like, we can focus on these characters for a movie. It's great. But it's not going to be my favorite. But unless those, like imagine Cars 2, but, okay, imagine this. Imagine it would be a 1-to-1 if Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure, the main show, was about Skiff and Ryan and Sailor John, and then this movie, Thomas, Percy, and James and Gordon are in it. Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, my favorite characters are exclusive to Cars 2. Like, I prefer the spies. I don't prefer the townies, you know? So that's kind of like how I feel.
Yeah.
The difference.
No, I totally understand that. It's that's an interesting look. That's an interesting look. Yeah. John, what do you think about this?
Well, I really hate Tale of the Brave. That's what I have to say about it.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is the hottest take I probably ever had.
Because that is my favorite.
Take is searing.
This is like my hot take. I do not like
movie.
Tale of the Brave. I watched it once when it first came out, and never again.
I haven't even
What
watched it.
didn't you care for?
You sure?
Gator is a big
bathroom.
thing.
You guys can
I
talk
do
about
not
this.
like Gator.
You guys can debate this. I'm going to the bathroom.
I think he's a good guy.
I'll be
I'm
right
not,
back.
from what I can remember, well, you have to keep in mind, I haven't watched it since 2014. So
Well, then you should watch it again before you form opinions.
that's probably true, but I really don't want to rewatch it because I don't think it's worth my time. So
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of Gator. I'm not a
You're
big fan of
literally
Gator.
a Thomas the Tank Engine fan. There's a lot of things more worth your
Gator
time.
is not my favorite part of the movie. I like him. I think he's good, but I also don't think he's worth focusing too much on, and the movie really doesn't. Like, he's there to kind of serve as a foil to Thomas. Because Percy's kind of like, Thomas is doubting him, and Percy doesn't feel supported. And then you got another guy that comes along. It's kind of like the same thing that happened in Day of the Diesels, except it's a positive influence that comes along. And, you know, like imagine like that scene where Percy kind of wants to run away with Gator, and Gator's like, well, running away from your problems isn't exactly a brave thing to do. Like, if that were Diesel 10, he'd be like, run away, Percy, run away and find some new friends. It's like, that's how he would handle it, right? So it's kind of nice to see Percy get like an actual, like a good influence in his life who's like, hey, you got a good friend in Thomas. You shouldn't leave. Like, you know, try to work things out. It's
Or
sweet,
the Bad
right?
Influence sequel, Good Influence.
Yeah, I understand. that.
Good influence, yeah.
What else do I not like about Tale of the Brave? I'm not big on a lot of the animation. That's just like the whole, just like The Adventure Begins like arc animation. I'm not big on it. Like the faces all look weird.
I
They have, like,
kind
a
of
weird
like it.
light
I
in
mean,
them.
I kind of like the texture of them. There's a lot of fall. Like, there's so many, like, there's leaves. There's
Oh, yeah.
oranges and
The fall
greens.
setting's really nice.
Yeah, so that's kind of something this movie did that not a lot of other movies did. So that was cool. I like the faces. I don't know. It's like, what is it? Are they too rubbery or what are you?
It's the lighting in like, you know, season 18, 19, King of the Railway, and then, you know, Tale of the Brave. Just like those 4 like pieces of content. The lighting to me has always struck me as really weird. It's just like not everything's kind of matte looking.
Yeah, it is. But
I'm not the big fan of it. Like it's
not
definitely
very
got nitrogen, but it's also just way far away from like season 19 onwards.
Yeah, here's the thing. I agree with that. It's not dynamic at all. But I think that's just them saying, look, that's an area we're not even going to touch. We're going to do the bare minimum, and we're going to focus everything on the models and the sets. And make.
So are you shitting on the animation just because it's older than season 19?
No, I'm just saying I'm just not a big fan of it.
That's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like you were.
No, I'm not saying because it's older than
it's old.
season
Doesn't look good.
19. I'm not saying that. I'm just not a big fan of how it looks. I have my own gripes with season 19 in general, anyways, but that's another story. I'm not a big fan of the Brenner era anymore. I've kind of like slowly. I've gotten older and jaded. I'm more of a jaded piece of shit, and I've gotten to where I'm like stick to the model series. However, I say that I've stuck mostly to the model series. However, I'm also a big fan of All Engines Go, which is hilarious.
See, I appreciate the aesthetic of the show, and I appreciate that it's the best executed version of what it's trying to be.
Yeah.
Like, it is what it is. Like that's like Mattel finally being like, all right, we're good with we're just gonna do what we want to do. Like, we were really struggling. Like the old show was like an arranged marriage to them. They're like, fine, I guess we'll do stupid Audrey CGI.
Yeah, that's an actually really good point. It's something I've been thinking about. Is that All Engines Go feels like Mattel saying, we are going to make the Thomas we want to make.
Yeah,
and I honestly respect that they're not like, they're not working with Bubba anymore, because Big World was awful. Like, I just can't stomach it.
And the thing is, it's stretched so far. You know, it's like nothing looks good because they're trying to do too much. Whereas this show is a lot more minimalist, and every frame is done well. I don't necessarily agree with the artistic direction, but the decisions they made, they did them to pretty much the highest caliber, right? So it's like, it's not a show I watch. I've watched a few episodes, like, just to kind of see what it is. And it's like, it's just not my genre. I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, I completely understand that.
Yeah, but it's good for what genre it's in, right? It's like, I can appreciate, I don't know, like, I can appreciate, again, like a sports movie, right? Like, I can see, like, watch a movie like that and be like, oh, this is well made. It just doesn't appeal to me. But I can say it's well made, you know? And All Engines Go is,
Yeah, I will say, I was not a fan of how it was. I watched the first 10 episodes when it came out, August 2021. I was like, okay, this is fine. Not gonna watch it. But then, towards the tail end of season 1, apparently it started getting good, and I watched some of those episodes, and they're actually pretty well written. And then then season 2 started. I was like, wow, these episodes, they got a new director.
Yeah, I tried. I was trying to watch through it. I watched binge the first 9 episodes, I want to say. I didn't get too far into it, and I was kind of like, I got tired of it and stopped. But I do want to honestly watch the whole thing through at some point, because I bet there are good ideas in there.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of really interesting stuff. The way they treat a lot of the side characters in season 1 and especially season 2. There's a lot of stuff they do with Cranky, Skiff, Cranky, Skiff, Bullshot. Those 3 guys are friends, and they all live down at Brendam. I think that's awesome.
Yeah,
Hey guys.
Oh, good, you're back.
We're talking about All Engines Go.
Oh, let's go!
I've been on Roblox.
Yeah, it's a lot of really interesting stuff they do in All Engines Go. Also, there's only
Annie,
2 troublesome
are you and Vincent taking shifts? Is that what we're doing here?
I suppose so. Here we are. The couple that shifts together stays together.
Yes, exactly. Shifts together. Shifts like a stick shift, because it's called.
Oh my gosh!
Shift?
Oh my gosh! Very fitting.
Oh, so
And
not
here
like
he
Megan Trainor.
is.
Not like Megan Trainor. Okay.
I love Megan Trainor.
All right. So we've been streaming for almost
4 hours
now, about 4 hours. This has been a really good stream, actually. I'm surprised how much ground we've covered in less time, because the other stream was over 3 hours, and I don't know why. I don't know why it was over 3 hours.
Did you
Well, it was a
unbox
lot of
everything
fun.
you wanted to unbox, or do you still have
I still have a few cars on the road cars, so I'm just gonna
Run through 'em, just
we're just gonna unbox
run 'em out,
these
run 'em out.
now.
Let's
So
speed run this.
do your
Let's do
unboxing?
we'll start with the Sterling repaint,
Okay.
which is just K Pillar Durev.
Yeah, let's
Which is
go.
very nice. Oh, hold on, let me switch the screen. There we go. I like her design, but I don't like that it's just a Sterling repaint.
I
Our
feel
sapphic
like,
rep.
There's something is the new packaging? Is it molded around the car? It doesn't have the blister?
Yeah, it doesn't have the bubbles anymore. It's just
I'm sure that saves plastic, but I'm
Yeah.
also kind of oh.
I don't like it.
I know.
I don't
yeah.
really like it.
Right.
I mean, better for the environment, but the aesthetics.
Well, I
Ooh.
kind of love opening the car and then the packing falls out.
The
That's a really
bubble. You
satisfying
have the
feeling.
bubble and everything.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's just a good feeling. I'll miss that.
Yeah.
It really is, yeah.
And it also sucks because you have just the name here instead of the actual
Yeah.
word.
Looks cheaper. It looks kind of like the way that certain ranges would look in other countries where they didn't Oh, I love that one. I got that one. The lightning changing colors.
Yeah,
That was such a cool idea. I love that one.
it's so good.
Mid transformation with the lightning bolt down the
Yeah.
center.
No,
So cool.
like
Here is
really a creative concept.
Kate Killer Durev.
Oh,
And you know what? I like her purple a lot. I like the.
Yeah.
It's hard to see in this lighting, but it looks cool.
It must be so hard to apply like a zebra print decal like that where it has to look up, because there's no way they just put it down like all in one piece. It's got to be like they got to have like the sides also.
Yeah, because it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
you see how it's like different. It's almost like different pieces.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
So that's got to be kind of tough to pull off. Like,
Yeah. I think this would be.
100%.
This one's good, but it's like, I don't know. It's just without the other version, like without the other Ringmaster. Just like, come on, when are they going to release the other Ringmaster? Because
Where is she?
They're gonna release the other Ringmaster when
Where
they release,
is the
when they
wife?
release Rex.
Where is the wife?
You know, Vincent, I'm actually thinking. There's actually I didn't think about it till just now. What do you throw away your boxes of like the Cars boxes?
Most of them, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with all the 2021 ones I unboxed because I have so many, and they're all like still pretty in good condition. Like,
Yeah.
I might keep some of these because they're cool. Like,
Oh,
Yeah,
that guy.
okay.
Those are ones I want. Is all the old dogs
Yeah.
rivals from back in the day. I'd love to get those.
yeah, I got a bunch of the like again, like all these cars. Not every single one here, like, are the ones that I've unboxed today because some of them I
Yeah.
unboxed yesterday, but like some of them I didn't get in box, right? But like
right.
up until like this point where the thing is, these are all the new ones that I looked at today.
Right.
Like these ones, which are just so cool.
That's so awesome. I would love to get those.
Yeah.
I,
No,
I should probably try and track them down soon because I feel like those are ones that are going to be hard to find eventually.
Yeah, the thing
Oh,
that was
yeah.
the thing that was just really so helpful is the reason I have so many just like 2021 boxes here is because someone in chat, World of Cars Entertainment, I'm not super close with him, but we're good friends, and he watched one of my previous live streams, and he offered to like sell me a lot of his like 2021 collection that he had in box.
Mhm.
And I was just like, sure, because I didn't start collecting again until this year, and it was like 2021 had so many other cool cars that were like better than this year, right? So I was like, okay, I want to get these guys because it had like, you know, stuff like Hot Rod Smokey, which is so cool.
That's great.
You know, but he was really nice, and he sold them all to me for like retail price, so he didn't like charge me up. So I just
didn't scalp
I
you.
just like took that opportunity, and it was really cool.
Yeah, that's really nice for sure.
Really cool guy. And yeah, so Kate Pillar Durev, there you go. And then we've got all the salt flats guys.
Oh yeah.
So I'll open the one with this one because this one Annie got me, I think, a couple months ago, and I didn't. Obviously, I haven't.
That's got to be my favorite episode of the of Cars on the Road next to the last one. I think the last one's my favorite, but that one's the second favorite, definitely. The Salt Flats.
I'm curious as to what you think of the series because
I was gonna say.
So, okay, there's two key things. I've got one big gripe, and then I've got one. How do I phrase this? I loved it overall, right? I'm so glad that it exists. But one thing that bugged me is I just kind of felt like they didn't lean into like them being cars nearly as much as I would have wanted. Like, I don't know. There's some gross things like the fact that I don't know that one episode where they've all got like brains. It's like a movie, right? Like
Yeah.
yeah. That's like why do they even know what a brain is? Like what is right? It's so weird. You
All
know?
the implications.
Yeah.
Well, the
Oh,
implication is that it's like inside, right?
Why does Lightning McQueen know what CGI is? That makes me
Oh,
uncomfortable.
no, I like that. That was funny. Like
It's funny, but like
I like the character bit that they tell us a little more about each character with each
Yeah.
episode. whether it
No,
be
that's the
McQueen or
thing.
Dana.
Like,
That's cool.
I
But there's
love
so much stuff that it's like
I love that
the
McQueen is a
idea.
bad actor. I love that.
Yeah, that's funny, right? And the fact that they just usher him right in, right? It's great because he's famous. I love that. Again, I love them leaning into that concept. So like the thing is, I love Lightning and Mater throughout the whole show. There's not a single second I don't love both of them and the way they act in the situations they're in. It's just some of the situations bug me because they're not really car situations. They're just kind of weird. Like say
Yeah.
Cars 2, right? It's wacky, but spy cars are an aesthetically pleasing idea, right?
Oh, yeah.
Cars, cars go hand in hand with spy stuff. Like, it's a weird idea, but when you put it together, it looks good. Whereas, like, a lot of like what happened.
Hi, Thomas Theorist.
Oh my
is
god,
Adam here?
it's Thomas Theorist.
How's it going, Adam? That's great.
Nice to see you again too. Anyway, let me go on.
Shouting in all caps. That's our style. Oh my god, that's wonderful. But yeah. What was I gonna say?
I don't do car stuff, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So the new show, right? Like a lot of episodes were kind of weird in that respect, where they just aesthetically didn't feel like cars, but character-wise were always amazing.
Mhm.
But there were some episodes that really did. Like Salt Flats is my favorite outside of the last one because it's a very car thing. It just makes perfect sense.
And the thing with Salt Flats is also that like you look at that scene and that was something that they had planned to do in the third movie. They had planned to do Salt Flats in the third movie.
Yeah,
see
that makes sense.
Ended up being here.
Like I could totally imagine that. But like the what was it like the circus? Like that could have been a cool thing, right? Like circus cars are a thing. But then it's just like 1,000 circus cars that are all just doing the same thing. And it's like, it's not very creative. It's just kind of like, okay, we've got a bunch of the same car and they all are a clown. It's like, I feel like they could have, I don't know, done something more interesting than that. They could have a circus train, right, that travels. And it's like, it's something like that. I don't know. But anyway, so.
Fully agreed. Also, just a side note, those cars Vincent just showed, they looked amazing. They look so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's also probably part of the reason why they're focusing so much on the Salt Flats characters in terms of merchandise.
Yeah.
There's a lot of episodes they just haven't released stuff from, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Salt Flats mainly, I think, just because not only is that something that's like, it's something that they can market more because they're like racers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
had a lot more characters that kind of stood out, right?
Yeah.
Somebody killed the bot.
Yeah.
Kill the bot. Sorry, Lemmy. There's a bot in the chat.
Okay.
The chat.
I can't see it on my live. Sorry.
But yeah, that's a thing we have to deal with on YouTube. But yeah. So I think it's a really cool show. I'm glad it exists. It's just great to see Lightning and Mater interacting for that long. But at the same time, there's just some weird moments, but there's great moments too. Like they really took a very daring decision at the end where they implied a lot about Mater's origins that just totally turns everything on its head. And it works. I actually was down with that, because the thing is, it doesn't invalidate anything with like Mater's cousins or his time in Radiator Springs, because he basically leaves that life early and then basically gets raised in Radiator Springs. So like he runs away when he's like in his teen years probably and ends up there. So like it doesn't.
Because you can tell that he's totally like brand new Mater exists.
Yeah,
right?
No, exactly. And it's just like looking at his sister. At first I was like, wait, I was expecting a truck. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, you know what? The headlights kind of look like his style. Like she's a Rolls Royce, but they picked like a Rolls Royce that looks like. And then I was like, why is she so old? Wait, Mater's from the 50s. And I was like, thank God, right? Because I wouldn't have thought of that. I would have picked something else and then realized, holy shit, wait, they're not even the same age. Like, it's really good they thought ahead like that. And it throws you for a loop at first. And then you think it through and you're like, wait a minute. She's got to be from the 50s. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. So it's like, because I'm thinking his cousin's wedding. I mean, I'm thinking that like she's like 20. But that doesn't make sense. Like, or his sister's wedding. Like, they would be like, for them to have the relationship they have, firstly, she's the older sister. So she's got to be something that's typically 50s. And then the fact that she's a Rolls Royce just kind of weaves in with the whole mansion and all that, It's great. I love it.
It's so good.
Yeah, it works really well and makes sense why Mater really makes an active, like, he actively tries to kind of not be that, right? Like, he makes this big deal. Like, he actually has a lot of philosophy. It's not that he doesn't care about his appearance. It's that I'm going to actively not worry about my appearance. That's what he says in Cars 2 about his dents, right? He makes a big deal about it. It means something to him. And it's just really cool. Like, I respect that a lot, that he has thought about it and he's decided to curate a version of himself that he's happy with. that doesn't reflect his origins and instead much more reflects himself. It's cool, so his psychology just makes so much more sense. It's great. I love it.
That's really beautiful. It adds so much depth to it. I never thought about it that way, Lemmy. That's beautiful.
Yeah, thanks. No, I really I think it's great. One more thing I love is it's just so funny. Lightning loves dinosaurs, and like he's obsessed with Dinoco in the first movie. It just cracks.
Oh my
That's a
god!
really good point. I never realized that.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
I didn't make that connection either. That's amazing.
Yeah, it just works. Like that's a remnant that stayed behind. Like even though he's like, I'm good, I don't need the sponsorship. That's still like kind of part of his psychology. I just love that. It could have been anything. It could have been he would be a history buff. It could be he's into like modern marvels.
Well, no, I love that.
He's into dinosaurs.
He probably does just watch all these like nature documentaries or like history. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they show it on the drive.
He's on the road constantly. It makes so much sense, and it ties in with the fact that he's like immediately like, oh, to go back east, let's take a plane, right? Like that's his thought. It's like let's get there as fast as possible because that's how he thinks.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, I'll watch some movies on the flight, whatever, because that's what he does all the time, right? And then we see that he does do that, and he's learned a lot through that experience. It just clicks. It makes so much sense. Like it's these sorts of things you'd never have time for in a movie. There wouldn't be a time to mention these things. But you get to know a little bit more about Lightning outside of being a race car, what his interests are. He's a little bit nerdy, and it kind of makes sense when you think about it. Like he's got a lot of confidence and bravado, but that's when he's in the racing setting,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's cool.
It's so lovely. The character stuff really is the best. Also, Rebocas is a good item. It looks good.
Royce Revley.
Oh, Royce Revley. My bad.
Royce Revley.
I love him. I think he's my favorite salt flats racer because it's just like it's like a bug and it's very fun.
So cute, and I love like his tailpipe.
Yeah, very cool. It's very it's like the bug from what do you call it? Radiator Springs 500.5.
Yeah.
Kind of like that, but salt flats.
That's
amazing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Next to Doc, that's such a weird contrast there. Yeah.
Imagine how Doc would have felt about like the VW bugs and buses and stuff that came along. Like
I know, right?
Because Doc is just such a like he's such an old kind of like the type of actor that would be in like a Western. I don't even know anything about Paul Newman's acting history, but I'm sure that he was in movies like that where he's kind of like the man from the 50s. And then he meets Fillmore. And it's like, what a clash, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And yet they seem to get on pretty well.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they do. And part of it is like Doc would have been a bit like Gordon back when he's in the racing circuit. But after that, that's like Gordon after he's taken off the Express. And he's kind of like, well, how's he going to judge Fillmore, right? Like everything that made him a badass is gone now. So he just has to be open.
There's Revocas. That's a slick item.
Here's the Easter Bunny.
That's
Sorry.
great insight, Lemmy.
This is the Easter Bunny. I also.
That
It's annoying. I just love that this exists.
And like Vincent pointed out earlier, his license plate is Californian. So
yeah, I guess the Easter Bunny is in California.
That's interesting. Okay.
I don't know what the implication there is.
I don't know either. Don't ask me.
Once again, the devil went down to Georgia. That's the type of implication.
The Easter Bunny came from California.
That's what I'm saying.
Revo might be hated. I don't know. I like the colors here, but they could have done them more justice. Because this is like a purple front, and then this is fully blue, but it still looks cool.
Oh yeah.
How did it feel as a car? like you got like your engine poking through. It's like you go like 100 miles an hour and your nose is just inhaling all this air. It's just like, what does that feel like? Is that a fresh feeling? Is that like a weird feeling? How does that feel?
Clearing out the sinuses.
Clearing
out the sinuses. It doesn't help Snot Rod for whatever reason. He gets the opposite.
Not Snot Rod, yeah.
Then maybe we must assume that it is the opposite effect. It is
That
not
might
clearing
be.
out the sinuses.
Well, maybe if you've got allergies, then it's just your.
Well, this one, the Greebles I love. Greebles is one of my favorite diecasts from the new show, but it's just so funny because he has an intake and then he's got the clown nose right next to it.
It's like
It's like, what's that? Huh?
Oh, that's not good.
How does that work?
He's got such big eyes.
He does. Like
Yeah.
compared to other gremlins.
Right.
Oh man, you're right.
He's also got bigger back wheels.
Yeah. It's gotta
He's
be.
kind of raised up on his haunches a little bit.
When I saw so many like gremlins and I think a few pacers at the circus, I felt bad because I know exactly why they're there. They just leaned into it. They're just like, you know what? Fine, I am a joke. Let me just live at the circus.
Yeah.
No. That's so sad.
It is, and nothing got resolved at the end of Cars 2. The world is still.
It really didn't. That's the funniest thing about it.
Yeah.
You'd think it's like, oh, I mean, to be fair, that's again tying into the whole Rusty Cars thing. Don't overlook Rusty Cars because Rusty Cars are the villain as well as the hero.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's like, don't know what the implications there are.
Yeah,
Really
they're not
don't.
good. Society, the government has control over who gets parts and has like.
This is just like the MCU.
Oh my gosh,
This is
eugenics.
just like the MCU.
Like that's messed. Yeah, it is eugenics. It's like Miles is like he's on the monitor and he's just like they stopped manufacturing us. They stopped making our parts. I'm sorry, stop manufacturing us. So like there's a bunch of gremlins and pacers that can't have kids now. Is that what happened? Like they just hit stop on the assembly line and it's like, you know, where's our baby? You don't get one. What do you mean I don't get one? You don't get one. Sorry. I can't.
That's horrible.
That is horrible.
That's literal eugenics.
No, it is. It straight up is. You know, it's like no wonder they're upset. I mean, that's
Yeah.
you know,
Like
See, that's
Vincent
why
said, it is just like the MCU. Like the villain, they'll have like a legitimate complaint, but then they'll go too far. So then the status quo has to be restored. But like the villain's initial complaint is never addressed.
Yeah,
It's just like the MCU.
Yeah, it's the same deal. You know, I mean, it's why I think the lemons are so interesting because it's like they have a legitimate grievance, but then they take it too far. It's kind of like I don't know. It's the same kinds of questions that come up in a Batman story, where it's like, okay, sure, he's solving like the corruption and the crime, but he's doing it in a way that isn't sustainable. Oh, this one, I want this one.
Me too.
He's such a man.
Oh, that's great.
He's so slick. Oh,
what's the name?
Dots
Jamin.
Dots
God.
Jamin. I don't know.
That's great.
It's a vaguely questionable name, but
Jackson
oh,
Storm.
he's so shiny.
Oh,
Whoa, that's reflective.
look at those wheel covers.
It's
I love
like
that the
a-
metal looks weathered too.
Yeah, it's like a primer kind of thing, but then it's got like a preserver over that to like.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I like the details in the back there. That's
Very
really cool.
futuristic. The
These
wheel
are all,
covers are my
like, little
favorite.
vents and things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's cool.
Oh wow.
it almost looks like he's just covered in a bunch of fingerprints. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Fingerprints all
Maybe
over.
he is. Maybe they just, I don't know, maybe they were all really enthused at the factory and they passed him around.
Yeah, they're like, oh,
No,
we did a good job on this one. No, I like it. Actually. I like it.
Everybody look with your bare hands.
Yeah. Just with the
Oh, Vincent, highlight Dookie's comment. Dookie hit the nail on the head. Wow, I think poverty and the abuse of power by the rich is wild and needs to be stopped. To solve this, I'll eat all the world's babies, is what Marvel villains sound like.
Wasn't this the logic of what's his face from the Bible?
what?
No, hang on, hear me out. Who was the name of the king of like the Pharaoh of Egypt in the story of Moses? He's like, kill all the babies or something.
No, he didn't have an actual like legitimate grievance though. He was just like, "Oh, my slaves are gonna overthrow me one day."
Oh, my bad. I kind of got that misunderstood. My bad.
No.
I'm not versed on the Bible. That's my bad.
Blue hot.
Well,
rod
that's why I'm
pretty
here.
cool.
Yeah, thank you, Annie. Yeah. We have to have one Bible. We have to have one Bible knower here.
Bible knower. That's
Yeah,
what-
Bible knower.
Are tire marks like fingerprints? Yes, I would say they are. They're like, well, tire marks are more than that. Tire marks are like their signature.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I
the
mean?
thing.
Definitely. Well, I guess it's a 2-for-1 because you know
Which is-
fingerprints are unique, just like a signature. So like,
But it's interesting because tires are like Lightning's tires get replaced like every 10 times
True.
already.
Yeah,
So it's
they're more like shoes.
Yeah, they are. It's like
People signing their shoes like a
I guess
signature.
their shoes though are I mean they're definitely they specify things, right? Like at a crime scene, like
Yeah.
footprints are definitely taken into consideration, but it's not distinctive. It's just like, okay, well, that could be from this group of people, but it's not necessarily like this is your signature. I mean, it is. That's how they use it, but I guess it's kind of like, what are the odds? I don't know. I guess you could just buy some used light years though, and then just put them on, and then just
forgery
and sell it on eBay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, car eBay.
Car eBay does exist. Like I think don't we see like Mater on car eBay or something like that?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
There's also
it's in either the third movie or the series. I don't remember.
You know
what's like almost at the end, our second to last card. This is Griswold.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
From the legend.
Big
I love everything here. It's just so fun.
It's like that's so many references on top of itself.
Yes,
it's
it is.
It's not just there's Clark Griswold, but it's like there's Clark Griswold as the family truckster, as not actually Clark Griswold, but like a boom mic guy in Hollywood because it's a famous movie. It's like that is layered.
I actually watched
Amazing.
I actually watched the what was it called? National Lampoon Christmas Vacation for the first time the other day.
Oh, really?
What did you think?
It's a pretty good movie. I feel like my parents overhyped it a little bit, but it was
an utter classic, right?
Yeah,
so like,
that's true.
That's to be expected.
I love the design. I love
That
the
is
wheel.
such a nice model.
It's very nice because it's
Yeah.
like
the dirt.
but it's like filtered. It's not like
yeah, it's not just a solid brown.
Yeah, my only problem with the Salt Flats guys is the white wheels because it's a nice idea in theory, but then it's just like it's just white. It's not sense of a tire.
That's the thing. I mean, it's like it's not. I get it. Like if you're gonna cut corners somewhere, that makes sense to do it there. But it is kind of like just a solid color. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, it would have been much better if they'd had the filtered look like that.
There's like multiple areas that are colored. Like there's the black with the mud.
Yeah, just really replace that like that black with like make the wheel white and then add like that same black.
Yeah.
So it feels
Exactly.
That would be good. That wouldn't be hard to do though. Like if you really wanted to, you could just add that.
Yeah.
I actually don't know where Matt went. Did he just shrink in his chair? Did we see him leave the room?
I mean, Matt's room is still
again. I wouldn't be surprised. I bet he just like left to do something. He didn't say anything in the private chat, so he probably just went to get something.
Yeah.
So I don't Thomas know. Theorist, it's eyeliner.
Yeah, but I will say that's
voice
hard to rely on nowadays because like all the Thailand variants have like excruciating like much eyeliner.
That's true.
You
I like look.
Yeah.
This bugs me because in the
we're talking about this one because this one looks like a female, but like apparently in the movie it's a guy, but then in the book it's a.
Is that the one? Is that the pace car in the race at the end of Cars 3?
Yeah.
In my heart, in my heart, that is Rod Torque Redline in the Witness Protection Program. That's who that is. Yeah, you cannot convince me otherwise.
Good take.
Yeah.
Good take.
Good take.
That should be canon.
No, because I mean, this car, Griswold, this is technically like it's played by a female voice actor, so I'm just gonna assume this is a female, but I don't know. Like Griswold is such a like, it's kind of a non.
Does that imply it's not Clark
surname.
Griswold? It's his wife.
Maybe
Mark?
Claudia.
I don't know.
Claudia Griswold.
Claudia Griswold.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
what's so funny about
it's weird, right? Because look, they picked Sally and Lightning. Let's take them as an example, right? In the first movie, like I get why they chose like a Porsche 911 and then this big muscly kind of like race car like that. Like I get what they're trying to do there with the parallel between men and women, but it doesn't. You can't keep doing that indefinitely. What you just make all the small cars female and all the big cars male, like. That's not going to work forever. That works like for the first 5 minutes of the movie and then it all breaks down. And so it's like, what are you supposed to do? But here's the kicker.
There she is.
There's not even, Here, what is this version in particular?
This is the 2018 version, which apparently like retooled the size. I was just given this yesterday.
So
for Christmas, and
here's
it's
the
very
thing.
different. Like you can tell. I think this one's maybe better, but it's interesting.
Well, I think what helps is they just change the eyes. That changes the sense of proportion a lot.
It's also the upper bar too, above the eyelids.
That's
They've moved
Sally
that.
needs
The
that.
original.
Sally really needs that.
She does. She's always looked terrible. So it's like,
Yeah.
but she should also just be narrower in general. Like I think they
Yeah.
did that. There was like a metallic version I saw once that they shrunk her, and like that looked more like a Porsche 911. But like
This one's like,
still.
see, this is the classic one, and then this
She's
is
got these tiny pinpoints in the middle. Like what is? I mean, she needs bigger eyes, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah,
the
that's
2018
Oh,
was
that
so
mouth
better.
is so beat up.
Oh, she looks like she's wearing gray lipstick.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that
Yeah,
newer
but
one's
that's
way better.
Yeah. And
Yeah, because Porsches are very narrow cars. I love Porsches.
Yeah. No, they are. That's the
But
thing.
here's the Precision Series one, because it's also the
Yeah.
same.
Let's go. She lights up.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Here's the weirdest thing about gender with cars, though, is that it's already dubious between people. Like the line is already so stupid and blurry that it's like we try to apply it to these fictional talking cars. It's like it's already tenuous for us. We don't even have it figured out. How are we supposed to apply it to this universe that's hanging by a thread? We just can't. It's just cars are male or female because we declared it. That's it. It's just everyone knows. There's a sense. Like lightning's like, oh, that's a girl car. That's a boy car. That's a girl car.
They know, but we don't.
The
and
gaydar.
that's frustrating.
But if that's true, then does that mean that it's a lot easier to be non-binary because everyone just knows? They're just like, oh yeah, it's a
Exactly.
I
non-binary.
like to think so. Yeah.
No,
See,
exactly.
That's a much easier world. If there's just a sense, it's like GPS. It got put in one year. And they're all just like, oh yeah, I see.
I give to you all an offer: gender equality, but you must be a car.
Yeah. No, but
Take it. That sounds like a solid deal.
here's
to
an
me.
interesting comparison. This is a
Yeah.
background car from Cars 3, and it looks so similar, but it's not the same
Yeah.
shade.
Oh my gosh.
It's the
Yeah.
same, but it's not.
You know what? You know who that looks like is Hank Halloween Murphy.
It kind of does, and like it's
Yeah.
like it's the same type of color, but it's not like
That's Hank Murphy's dad. Is who
Hank
that
Murphy's
is.
dad. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Actually, you know that's kind of a messes with your mind. Is that would probably more likely be Hank Murphy's son because
Yeah. That's weird.
when you look at the years,
Oh my gosh. The
Yeah.
This is fantastic. Oh my goodness.
If there's one person I don't want to explain gender to me, it's John Lasseter.
oh Christ!
Oh no.
God,
Oh
damn it.
no!
That was a very funny joke. I will
John Lasseter is ruined. He's
that joke
ruined.
is funny.
Rip
know-
John Lasset car.
Yeah, I don't want to
Lasseter.
dwell too much on John Lasseter, but like, it was weird that when all this stuff came out, like every news article was like he gives uncomfortable hugs, and then in like a very small asterisk, he's like, oh, and also he rubbed the inside of like female coworkers' thighs. It's like, why didn't you start with that? Why is it like, oh, he kind of hugged weird? Like that's not the primary thing here. I just never meet your heroes, kids.
Oh yeah.
Ugh.
Like, oh man.
I met one of my heroes. It didn't go well.
Yeah, I feel like
It
Oh.
went well at first, but then 2 years later, it did not go well.
Oh. That's rough. Yeah, I
Brady
know.
McGrath. But
Oh.
he was the first Thomas fan I ever met up with in person.
That's still funny. Wait, no, me and you have the same experience.
Wait,
Oh.
Brady was the first one you
Yeah.
met up with?
Me and you both first met Brady.
Dang.
That's funny.
God, we must feel about Brady the same way the other Pixar people feel about John Lasseter,
Yes.
because it's tough, right? Here's the thing, I still care.
Yeah.
About Brady. Like, despite all this shit that went down, I still care about him, and I hope he's
agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, he's just not on the planet anymore from our perspective.
I haven't he's been like off the face of the planet since a month. I haven't heard from him since like July of 2021, which is like a month after he left.
Yeah.
And that's because of a friend of his that I'm also friends with. And I don't think he's heard from Brady since.
Right.
Either, which is
Yeah.
weird.
Hardly anybody has. It's just, I don't know. I mean, like, it's a bummer because, I mean, I don't look. He made mistakes, quite obviously. I think we all agree.
Yeah, but
But it's like, I don't want him to be gone forever. That's not.
If he's
that's
willing
too
to
far,
put in the
you know?
work, apologize, and improve, I'd be hesitant, but at the same time,
I think it's also just it feels weird to have him gone. Even if I necessarily might not necessarily want him back, I still want to know that he's alive and he's
Exactly.
okay. And I
That's
still
how I
know
feel,
what he's
right?
doing.
I'm about
mean,
half
like-
tempted. I'm about half tempted to be honest. There's an email that I keep seeing in my Google Drive with like lines attached to it from an old project. I'm about half tempted to like email it and see what happens.
I don't think you're gonna get anything. I texted him a few weeks ago and got nothing.
Yeah,
So,
that's
you know,
probably-
I think he's decided to just cut out from
Yeah.
everybody because it was just the whole thing went so south. But I mean, I'll say this: there's a lot worse things that a person can do than what he did. He still made mistakes, but he's not sinister. He put his foot in his mouth big time is what happened. And
too many times.
Too many times. Yeah, he kept.
Many times.
Yeah. Instead of making contact with the ground with his feet, he kept making contact with his own mouth with his feet, which is not ideal. But you know, at any rate, the thing is, like, I fully understand if he came back in any capacity. If plenty of people just wouldn't want to talk to him anymore, I get that. But like, that's kind of like how I engage with people, right? If I don't agree with somebody, or if I think they've made a major mistake, or it's just there's something off about them, I just won't hang out with them. But that doesn't mean I want them out of the community. It just means I don't like them, right?
Hmm.
And that's the thing. And I'm kind of being
Like, unless they're a danger, like if
Yeah,
they're
unless
like
they're
that.
genuinely
Brady was
harmful.
never,
like
Brady was never like
crimes.
dangerous in like a traditional sense. I think the problem was just the fact that he had his foot not only in his mouth, but he had his foot in so many other people's
Brady
lives, and you know what I'm saying.
Brady was Duncan, and
Yes.
and Duncan doesn't get kicked off the Scarloey. He just gets, everyone's like, what the hell, man? Like, constantly. Like, that's what happens, right? Like, he wasn't a villain. He was just not sensitive with people's feelings at all.
No.
And I just kind of took that in stride. But also, like, a lot of people didn't, for good reason, because they didn't like getting their feelings hurt. Like, why would you? That's only human.
Yeah.
So, it's a matter of whether you interact with him or not. But I hate that he got driven out. I don't think that was right,
You know
So-
what will forever
To
frustrate
be
me
fair,
the
I
most?
feel like the Brady
What?
leaving thing was kind of something that was already kind of going his own way. Like he kind
Yeah.
of, you know what I mean? Like he easily, I mean, he couldn't have come back at a certain point because of just how it was. And that
Here's
does
the
suck
thing.
because of the train. But it's also just like he did just bail. He
Right.
just bailed and
No,
he didn't
he did.
really address anything. And it's like, yeah, that was the easy way out for him. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
He
Because
kept
what
running from things. That's the problem with Brady, is that Brady wasn't necessarily fully kicked out so much as he kept running until he just had to run away. And now
Yeah.
that's why he doesn't contact
Yes.
anyone. It's stupid because it's like there are people that still, might be like willing to help, but he just
Yeah.
is the
No,
problem.
yes, exactly, Vincent. That's exactly it. What frustrates me the most about that man is that he only had to do one thing. He had to say the words, "I'm sorry." That's
Yeah, but
the
that's
only thing he had to do,
Yeah.
and he
Yeah.
could never ever do it. And
He was
that's
proud,
Yeah.
to a
that's the
fault.
Yeah. And yeah, no, it's a pity. And the thing is, like, I feel like he would have been back by now. But the other thing is, there's a lot of social pressure around Brady. So
Yeah.
being friends with him
Yeah.
even is, is hard because if you defend him at all, people start to look at you, strangely.
Yeah. No,
And-
absolutely.
And
'Cause it's
so
all- yeah.
that's kind of tough as well. I mean, there's a lot of, I feel like you can be in the community without like being like an active contributor and being public, right? But he's not even private. Like he's just, because a lot of his close friends now don't talk to him because the whole Tank Engine Society thing went down in flames, and now they have animosity towards him because, you know, it was just, they all went through a lot together because of things he said, and so it just sucks, right? I mean, it is what it is, but it's like I feel like he's, I don't know, like he's like a cousin or an uncle or something. He's like, he should still be at Thanksgiving, and I don't like that he's not. You know, that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, my take on that is, it's like, if he doesn't want to be there, it's like, why? Who am I to force him to be there? You know what I mean? Especially in a situation where it's clearly his priority.
He could have been there. That's the thing.
You know what I mean? Like it's not that the invitation wasn't extended. It's that he, like, you know what I'm saying? Like his priority
I get what
more.
And that's the thing. It's not.
And I know that he did care about people, but he didn't care enough about what they cared about to actually be considered to be respecting them. Does that make sense?
That makes way too much sense for being such a complicated sentence.
You know what I mean, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, that's the thing. It's not all how other people see him. I mean, a big chunk of it is the fact that he just, I'm sure, doesn't want to be here anymore. And that's too, you know. But
I think a part of that is because he realized that other people maybe didn't want him to be there from a very early stage, and I think I don't think that that's his fault. I think that he also but he did let that get to him a lot. Right. That made him get to the point where he dismissed any criticism as being from the haters. Yeah, and at this point, true. He just sees the entire Thomas fandom as haters,
which is a
he doesn't see
quite a lot of us.
To him.
At least
you know what I mean?
At least the people who met him face to face. I mean, I don't really like. There's a whole lot of people that voice their opinions on things and about people that they've never met, and I understand the impulse to do that. I mean, like on Twitter, people are like, you know, they want to speak their mind on things, and I get it, especially if you feel passionately about it. But I try to take a step back in situations where I don't actually know the people, because the truth is I can never suss out what happened, you know? And that's kind of the situation with Turtles. It's like, I've heard just outlandish things from people who've never met Turtles or Vinny or anybody else that has been involved with either of them. And it's just kind of crazy. It's like, I'm sorry, you're talking about this guy? He's just some kid. Like, you know, he's not.
That's the thing. Is I think people have built Turtles up in their mind to be more than he was, and I think that's even there. It's I mean that in every sense of the word.
Yeah, that's why I compare him to Duncan.
More than something. You know. And I think the reason the Tank Engine Society whole thing, at least in my perception of it, the reason that the public perception of it has gone so downhill, even though the basic idea of it was pretty good and pretty novel, is I think a lot of it because people held it to this higher standard that it couldn't be. And Turtles tried to be that higher standard, but because he was also a flawed person.
I think in hindsight, having been part of it for a little while, in hindsight, I don't think organizing the fans ever goes well.
No,
I think fans can organize themselves, and I think it's kind of arrogant to try and organize them. Now, everybody on board was doing it for the fans. That's the thing. Yeah. It wasn't because people like were power hungry at all. It was just because they were like, "Oh, we want to give everybody what we have," right? I mean, you guys remember what I mean, you know, not everybody here, but like, you know, the three of us at least were all at 2019.
Yeah.
And it's like,
you and I were at 2018.
Yeah, you know, so it's like, you know, I think that we wanted to give that to everybody. Yeah. But you can't give friendship. It's not a commodity.
Yes. That was the problem. I think people, it was both a situation where people thought Turtles was more authoritative than he was. You know what I mean? They thought he had.
And he did too. He also thought that, right?
Yeah, he did. He leaned into it. Yeah. And so it's like people think he's more of a bad guy than he is. People think he's more of an authoritative figure than he is.
Yeah, he was
friend than he is. You know what I'm saying?
He was Duncan given the authority of Gordon.
That
combination.
That's a good metaphor.
And I think that's the problem, is that everyone still to this day kind of thinks of him like Gordon and not like
yeah,
Duncan,
and he's
you know?
not. He's Duncan,
He's
right?
not.
The thing is, like Turtles only ever hurts your feelings if you take him seriously. At least, I mean, I'm speaking in present tense. I haven't talked to the guy in like well over a year, but you know, he said certain things here now and then that hurt my feelings. But I remembered it was his sense of humor, and he was just kind of like he likes to push the boundaries, right? And it's like, you know, it was only ever like little things, like, you know, he said he mentioned my like my figures in like my 2016 series, and he's like he had this habit.
Oh, no, he would always have this kind of condescending, but it wasn't like you could tell that it wasn't like real, but it was still very judgmental. And
Exactly,
it was like, you know,
right.
like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it is a joke because he still obviously holds that opinion. So it's like
Right.
I know he doesn't mean anything by it, but he's still being a jerk.
He gave a lot of backhanded compliments, but they
Yes.
were still compliments. And that's the thing is like I just tried not to take him too seriously, you know, because he'd say stuff like that, but he'd also always tell the truth. There's a lot of people who bullshit.
Well, his truth. He'd tell his truth.
Well, yeah,
That's
but that's
the
all
thing.
anybody can tell, right?
Well, no, exactly. But I mean, he'd be very specific about it. As I think a lot of people aren't as open to other people telling their truth. And I think he always was like, well, his take
Hi,
was,
World of Cars.
bye. Oh, enjoy Avatar. I mean, thank you again for all the cars. This has been a very fun stream. We're probably going to be wrapping up in a little bit. But yeah, thank you for being here. Just enjoy Avatar. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, if I may chip in about the Turtles thing, I think
absolutely.
let me you make a fantastic point about perspective, and that just makes me think of like, you know, I'm so glad that you were able to like, you know, not take him seriously, and I think that brings it around, like not to bring it to me, but I think it's so interesting that like
you got to speak to your own experience.
Speak to your own,
crucial.
Yeah, I just think it's so interesting that you have me. I was like, I think it was about 14 when I became friends with Turtles. And you must understand, before in my life, I had never had friends. Turtles and Enterprising and Milk Tanker Media, they're like my first friends I ever made in the community. I latched on to that man.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is like one of my first friends. I gotta not mess this up. And so the problem was I looked up to someone who should not have been looked up to.
Yeah,
I think that's
in my own
the
way.
main problem. That's the main thing
that's a microcosm of the whole community, right?
Yeah,
and you're so right, Annie. Because the thing is, by that point in my life, you know, I'd had enough friends where I was like, okay, I know that what these things Turtles says, I shouldn't take them seriously.
Exactly.
But like, you didn't have that context, and even so, it shouldn't be a requirement.
Well, no. It shouldn't be
because I know if I had been friends with him,
is that it's okay if it's like his No, it's okay for him to like speak his own truth and for him to live his own perspective and for him to defend that and for him to say that. That's fine. The problem is it's like when his perspective stops becoming relevant.
Right.
And I think too many times, you know what I'm saying?
That's a polite way of saying nobody asked you. Like,
no, but you know what I'm saying? Like
he's like, in my opinion,
exactly.
It's like nobody asked.
No, because it's like at a certain point, it's like, you know, well, a lot of times he would just say things and he would expect everyone to follow him.
Right.
You know, I noticed that a lot.
That's also why he got so much done. It's because he had this confidence and this boldness, and he was
that's charisma.
No, I mean that's a work ethic. That's a hell of a work ethic.
Right. And it's like,
but at the same time, it's this kind of. I'm not saying he needed to be considerate of like. I mean, you know what I mean. He needs to be considerate, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
I get you.
Like, he needs to walk on eggshells. I'm saying that he took everything as if like everyone was telling him to walk on eggshells, and it's
right. And it's just something
like,
we all do by default.
Other perspectives. I mean, the thing with him is it's perspective based. In my opinion, I think it's a situation where it's like we misunderstand his perspective, but at a certain point, we question what is his perspective, and it's like even if this is a joke, what perspective are you coming at this with from?
Yeah, and that's like the thing.
Once you defend your joke, it can be a joke to you, but to us, even when we know it's a joke,
it starts being serious. Yeah,
exactly.
No, I get you. I mean, I think the way I'd sum the whole situation up is this: like all that's valid. Like I agree with everything that you guys say, in this whole conversation, and it's just that like. I think that differs a lot because we actually met him. You know, it differs a lot from what the general discourse about him is, because the thing is, the worst thing he ever did was be a dick sometimes. And and the thing is,
I think about his psychology all the time because he is just a kid, really. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm still thinking about him. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, I mean, let me actually read what Adam said rather than
sorry.
Secondhand. No, it's not you. I haven't read it. I wouldn't call him toxic. I just wouldn't, you know, because like, I mean, he was like.
Call him toxic. I'd call him toxic. I'd call him toxic just because of the way that he behaved in the friend groups. Like he was not. He. I mean, it depends on what you think of as toxic, but I think of toxic as someone who's kind of ending up being somewhat of a leech and kind of spreads a little bit of a belief about something that might hurt you. And he did that.
But he did good things.
He definitely did that.
I mean, I don't know. He encouraged me a lot. He did
good.
Well,
no. That was the problem. That's not saying that it was the problem that he encouraged you, but he was toxic in the sense that a toxic relationship is, where you have this dichotomy of both being really, really nice to you and really encouraging to you and being a big inspiration, because he was. And at the same time, there is that kind of subtle, like,
see, I think that's honestly a good point.
You know what I mean? And that is the part that hurts. It's that beating down once bringing someone up, because he would bring people up, I think, he would beat them down. You know what I'm saying?
I think some people had toxic relationships with him and some people didn't. I had a very good relationship with Turtles, and now he's out of my life because of other things that happened. And it sucks, and I'm not discounting what happened to other people, but I can't be honest and say, like I have to, like, to
you
be
can't
totally
say
honest,
that,
like I have only good memories with him. Like, I mean, obviously, like there's some stuff.
No, exactly.
You know, and that's kind of the trouble, right? And so it's like, you know, I miss him for that reason, and I really have no reason not to miss him. But I know that he, you know, didn't play well with other people too. But I've known a lot of people in this community that I get along with.
It's unfair to the people that he did care about him, and unfair to the people that he cared about. But I think at the end, he just didn't really find too much of either. Like, I think he, you know, I don't know. It was hard because he really just kind of retreated literally into his shell. You know what I mean? So anyone who did care about him,
it's a matter of, I mean, some people pulled it out of him and some people didn't, and he had a different relationship with everybody, which is why it gets confusing, right? Because it's like,
everybody has a different narrative, a different perspective.
It's not a 1-to-1, right? It's not like, well, he treated me this way, therefore he treated everybody this way. He didn't.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tough. But I guess the way I would just say it is, worst thing he ever did was be a jerk, and we're allowed to have jerks in the world. Like, they're allowed to exist. Now, you're not allowed to be worse than that. Like, there's a point where somebody is toxic enough that, you know, you stop worrying about them. But the thing is, if somebody's toxic, what do you do with toxins? You flush them out and you get them as far away from you as possible. And that's a really extreme thing to do with a person. Like, that's like what you do with a prisoner. You say, okay, well, they're a criminal. We're going to isolate them from society. That's what you do with a toxin. And that's that's the nuclear option. So, like, it takes a lot for me to be like, this person, I'm never giving them enough.
That's a good perspective. That's a good perspective.
Yeah, that's just the way I see it, right? I mean, it's
because I think, like, Lemmy, what you're kind of what you're talking about, it's very, like, I get it. It's very, like, I don't know what the word is. It's kind of like, you are able to see other people's perspectives and you're able to understand that. And I think that's why you were able to thrive so well with him.
Yeah, probably.
Other people weren't.
I mean,
I don't think that's their fault. Obviously, I don't think it's, you know, but it's like,
I was very much willing to accommodate.
There's a level of
yeah.
openness and there's a level of tolerance, and I think people's level of tolerance differs. And when it is a situation where it's actively making your life harder and it's making you anxious,
this is something I love about your movie, Annie, is like there's like that I love that line at the end where Edward's just like, what does he say? He says something like, I gotta get it right because it's literally me. So if I do it wrong, it'll be obvious. but it's like he's like, you can always separate yourself from it if you have to. It's like it's all right to like you don't have any obligation to be around these people. If you just you owe them nothing, right? If you decide they're hurting me, you just separate for as long as you have to. And that's a really good way to that's such a basic idea, but so many people don't do it. And it's so healthy, right? So it's like same thing with turtles, right? It's like if he's just a bad influence on somebody, right? you should just separate from him and just not even engage, right?
Exactly.
And I think he ended up doing that with everyone else.
That's
You know what I
the
mean?
irony of it, right?
No, truthfully, Lemmy, parts of Billy were, and parts of like how Rosie would speak about like, oh, I'm not I am the problem. I deserve the way they talk about me. That was influenced by some very real feelings I was going through with Turtles, because I was tolerant and accepting of him to a fault where I started to turn all the blame back on me.
The anxiety and the fact that he made it everyone else's problem, that people didn't understand what he meant. And it's like, maybe he
wasn't emotionally responsible. It's just the truth, right? And the thing is, I guess age does.
Yes, actually, this is a really good point. This is extremely
age does make it harder. Because I was like, I'm not that much younger than him, but like I looked up to him because he was, he was genuinely encouraging of me at times, helpful at times, and that's why it was so hard for me to accept that he was a bad friend. No, like a friend of mine literally had to send me a diagram of what emotional abuse looks like before it finally clicked.
Yeah. I mean, that's why they make diagrams like that. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. But, I mean, it's, it's hard to tell sometimes, Yeah. And it's like, with that, I mean, he didn't treat you well. I mean, there's no debating that, and that sucks, and I'm sorry. And I think that's the thing is like, I'm never going to doubt a single thing you say about him because you actually had a relationship with him. And it's like what I think my only problem with the way Turtles has been treated is the public, is the fact that like there shouldn't be, I mean, there should be no judgment whatsoever if any one of us is like, you know what, I am not being treated well by Turtles. I don't really want to spend time with him anymore. That's fine. Like, that should absolutely be allowed. But
I was never able to say that because I didn't know.
Yeah, exactly. But the second that the public starts pressuring you, and then it's like, you start getting, that sort of pressure where it's like, now you feel guilty for being friends with him. I mean, that, is weird, especially coming from people who don't know him or me. They're just like, oh, whoa, you're talking about Turtles? You like Turtles? Hold on a minute. And it's like, what's this judgment? You don't know me. You don't know him. That's weird. It should be a private matter, I think, is kind of the thing. Yeah. And it's funny. The only reason I talk about this on a live stream is because it's become public, right? But I never would otherwise, But it is a, topic of
Turtles is a very public topic.
And I wonder how he'd feel about the fact that he's still being talked about. I mean, part of him would probably be proud of it, and the other part would probably be very ashamed and annoyed.
Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't mean to talk about Turtles for this long, but I do worry about him.
This is what live streams evolve into. I don't know why. I don't know why there's something so compelling. I think there we go.
No, I think this is a great group discussion, like especially with the chat chiming in with their perspectives.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, Taj. Yeah. No, see, Turtles, I owe him so much. He literally helped me find an affordable camera.
I am here. I am where I am today because of Turtles. I went to because of Turtles.
Exactly. I also have crippling insecurity over my art because of Turtles.
You have to understand, who I am is because of Turtles in both a positive and a negative fashion, because I was young and I was new to the community, and I met Annie through that, and I bonded with Annie because we both didn't understand Turtles a little bit, and there's so much that's there, and that affected my art tremendously. And through studying how I reacted and how he reacted, and all that's inspired me to look at people in general, and that's this whole train of thought that's led.
It is. I think
the road to bad influence. This is the road to beyond bad influence, because to be bad influence, I've written it. It's been in my head. I have it. It's just not out in the public yet, and that's my always my word. It's like, oh, I hope it's relevant after all this time.
Yeah.
But
it's a good story.
What I learned,
It's a timeless story. It's a timeless story.
But yeah, I mean, I think I think the key is just Turtles. It's all about how seriously you take him, and if people looked up to him. And I think that just the difference is that when I met him, I really did not. I mean, I looked up to him in some ways. I was like, wow, this guy.
There's an even level there. I think you and Turtles were on an even level, and when someone like Turtles makes you kind of a thing, like it did for me and Annie, it's like there's more of a like, oh shit, you gotta be nice to this guy because he made you, right?
Yeah.
And
Whereas,
so I think
kind of I got that first shout out on Pacifics from him, and that was so I was always grateful to him, but I also got the sense that, look, that was nice of you, but all that does is make me appreciate you more. It doesn't. I don't feel like loyal because I got a boost, because I felt like I would have achieved that And that's kind of the difference, right? Is I didn't feel like he'd made me at all. I just felt like, wow, that's nice of him to be like,
Yeah, I think.
I felt that too, Lemmy. I felt a deep appreciation, and I felt loyal to him in a different way.
I felt loyal to him because he was like, he was a cool guy, and we were kind of all in that inner circle, and it was like, it's not that I was like, oh, I have to be on his side. It was like I was, I get him, I understand, you know what I mean, like.
Yeah, because he was attacked by the public like in 2018.
Yeah, he was very unfairly.
So that's what kind of solidified.
Right.
Yeah. Also, Thomas Theorist, you're right. We were a horrible match because you have this very, very emotionally sensitive young girl. You have this very insensitive, brash guy who does not give a darn about what I feel.
I'm very like, I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm very harsh and I'm very brash, but I also give a darn, and that's the difference. That's the reason why I speak out against Turtles. I would get sensitive, sure, but I was more speaking like because I knew that he was just talking shit and he was just saying whatever.
I'd internalize the blame.
I took him as seriously as I take George Carlin. That's really what it was, right? And so it's like, George Carlin is brash and says crazy stuff, right? But I was like, George Carlin, sometimes what he's saying is just so, like, he's straight up just saying what he believes, whether he admits it or not. And other times he's just telling jokes that are insane. And he's like, blow up prisoners and turn Iowa into like a, gated prison. And then.
I mean, that's a good idea, though. Turn Iowa into a gated prison.
With George Carlin, you're never going to break down crying and believe that your emotions are a burden to others.
Right. Because you don't know George Carlin. And because there's this wall here, right? And it's like, and also, I'm sure if you look at George Carlin, when he's not on stage, he acts nothing like that. So that's the thing. That doesn't really work in real life, right? It works on stage when the context is obvious.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the thing, right? But he was always so entertaining, and that's the pity too, right? It's like it really depended on.
You can join if you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's complicated. He definitely is a bookmark in our community's history, and it can't be erased.
In our lives.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's complicated. Again, he wasn't anywhere near as bad as John Lasseter. I don't want to say that. But like he was like the closest thing we have to that, because he was so influential.
People are divisive. People are very divisive about it.
Yeah.
And you can see both of the contributions.
Yeah. Anyway, but you get the gist, and I'm not discounting any pain that he caused, because
no, of course.
But it's complicated, and it's hard when you don't feel nothing for a person. I mean, it's like it'd be easier if I were indifferent about him, but I'm really not.
All right,
so it's tough.
I'm gonna test the color changes Rumbler McQueen.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, you both have been saying such compelling and wonderful
yellow.
Stuff. He's yellow.
I don't know
what Piss Meldorado.
Colors.
Like magic.
He is like Piss Meldorado.
You gotta
I love Piss Meldorado. Piss Meldorado is such a.
Oh my god!
What a weird variant.
Okay. Like, so I really I hate that a lot of the ones I have are like all scratched up. So when you change the color, it kind of changes, but also there's all these like marks on it that show what the real color is, and it breaks the illusion. I'm just like,
Yeah, I would collect color changes if they weren't like
So
easily
fragile.
shipped. You know
yeah,
what I mean? And
that's
that
the
kind
thing.
of messes it up.
They're really
Yeah.
cool, but they almost feel a little disposable. So it's kind of
Yes.
the middle ground. You know?
And that's the problem with all the new cars on the road stuff is so many are coming out as color changes.
I
So
know. What is that about? Like,
what's
to me,
that?
I don't really count those. Like, those aren't really real releases.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, here's something that they are going to make a color changer, but at least it's like well, we were talking about this, and I have the tab open, but I forgot to talk about it. But they are going to be making this as both a diecast and as a color changer, so I think that's quite entertaining.
Yeah.
Oh, him.
It's just this
Oh my
guy.
god, it's Take 5 a
Oh.
day. No way.
Oh, God.
Take5aday.com is still real. That still exists.
I know, right?
That's crazy.
It's like
here's
you
the
were
crazy
saying
thing
about
is
the
they-
brains, Lemmy.
Yeah,
they-
it is.
They
Oh,
had to
Lord.
no, they had to modify the packaging to fit the brand. Like it's not a deluxe because they're not selling deluxes currently.
Oh,
Dearie
it's
me.
so, that's so dissatisfying to look at.
It really is. It really is. Like even if it was like at least the whole car was green, it would be fine. But it's not.
I guess. I mean, I guess if like if there were aliens, like maybe cars
It
or
does
like
look like
aliens
balls,
have
you're
big
right.
fleshy brains, right?
It does look like balls.
You're right. That's what I've been thinking.
But you didn't have the will to say it until
No, I didn't.
Marie said, "Who put balls on their car?"
I believe the term is truck nuts. Thank you very much.
Mm, yeah.
Beautiful.
It's so funny because it's so cold that this McQueen starts to revert to red every time I slowly take it out.
That's
Oh,
funny.
that's
Make
amazing.
him orang. Make him orang.
He's kind of orang.
Orang.
I want to see him orang. I want to.
Orang. Orang.
That's close enough.
That's close enough.
Orang.
This is
You
the
know,
new
I
Turtles car.
hate to like change the subject back to literally what we were just talking about with like turtles. But Lemmy, your thing about perspective is really interesting because I had my own little thing to say about turtles.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Something I
go.
realized about him is that he doesn't really care about someone unless he can use them. Like for example, whenever I was like working on a project and
you want to know why he interacted that way with people? It's because he didn't know people and he didn't know how to interact with people. I think the thing that's forgotten about Turtles is not his social like unemotional awareness comes from an awkwardness with people.
I completely understand.
This is a really like great thing to bring up, John, because it's like this is like excellent jumping off point.
Because I do agree with that, but I think it's because he just didn't know how to talk to people.
I don't think so. Honestly, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a pretty extreme thing to say about him. Like, I
don't think that he only cared about people for what he could get out of them. I think that's why so much of what he ended up talking about them was that because he was so awkward about it.
Yeah,
I don't think that's like
true.
That's the pattern that we can trace back. Like if we look at stuff, that's definitely there. I don't think we can discount that, but I don't think that that's like, oh, that's who he is. I just think that that's actually like, you can't.
I think
there,
I don't know. Like, so here's the thing. We need to make a decision.
Yeah.
Is it that? How you all talk about him like he's your ex-boyfriend? All of us, each and every one of us, were like, we've been there.
Thomas, it's really funny you say that because one of the last times I spoke with him, I was actually for the first time bringing, not for the first time, but I was actually bringing up some stuff with him I had never talked about it before, some issues. And he said, wow, this feels like a breakup.
Wow. He was
Jesus.
He was such an asshole. I love him, but come on.
Yeah, Vincent, I understand where you're coming from about how he's got this awkwardness of people, and I completely understand. But like the reason I say that is just because like my experience, from what I could see, whenever I would have him come on for like voice a character in a project I was doing.
Well, he would gladly voice any character. He would gladly do stuff for other people.
I completely understand that.
With people. He knew how to connect with people through art, is what Turtles knew how to do. He wanted to bring that artistic spirit to other people. and so that's why he helped
did.
out. So
Yeah,
much.
I completely understand. I guess that's why I probably didn't phrase that correctly, but it's just my experience. And when it comes to me, I'm like going through different projects. I gain interest and lose interest in projects like on the flip of a coin.
I feel you.
Yeah,
feel
that's
you.
just me because ADHD. I just gain interest, lose interest, cycle repeats. But whenever I was working on something in particular, and I was like working on it for a long time, he would always like ask me pretty frequently if he was in it. Like if he was in this project, he was frequently asked about it, like how's it going, what's going on, and I would say like it's just going. And I feel like that was like the only time he would ever communicate me with like in DMs.
Yeah, but that still demonstrated that he cared about more than just himself, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I don't know. You could kind of view anybody's actions that way, right? I mean,
I don't think there's inherently anything wrong, really, to like look at things through your own like lens and want to like. But I think it just became apparent that he's.
I'll say this. I mean, he did things for me out of the kindness of his heart that were not advantageous, and that were just him trying to be nice. And I'm not saying that he did that for everybody, but I if he could do it for one person, that he was clearly capable of it.
No, I think he did that a lot. I think that's what I'm saying is I think it's about helping people and helping people with their projects and stuff. I mean, that's what trying to organize Thomas fans was about too. But it's
right.
It's a situation where
he just didn't know when to shut up. That was his problem.
He didn't know.
Real.
That's really what it was.
Real.
And that's
he didn't know.
Really...
Yeah, and I don't
He's
think
like
he knew how to
Dream.
talk
He's
about
a lot like Dream, to be honest.
Like who?
Minecraft YouTuber. There's a lot to it. You might have to research.
Okay, I'm gonna take your word.
That's your homework for tonight, Lemmy. Look up Dream.
Okay.
Don't do that. Actually, don't.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
actually, never mind. Don't do that. It's better off you don't.
How was your brother's birthday?
It was fine. There was a lot going on, but it's over now. My legs are killing me, but
I mean, we've just finished the cars section of the live stream.
I see you putting your cars in bathwater. How's that treating you?
Yeah, well, I'm just dipping them. Like, I'll take a little bite.
Delicious.
For the car.
Oh, Dookie, my thread of thought. What was I think it was pretty brief, honestly. So you asked me what the blue tank engine in No Greater Gift, her name, and
yeah, what is her name? That's fine.
First of all, her name.
Celine Dion.
She doesn't really have a name. To me, she's just Stoner Train because I sound like a stoner when I voice her. But the point is also that her name doesn't really matter to me because
damn,
the point is this brings me to a point about the trucks is that the reason I had a very intentional reason for me voicing most of the trucks because I wanted them to literally be like Rosie's internal monologue. I wanted that to be something similar with Stoner Train.
That's great.
Her name is Sabertooth.
That's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say.
Sabertooth Nickelback.
If I may say, there's whenever I saw this character for the first time, like watching clips of it, like pre-production clips that Annie would send me like months before, whenever I heard this character's voice, there was one like name that just came to my mind. It was Raven. I don't know.
Raven's a good name
because
probably,
Teen Titans. That's like the voice that was like the name that would come to my mind.
Let's go with Raven then. That's a better name than Stoner Train.
I argue that Stoner Train is just as good of a name, if not
Raven
higher.
the Stoner Engine.
We'll
That's
keep
a
both.
Raven the Stoner Train. That's perfect.
And yes, Stoner Train is female.
It's like Fangtooth Missile Crisis / Sherman.
Yeah.
Fangtooth Missile Crisis is such a good name. I
It
love
really is.
I love that Enterprising came up with that.
Oh man.
Everybody's
got it on
putting
camera.
their name now in the
Vincent, how are they really are?
yeah, they are.
What?
How are your cars, Vincent? How's it going?
How's
your
the
horde of children?
They're Carson. They're Carson.
They're Carson.
They're Carson. There's a lot of them here.
And how are you, my dear? How are you?
I'm good.
yourself?
I'm very swell.
I love that for you.
I love intellectual, emotional discourse.
Yeah.
Billy X Rosie, enemies to lovers.
Oh my god.
No.
But why has
Please.
the live stream been on 144p for me? I the whole time too. Why? Like I noticed that it was I just upped it and now it looks fine. But like the whole time I've just had it like that and just accepted it. I was just like, it just looks like that. Okay.
That's
Let
so
me know
fun.
you deserve better.
I do. So I changed it.
Set better standards.
Well, because I was only looking at the screen to look at Vincent's cars, and then I was like, wait, I can't see anything. It's just like a bowl of M&Ms. Like I can't. Like,
Why are you staring at a bowl of M&Ms? Is my question.
that's my closest reference. I don't know.
Okay.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Okay, can I say, John, you look like you're like interviewing all of us for a business position with
You
this
do.
setup.
You look so dapper. Like, why? You have no right to look that.
Well, you have
And
to
I'm wearing a
understand,
Strasbourg
guys.
shirt.
You guys have to understand. I'm in my basement right now because this is like the quietest, like non-human inhabited area of my house where I can actually talk to you guys. And there's no insulation down here, and I'm really cold, so I brought my coat with me. But now that you say I'm a businessman, I'm not going to be doing the trade offer meme. I blank.
Look, just
You
please
give
promise
me
me.
blank.
Promise me that's not the casting couch. That's all I'm asking for. Please.
The way John's eyes just got so big.
Whoa!
The horror.
No! God!
That's me when my ex is mentioned.
Damn.
Also, Adam, that is so sweet. Thank you. That means a lot.
Adam.
Yeah.
That was you. You
Adam.
were such a wonderful surprise at that thing. I was just like, what the? Yeah, like I flipped out. Like,
It was so cool. It was so cool to have you there. I was like, oh
Why
my
does
God.
John look like
I remember,
Gus
I think
Fring?
me and
Am I
Vincent were the
Gustavo
ones who
Fring?
told you that was Thomas Theorist. You were like, what?
Last time you look at me, Hector.
oh my goodness,
Oh,
that's great.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Fring, but please call me Gus.
Hi, John, how you doing down there?
Bad?
Hmm?
Lemmy, have you watched Breaking Bad?
I haven't, but I have friends
Hi.
who
Wait, no.
constantly reference it, and I live.
Oh my God,
That's-
same.
That's
Fergus.
Oh,
interesting.
high five.
Yeah.
Annie, high five.
Boom.
There we go.
Someone just said I look like a character from Breaking Bad, and I know very little about it, so.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Okay.
probably the outfit.
It's all
That's
Greek.
my
It's
guess.
all
Hi,
Greek.
Garner. How you doing down there?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Doing fine. Doing fine.
I hope you're having a great day, buddy.
I hope you're not, actually.
Hey, Matt.
How dare you, first of all?
This is just
Obama.
grade A slapstick.
Don't do it.
What'd you say,
Don't do
Lemmy?
it.
This is just grade A slapstick.
Yes.
Breaking
Always fun
Bad
playing
influence.
John, do you want Obama?
Yeah,
games.
hand him
Soda,
over.
soda.
Wait, hang
Obama
on.
soda.
Matt, I can make this joke even better. Hang on, give me a
Oh.
second. Hang
Oh
on.
my
Where's
God.
he going?
I can make
I
this
love
joke really good. Just give me
go?
like 5 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Lemmy, how you doing today?
Oh no.
He was Lemmy, he was looking over at you like with
Hi.
the angles.
Oh,
Hi.
let
How
me
you
try to
doing?
get this right.
There we go.
Pretty
Hi, how you
good,
doing?
I must say.
All right. Matt, do the funny.
Hey,
I'm not far enough back. I got to scale this right.
Matt, do the funny.
all right, ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, drop.
Whoa! I got him! I got him! Look!
Oh,
Yo, toss it back up. Toss it back up.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We have officially broke the laws of physics. I'm so proud of
so
us.
good.
This is like that one Gravity Falls comic.
Oh my God. Lumity.
Lumity!
Lumity real.
Lumity! Lumity!
Let's
Lumity
Oh my
real.
God,
go.
I forgot you can do that. Can you do that
You
on
guys-
Google Meet? Can you do that?
Let me
Guys, do you like my
watch the
background?
outro.
Look, I can make it worse.
Really watch the
Wait,
outro.
I can do that too.
I can make it worse. Hold on.
Oh geez, what can I do?
Oh my gosh.
What can I make the
Green
background?
screens on here.
Lemmy,
Oh,
have
wait,
you
you
ever seen
can.
the Owl House?
I
Have you
haven't,
ever seen
no.
the House? It's such a good show. I think
It
you
is an
would like
amazing show.
Where
You-
can
I
you-
think
where
you
can
would
you watch
love
it?
it. Disney Plus, and
Oh,
season
okay,
2
good.
is where it gets really
Season 2
good.
is really good.
It's
Okay.
it's very it's
Now-
very
now I-
character driven in season 2.
Okay, that sounds awesome. There's another show I've been told to watch that gets good in season 2. John suggested it, but I don't know if it's on the same tier. What would you say, John?
I would say Owl
What is the
House
show,
like
John?
way more up there. Owl House is just like a
We were
really
talking
God,
about
no.
All Engines Go earlier. is what I'm-
All Engines Go. Yeah.
This is
All Engines
bad.
Go. I agree. All Engines Go get way better in season 2.
yeah, I believe you. But
Did anyone like Obama?
Not even comparable.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, another show you should check out, Lemmy, is She-Ra and the Princesses of Power. if you
Oh,
haven't
it's
seen it.
great.
I remember when that came out. I remember it being advertised. It's one of those things where
So
it's,
good.
I knew it existed, but I never actually watched it. It's just like it marks that era in my life. I'm like, oh, that's
This is
but like when you watch an old DVD and you see all the trailers that are like at the beginning, and you're like, yep, that was 2004.
Well,
Like-
it's extraordinarily well
Mr.
written.
Percival.
It's got a lot of stuff in there that I think you'd really love.
Mhm.
So like
Yeah,
whenever
I mean,
you-
if it's got strong characters, that's really all.
Well, the
that's-
characters are literally
Oh, yeah.
fantastic. It's my favorite.
And the
She-Ra
themes!
is I think my favorite show for characters.
Yeah,
Vincent,
that's the other
you
thing.
look.
It's like
Vincent, it looks like Sir Handel's eating you. He's being absorbed.
Mr. Percival.
That works
So,
surprisingly. well.
Handel, we finally meet again.
That is a solid voice.
calling to a controller for this time.
Oh my
I
god.
hate that. I found out what Mr. Percival's first name is recently, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
Peregrine.
Peregrine. Yeah.
I kind of hate that they named him. Period. I kind of wish that they didn't name him the whole show. We could just assume he was Peter Sam, but we can't because
Like, where did that name even come from?
they just made it up.
From a
because it had
magazine.
E's in it. That's it.
I mean, hey, peregrines are very good birds. So I that's all I have to say on that.
it's unique.
They should have called him Partridge Percival.
It's
That would have
like-
been funnier.
Not
Like-
partridge.
The Topham Hat got the treatment in the show of they just collapsed all the controllers into one, which I think is pretty elegant, honestly. But like then the thin controller is just a different guy. He's just someone else entirely. First, the fat controller runs his railway, and then someone else comes in, and it's not even like what happened. Like, why is Peter Sam called Peter Sam? Why? He should have just stayed
Yeah.
Stewart. Like he should have still been Stewart. Sir Handel should have still been Falcon, and then there's no need to explain why everybody's called what they're called. But it's like I know nobody cares. I care. I care that the names mean something, and I'm like, yeah, Sir Handel. That's like named after the owner, and it's
Well,
really
no, because
funny.
that's why I have Mr. Hugh in Bad Influence, even though
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Like
Aw.
realistically,
that's
he
crucial.
realistically, it's like okay, I made it like his last week because he's supposed to be retired, right?
Right.
But it's like
He's one of those guys that never retires. though.
right? Like he ends up staying working, right?
Good point.
Yeah, he literally has a siding next to his house for his transportation to work. Like
Yes, yes.
that guy is not retiring. It's not-
No. No.
Yeah. Oh my god.
While I'm thinking about the narrow gauge engines, Lemmy, I'm still very impressed with Long Live the Iron Horse. I
Yeah,
listened to
that
the entirety
was
of
so
it
good.
on a 2.5 hour drive home
Yeah.
the day after it came out. You're like one of the best writers, period, that I've ever met.
That is so sweet.
Genuinely.
Thank you.
Like it was such an experience. It was such a good thing. Like the fact, like the comparison, like that horses can talk and trains can talk is like a perspective kind of thing. But even
Yeah.
Audrey set up
I
himself.
love how Annie's like reacting very visually because she just watched it.
I did.
And now, but she's trying not to interrupt, so I'm just seeing a
It's
lot
just-
of like enthusiasm.
It's just so good, and the same goes for the token. Like the
The
token,
token was
absolutely-
so good.
I even said so, and I know you saw.
Is
Like we
amazing.
actually talked about it in your comment section about the token. It's just
Yeah, a
like
little
both
bit.
are just such amazing audio stories. Like
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, it's really very liberating to be able to tell a story that everyone resonates with and not have to make a single like visual thing for it. Like not have to make any models. I mean,
yeah.
I never really
Garnet,
realized
did you
to
die?
do that.
No,
But-
I'm here. Hi. dude.
Your video is frozen.
Is it?
Yes.
I'm here. I'm moving. Oh
You're
no!
not.
Oh no!
picture of
Oh no!
you in some white person's house.
I help, I am in purgatory. Help, I'm in purgatory. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, get me out, get me out, get me out.
What a funny
Guys,
phrase to be stuck on.
Help me.
Oh,
Oh, you're
okay.
free.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
free.
Okay, cool. I'm out of hell. Cool.
Lemmy, please go on.
Sorry, keep
No,
going.
that was all worth it.
That was great.
But yeah, so I mean, it's very liberating because I've been trying to tell stories using visuals for a long time, and I'm so frustrated by all the model making.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I love drawing and sculpture and all the things that go into making like a video, but I don't think I like doing them for a film. I think I just like doing them on their own. And so it gets really exhausting, you know, because I have this story and my mind goes a lot faster than I can ever like make anything, right? I come up with
Oh, absolutely. I understand that.
yeah, you know, so I mean, it was really just, it feels like I kind of, I don't know, like I broke the rules somehow, like this worked. It's like I was able to describe everything and everyone still resonated with it and got it. And in a way, I feel like got it even better than if I'd made models, because then people have to think, you know, like if I just made the characters, they wouldn't even really, like describing a waterfall versus showing it, for instance. Like, I feel like if you describe it, you're implicitly saying that it's worth describing. And you're saying, okay, well, I can't describe everything in this story and how everything looks. I'm just going to put a lot of emphasis on the things that matter. If that waterfall had showed up, I could have done like a 30-second scene where Rheneas puffs by slowly and you've got like music and slow-mo, and it would have been cool. But I don't think it would have hammered home just how important it is, because I couldn't describe the thematic connections in the same way. So, I mean, I think this is more the way I think. Like, I'm more of a writer than I am a filmmaker. And I think that's really what I should just lean into going forward, because it's a lot easier than making film. And it just, it speaks to my natural kind of mode. Like, I am much
the way
more
you
inclined to
think.
do it that way.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, what gives you like the ideas for what you make? Because I've never seen anyone go in the directions you go with your stories. So I'm very curious as to what you make with like, because a lot of like, and this is no shade to anyone, but there's a lot of stories that tend to tread on the same ground. So seeing someone who someone who consistently delivers like new material to a format that so often is so used to someone like taking character A and character B and doing the same shit 3 times. Like, what drives, like, what is the development with that?
I'm in the exact same boat where, like, again, I have to always start that with no shade, right? But it's like, I do get a little tired of like the upteenth story where, you know, you get 2 characters just, I don't know, one's a jerk to the other one, and then the other one like does the thing they said they'd never do. And now it's like, haha, you did the thing, and you're covered in oil or whatever. And it's like,
you did the thing.
It's like,
Me when I do the thing.
Some phrase involved, you know, like, you know, oh, it's not dignified. And then at the end, Percy's like, oh, it's not dignified. And Gordon's like, like they all kind of go that way. And like, here's the thing. Somebody has to be the old guard, right? Somebody has to do the traditional stories, or else we forget who we are. So that needs to happen, and I'm glad people do. Also,
some people do that so well. So well.
And people do that so well already that it's like, when you make new stuff, it's kind of like, it's like, well, you know, someone else has done it better. So it's like, let's do something that I know I can.
Like, when you have like,
when you have like
a buried truck who is doing things consistently very well, it's like, okay, let's elevate this.
Yeah. The thing is, like, to answer the question more directly, I mean, when I get my ideas mainly from, it's mainly character dynamics. Like, that's really what drives it the most. You know, I start with a character, and then I think about, well, who are their surrounding friends and family, and what really binds them to other characters, right?
Oh,
like, you take Rheneas as an example, and it's like, okay, well, what does Rheneas really care about? And a lot of people kind of look at Rheneas like a blank slate because the Railway series didn't focus on him too much. And when that happens, oftentimes I lean into like a few very specific sentences. I'm like, okay, this matters a lot, right?
Oh, yes.
It's like, you know, it's like why me and Ted flipped out, Annie, when you did your Gallant Old Engine. And we were just, you know, so excited. Because like the Iron Horse would not have not exist at all without Ted. Like he wasn't directly involved in the production at all, but him and I have talked about these ideas for a very long time. All the themes are spun out of our conversations. So it's like, you know, I think the big thing is like with that story especially, it was exploring what is the relationship between these characters and the railway, right? Because I look at like, well, Rheneas is, that's a weird name. Like he's called that because he's named after this place that they're trying to get people to visit, right? So how does that affect a person's psychology? Realizing that you're part of this kind of legacy, and that not only are you named after this place, but that you kind of glean some of the honor that it has. And you know, like it's just stuff like that. I make connections, you know, and I kind of want everything in the story to matter. And I'm kind of thinking like a lot of the time, and I'm kind of going all over the place here, but I was just speaking consciousness, right?
Keep going, it's great.
Yeah, thanks. So, you know, I kind of ask questions that a lot of people would take for granted, but I ask them anyway because it might lead me somewhere really interesting. Like I'm like, why does this story have to take place on the Scarlet Railway, right? Yeah. Why does this story even have to take place on Sodor, right? Those are things I feel like I have to justify. And most people, I think, just kind of take it for granted.
No, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. You have to justify why you're doing stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel that so strongly because I think it's so easy to just not, you know, so easy to be, this is
cool.
Thomas.
Because everybody's like,
when I write, I'm writing it like I'm trying to write a movie for a general audience.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, obviously,
that's how I
have to dig in the lore. I'm not making a dumbed down version of anything. I have to get it from somewhere. But I have to justify it. I have to explain it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's so
100%.
True. Yeah. And I really think like every story I write, I try to make it so that, I mean, like most general audiences wouldn't care too much about it, but they'd understand it if they watched it. Like they'd never watch it on their own. But like take my parents, for example. My parents watch all my stuff. And so like when my dad watches through it, he understands the story and enjoys it. He never would have watched it if I wasn't his son, right? He never would have found it. But he gets it and he's not confused by anything. It all makes sense. Like, and this is a testament to it. Like I was talking to my mom about Iron Horse. And the one thing that tripped her up is all the saddle stuff, where I'm talking about Rheneas' saddle and it like, you know, floats off, whatever, you know, all that metaphorical stuff, right? And it's like she was confused because she doesn't know what a saddle tank is, right? Yeah. So it's like, but the fact that that's the only thing she brought up means that I described everything else pretty well and set things up. Like it's very clear. Scarloey and Rheneas are brothers. We may not know anything about steam engines, but we know what brothers means, right? That's a powerful. You know, that carries with it certain understandings for everybody on the planet, not just people who understand trains. So there's certain things that I try to weave in there. But furthermore, like back to the location of the story, it's like, well, I think if it's going to be on the Scarloey Railway, the setting should matter a lot, right? So I talk about why did they build the railway here? And how does that affect the characters? And, you know, how does that weave into kind of Rheneas and Scarloey's purpose in life and what they're doing and why they're here, etc. So it's like, I kind of think the setting is very important and it helps that I have very clear visions of what these places look like. And again, before I met Ted, like I was just, I don't know, I look at the show and I'm like, okay, there's like a station and there's kind of a little waterfall over here. And then he gives me this description where he's like, no, Lemmy, you don't understand. It's like, it's this valley and there's this huge just water, and he takes the map. I got you're right up here, right? I've got like this map.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is the same one that we had on the table next to Farquhar back in 2019. But you know, I have that there all the time, right? And he points to that thing, and he's like, "Okay, let's pull up the map." And he's like, he looks where the things are right next to each other, and it's like, well, the dot representing the station is here, and you notice the height elevation here. For that to be right there, it means that there's this huge mountain range right next to this railway line that's riding on this ridge. And it's like, he's right, you know. It makes
you can't argue with the map.
Yeah, you know, I mean, a lot actually comes from that. It's really cool. You get a lot of ideas that way, even though like they're never focused on like anywhere. It's like the books don't even delve into that too much, and most of the illustrations don't even represent it very well. But it's like, it's about the idea. It's like, okay, what if we do have a railway going through this kind of mountain range? You know, that's pretty amazing. We've got this tunnel here, and we've got, you know, the whole railway is there to transport copper, which I thought was a lot of fun because that really dated it. Because yeah, like they're known for slate, right? And it's just like Copper just kind of gives off Gold Rush vibes. It feels more like a Western, which I like because I'm Californian and like half of our education was about the Gold Rush.
Oh my
so
God,
just, that kind of feels into it.
Yeah. Garnett's also Californian.
Yep.
Oh,
Born and raised.
Yeah.
I'm up near SF.
That's awesome. But yeah, so I mean, you get it. It's like that's a big deal, in our state's history.
The amount of stuff about it.
And I kind of love Westerns. Again, like I don't know if I've ever really watched one, but I love the concept. Like I love
the aesthetic of Western society is just very rich.
Yeah,
what it has.
It's like a cool theme. Like I've seen a lot of shows that do like an Old West episode. I don't think I've ever watched like an actual Western. But like, just the energy of it and the rundown buildings, the horses and everything. I was kind of like, okay, well, I mean,
it is some of the only like non-problematic culture that America has. So
I mean,
that's true.
You're not wrong.
I mean, it's probably problematic here and there, but like,
well,
everything is problematic. It's just one of the less ones.
Yeah. It's like it's another world, and like you can easily write a story where you just got cowboys on horses and there's nothing terrible. Yeah. but it's like I mean there is a lot of American culture that I'd like to write about though. Like if I ever do like a Tugs audio story, I'd lean hard into the mafia in the 1920s and like corruption and businessmen building tall skyscrapers and all that. That's like cool stuff to do. Like,
10 Cents meets Al Capone in this new audiobook.
I mean, like, not something so on the nose, obviously, but like you're not far off. Like, I love that stuff, right? I think it's so cool that it ties something to its period. And like to me, like no shade to people who change the engine's bases and stuff. Like it's creative expression. I'm all for it. If you want to turn Thomas into a Ginty or whatever, it's like, okay. But to me, the engines are defined by where they came from. Like that is so fundamental. And like Scarlowi and Rheneas, I mean, I don't think it's any coincidence that they came from Whitehaven, which is literally, it's just right up north from Sodor. Like it's literally the closest workshop they could find. Like that's why they picked there. Like I look at the maps and I think, oh, that's interesting. It wasn't that long of a boat ride. But I also think, these engines, they grew up on Sodor. They've got a lot of that Sudrian energy and that's their personality. But they're a lot less contentious. There's other characters like, say, Thomas. Like, I think, like, to me, it's like a huge part of his life that he's like from Brighton. Like, he's from the LBSC, right? This is the railway that invented the Terrier. Okay, like this is kind of an underdog railway.
It's a very ragtag group.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely feels like, it's like I get the sense. I mean, a big part of their history is not so much focusing on big mainline travel, but creating a little web of like little branch lines that go all throughout the city. Stepney was the taxi cab of his day. That's what he was, right? And so it's like that's yeah, it's kind of the case, even though they're yellow in New York and black in London. But don't focus on that. That's not important.
He was painted black at some point. It's fine.
Yeah, he was, but it was much later. I hate to say.
Matt is our resident Stepney buff.
Yeah,
he will tell you everything we need to know.
Taxi!
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was painted in SR black as well as the BR black once the BR came along, and then he was in the wartime.
Stepney's so cool. He survived so long. Like 90 years and still in service. Something crazy.
I love his little Shathid.
I love that guy. Stepney is just one of my favorite characters. And again,
so
the way I feel about him is like it's hardly anywhere, right? Like it's just like he's one of those characters I need to write about because I can't even describe why I like him so much until I put it in a story and then it'll be obvious. But there's a lot of characters like that where it all comes from where they started. And I kind of retroactively say, okay, well, Thomas is spunky and daring and he doesn't respect authority. Kind of makes sense that he came from a railway with all these suburban lines where they're more focused on serving the common man with these little non-glamorous services than having this kind of big mainline railway. It's so obvious this guy came from Brighton and then Gordon came from Doncaster. Like obviously, it's just it's so clear why they are who they are. And I could easily go the other way too if I had to. If Thomas was not that character, I could find some other justification. But I weave it in, you know. I make that. I mean, you could say that Rheneas is bold and powerful because he represents a waterfall, or you could say he's timid because he represents a waterfall. Jesus Christ! Like one way or the other, you can make them both work. It's just a matter of convincing everybody that your way makes sense and that that's the only way. But if you're actually, you know, then it's like, well, no, either.
I feel like Annie did that pretty well with No Greater Gift, because I know a lot of series like to paint Rosie as like she's the new girl in town, she's ready to take control, and it's like because like I feel like with Rosie, it's very like you get either the one that's ready to break the law or the one that's like I am so scared all the time,
Right.
and it's like it's good. And it's good to see takes on characters that, while they could technically fit either of those, it's like these are still very distinct portrayals of the characters.
Exactly, you know, and that's so cool to see in the Thomas community, right? Because that's like how Batman is. It's like there's a million different Batman. I want there to be a million different Rosies, and I want them all to kind of be Rosie, you know. And you're Rosie, Annie. I love this. I love what I'm about to say. Is that you didn't adapt her most important story at all. You didn't even think about it. You just totally neglected that one. Thomas is still in it, but it's like he's like, oh, who's that kid? It's like that's great. I love that because it's still so true. But there's not a single moving part that's from the original. See, like it's great, you know.
Exactly. No, exactly what it is. It's so true to the original portrayal, and it doesn't have. You know what I mean? It's like
which is hard to write. You had
it's
so
hard
much
to write and make
it
make sense. It's hard to write and make it make sense.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I wanted to take that quality, like the girl who like would imitate Thomas because she was like, oh, he's so cool. I want to be like him. Well, I was like, well, she'd have to be pretty insecure about herself.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that.
Right? You're several layers removed from the original, but it still makes so much sense. And like that's entirely what I got off of it. Like I got why you characterized it that way. You know, so I love it.
Thank you. So glad to hear that. That makes me so happy.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. It's the, you know, it's one of my favorite things about the way you wrote that, and it's a microcosm of why, you know. It's kind of like in Iron Horse, like the way I very deliberately like rewrote all the existing stuff from very old engines, where it's like, sure, Skarloey still gets humiliated by the controller, but it happens in a totally different way. Nothing lines up. And I did that quite deliberately because I wanted the whole thing to be mine, you know. I wanted it to like have the same soul, but the body's entirely different.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just like so totally agreeing. I'm saying I'm doing what Annie was doing vocally because I'm not fully in screen.
Right.
Like when Annie was like reacting, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like I was just really like bigly nodding, and he was like,
yeah.
Well, that's you know, that's bad influence. I'm taking all the pieces of all these tropes and all these ideas, and I'm throwing them around. I'm like, what if, you know, what if we looked at this differently? Because
exactly.
It's fun to do because you take the original, you have the soul of that. It's what you were saying. It's exactly what you're saying. I don't need to say anything because you have it there.
Yeah,
it's like writing. You have it there. When you're writing, you have it, and you don't really need to like super duper like add new stuff to it. No. What I mean is you don't have to like dissect it, or you don't have to throw it away. You have to look at what's there, and you have to like turn it around. It's like looking at a ball of. It's like the globe, and you can only see one section of the world on the globe.
Right.
You
turn it around, and it's still the same globe. Right?
It's still the globe.
Yeah,
it's a different side of that.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Such a great metaphor.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's really.
I have no idea what's happening. I've been zoned out for like the past.
I love that for you, Matt.
10 minutes.
We're talking about characters.
Yeah, why? No, we're talking about a globe. What the hell's up with that?
No, but like
it's like the same object, but you look at it in different ways, and it still looks different, even though it is inherently the same thing.
Yeah.
Fuck up.
And that's what I adore about Bad Influence is that it turns the world we know on its head. It introduces like so many new, fresh perspectives of like these old like tropes of Thomas that we've never really like. It makes you think about them in a whole new way, and that's also what I love about like Iron Horse.
Because the tropes haven't really been broken out of like inherently.
I wanted to focus specifically on tropes and not just characters, because people have done so much different stuff with characters. I wanted to focus on
tropes, like dissect stories and why Thomas stories are told the way they are and what they're trying to get at by doing them the way they are.
Britt and David had no idea what they were doing in season 3. They didn't talk about this because they just adapted stories that weren't even written by them.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
No, but yeah, Vincent, I love that because that's how you look at the world. Like it's a reflection of how you look at the world too, and that's why Bad Influence is so dear to me because it's like it's so you, and I love that.
It's very him and very like faithful to the source material all at the same time, which I feel a lot of people have a very hard time with, which is why we get a lot of stories that are like in theory this works, but it doesn't.
I love how it's like it's not out, but we all know the story already.
Yeah.
I still don't know how it ends because I never read the thing.
Oh,
No,
buddy.
because Matt has only seen the first
I've only seen the rough cut.
The schizophrenic cut.
rough
He's only seen the
cut.
rough cut, and the rough cut doesn't have the ending fully edited. So I have he's seen up through the final flashback, but he hasn't seen anything past that, so he doesn't know the actual climax resolution.
Oh yeah.
I like how you're saying this is from a dog who
He doesn't know.
I can't speak for myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm so glad that my series is over because I cannot keep up. I've run out of story ideas. I don't even like the ending. I don't like Lady in the Mountain that much because I just couldn't think of a storyline for it. It's like it was a 3.5 minute story.
I kind of relate to the thing about a story is once you're on a track and you have a trajectory, it's kind of hard to turn it into something else without it feeling disjointed. And so it's like that's the problem I'm having with Farquhar Acts is I don't know what to. I mean, I have a lot of ideas. I know how to make a really great story, but I don't like where it's going. I'm not interested in it. I know it'll be good, but I don't want to actually tell the rest of this story because I know how it has to go to make it the best thing it can be. And it's just not a story I'm interested in telling. That's kind of the trouble, right? And everybody keeps asking oh, when's the next part coming out? Some people even ask when's the finale coming out, as if it's going to be 3 parts. It's no.
There's so much you have to set up before it can get a successful conclusion.
No, it's going to be 10 parts minimum. This is, I mean, well, think about a movie, right? We're only 16 minutes in. We gotta get it further, And the second part really didn't even need to be so long. It could have been 4 minutes. So it's we haven't accomplished that much storytelling wise. It's the branch may close down at some point. We haven't even established the threat yet. We're just we've established the possibility of the threat, and now the report hasn't even been written. I mean, there's a lot more to go. And I've got a lot of great ideas. I don't want to tell them. I really don't feel like it. That's kind of the trouble.
Play the cards close to your vest.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. It's
I think with story writing itself is that when you have because I'm planning out my own series and I have a lot of I have story ideas in place. I have a lot I can tell. It's just when I started writing the first script for it. Right. It just does not hit at all. And I'm this is not what I wanted at all. And it's just, I know the characters inherently, but verbalizing that in a way that is palatable to an entire audience is
right.
None of these characters are interesting at all because it's the first episode and there's so much you have to establish.
Yeah, you have to set up so much. And it's
right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think it's very liberating to write one-off stories. That's why I've produced 2 feature-length things since I did the last part.
No, exactly. I love writing one-off stuff.
It's just
gold.
So easier. Yeah, because that's the thing is it's then okay if you don't like this story, you see it through, and then it'll be done soon, and then you can focus on the thing you actually want to focus on next year. But if you're working on a series that's ongoing and has themes, it's really hard to really get jazzed about the next one because it's I gotta tie up what James did last time.
Yeah, it's really hard to uncommit because you want to fully commit so that you can at least see it through, but you can't without continuing to commit. And you're I don't wanna,
Exactly.
Because I feel with movies, you are granted a certain amount of okay, they have a limited amount of time here. They can't address every single thing that's going on. Yeah. Whereas with a series, it's you have no excuse.
Yeah, you
have to explain this right now.
But at the same time, I don't know. I you'd think that, but then I made Iron Horse 2 hours and 47 minutes. And it's like,
And
I
it was
guess
a
there is
damn
no
good.
limit,
It was a
actually.
damn good story. I think all that time was deserving. It was like used all that time to like explain everything that was needed, and you told an amazing story
I
along
think the
with it.
last thing anyone wants is a movie that's 3 hours long where you could easily trim out like an hour and a half and it would still
Yeah.
make sense.
That's the thing, right? And I thought about that. I questioned that with, of course,
Oh
the
my
writer's
God.
question of how do I get the audience as mentally ill about my blorbos as I am. That is
That's such a good
true.
word,
That
Dookie. I
is-
love blorbos. It's such a good word.
Yeah, that's the thing. All my writing does that. It's like just destroys my audience.
I was
just,
going to
like,
make
you know,
like a 10-part kind of mini series next year. That was gonna be like a horror kind of thing, but it's like I don't think I can do it this year because I'm still so in like the early development stages of like getting like props and stuff.
right.
And like I still have to make all the trains. I'm gonna do something different next year. So I'm only gonna have like maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 model videos next year
Okay.
compared to like my usual episode things, and none of them are gonna be like
Related.
series thing. They're not gonna be related to Tales of the End of the Bar. It's over, it's done, it's dead, it's in the pit. I might just push back 5 years of fun, the special thing, just because I need to edit it this week, and it's like I don't have time to do that. I don't have time to sift through all the 4 interviews I did because I didn't do any at the Edison show because I was so freaking busy. But I don't think I have the time to do that this week to edit that special, so I might just push it to like early next year. And I don't want to be fully done with Tot Noir yet, just because that was like my entire high school thing. Like all throughout high school, I've been working on Tales of the NWR, and now it's just over. Like I'm not gonna let it go that quickly. Like,
Right.
I'm still gonna do like quick things, and also the intro and outro. I love the Owl House intro and outro. I don't want to stop using that yet. So
Right.
so yeah, I'm just gonna do like little one-off projects. Literally, when you guys are talking about like different kind of like story writing, like several like an hour ago, I was like, oh wait a minute, yeah, I wrote a story something like that I think I'm going to do. Like once I get like a filming table, I think I'm gonna film that story because it's supposed to be like a visual thing instead of like a storyline thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So I want to like show off a little bit and see what I can really do. And
Yeah.
so I'm
I
gonna
mean,
just
there
do
are
that
some
too.
stories that definitely like lend themselves to visuals way more. Like, you know, I mean, it's like there's some things I've written I just don't think I could even translate because it's just like there's like sometimes you need like I don't know, just like a moment of like a pause while you're focusing on a character. Just for like
I don't really think you could translate like the token into like a success. And like this is no offense to you at all, but like you can't really like translate the token into like a visual medium because there are so many moving parts that you have to keep account of that. Like it's so much easier for the audience
And I
to like
think-
visualize on their own.
I think part of the moving nature of the token is because so much of it is in what the character is experiencing, and that's something visceral that you can't just show by showing
also,
a character.
there's some technical
like-
things, just like how do you get a like you could do it, but you need a huge budget, and it's like because the thing is like how would you get like the tunnel to pulsate? How would you get like and like you've got like people play a pretty big role in this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and if I'm like, I mean, again, no shade, but if the soldiers were just like little Lego guys just going along, I feel like it wouldn't.
It wouldn't have the same. It wouldn't have the same. I think humanity to it.
Yeah.
The same-
And that's,
But what if it was stop motion?
Yeah, the thing is,
I
you
think
could
it's
really.
like part of what makes it so touching, at least for me, is it was so touching because you're imagining so much. It's what the imagination creates, and these little vignettes of these people, and that's what's so moving. I think. You know?
And that's the thing is like, I mean, I've seen truly just amazing stories told with Lego figures, right? Like, there's no limit to what you can do, but I think you have to tell it a little bit differently. Like the way that I told it, I kind of didn't put any energy into like really making the audience feel it. Like I was kind of phoning it in by that part of the script. I was kind of like, I didn't really have any other events to happen on the branch. And I was like, okay, he just has to go there and pull the train. And I guess like I was debating at that part in the story. I was like, do I cap it off like this? Because when I set out to write it at first, it was way more about the branch line and way less about the connection to the war. But then over time, it became way more about James's psyche. And James was, the branch line is something he's just been introduced to, but the war is something he's been tangling with for a long time. So if the story's about James, the climax needs to be about James's psyche. And that meant it had to be about the war. It couldn't be about just the branch line and the horror elements of that, because James was much more important by that point. And so it's like I didn't really put much effort. I knew like the soldier thing was going to be kind of a tearjerker because it brings to mind a very sensitive topic, right? Whereas like, if I was doing it with say Lego figures, I would need to actually flesh out some of those ghosts. Like I would need like some of them to actually like have character and talk to each other. And if you did that, then you could do a tearjerker with Legos. But you would like need to like actually set it up. Like you need to feel for the ghosts. It's not enough for them to just be these vague figures, you need to like
they need to have specific personality. It's like the beauty comes from their own lives, their own specific personalities. It's kind of what we always talk about, how is if like in film, it's like if you make something that's super broad because you're trying to be universal, you actually fail at being universal. Like you can be
exactly right
through the specificity of it.
And that's the thing, is that the way I wrote it, it ends up being that we're feeling most of all, because if James hadn't done this, he would have let all these people down. And that's kind of like a really hard thing to process. It's like, holy, like he's been putting this off the whole story when these people desperately just wanted to see each other. And what was so scary at first is actually quite beautiful when seen through. And it's like, it's more about James, it's so much more about James. So that's kind of the thing, right? But that's so much easier to do in audio, because then people are just picturing actual war documentary footage of soldiers walking. And it's like, oh, good. I don't need to film anything. That's so much easier than the alternative, which can absolutely be done, but is harder and requires coming at it from a different angle. So it's like, that's kind of the thing.
Now, on the topic of the token,
I hear at the same time. Suspicious.
Summoning special. On the topic of the token, I do have one question, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
No, yeah,
but does the token, like, is the service still like going on to this day? Like, is it still an ongoing thing? Or does it fizzle out at a certain point?
It doesn't intersect with Duck's branch line. Like, it's the way I see it. It's a little too logical, but I believe there's an actual finite number of ghosts, and they all need to go home.
Yeah.
And it's like, you just need to bring all those ghosts home, and it just takes a really long time, and it's so emotionally taxing that it's like, okay, how about like 50 ghosts a month? Can you do that, Edward? I can handle that many ghosts, sir. That's good.
Just 50, though. I can't handle any more than that. You get up to 51, that's just a bit too much for me.
Yeah.
No way.
I got my limits, man. I got my limits.
The emotional weight is just a bit too heavy.
Meanwhile, Thomas sees like someone pretending to be a ghost, and he's like, "Holy shit! Oh my!" Edward's like, "Get on board."
My God.
But anyway,
Edward is just like, I'm so goddamn tired. Just get in at this point.
That's how I see him, right? And that's what's so refreshing about your story, Annie, is how happy he is. He's like, I never write Edward in that era. It's always like him in the past, and he's putting up with shit. And then it's like in your era, it's like, well, all the kids have left the nest, and now I would like to be useful again. And then he is happy the whole time. That's wonderful. That's so nice. Like, I should write that era more often. Because I'm always thinking of Edward in like, the 50s. It's like, well, I may be scrapped tomorrow. What do I have to do? I better set my affairs in order before I die, which will most definitely happen soon. Different.
I have a limited factories I can give. Gordon takes up most of it anyways.
Well,
50.
Levy, I adore that Edward too. That Edward too. We need him. But I would love to see you like trying your hand at like a happy Edward. But I love your Edward.
I do have
like we need
I do
that.
have some
we need that Edward
stories.
representation.
A salty story, I guess you could qualify as one of those. A salty story, I'd say, would fit that era pretty well.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's difficult because here's the thing. I see Edward in a few eras. Like, I think like Edward he goes through two distinctive eras. There's the era where in 3 Railway Engines, he is like thinks his days are numbered. He's 20 years old. That's old for an engine. So he's thinking like, I'm going to be scrapped soon. That's the way of the world, because that's normal in the world. That's how it works. It's not like engines live till 90. That's insane and will never happen here, is what he thinks. But that would be a sane thought to have as a steam engine in the 1920s. totally unaware of the
What a
insane
sentence.
heaven that the 60s becomes on the island.
Does he
But,
know? Does he know?
Does he know?
Does he know?
Does he know?
But yeah, so
Are there
I-
like dog years, like train years for like how long they last? If like 20 years is old for an engine, like what is that in like human years?
that's like 60, I want to say, maybe 70. Like
If he's 90, he's like brittle boned little man.
like 30
Every
years
new
without a
boiler they
picture-
get, they degenerate by like 40 years.
yeah, like
The new boilers, the fountains of youth, the foundry of youth. How much would make that a thing? The foundry of youth, and it's just Rogan's
kinda
Gate.
cool. That's just a cool.
That's a new title for you to use, Lemmy.
Somebody
Yeah,
make
that's
that a
good.
fantasy story. Somebody make that.
Foundry of youth. That'd be
Foundry of
awesome.
Youth sounds
Yeah.
cool.
I do
And
kind of
Victor's
like
at the
idea.
helm because, of course, he is.
Oh,
I
dear
Victor's at
Lord.
the helm of the foundry of youth because
I thought you meant Tanzig.
oh, the train, the Cuba train.
How do we
Famous
know Victor
boundaries of
Tanzig is
Sodor.
Famous
his
young
real
person,
theory.
Victor Tanzig. Famous young person, Victor Tanzig, right?
Of course.
He's older than all of us, which is hilarious.
He's
Yeah.
like 40.
He's like
I'm
40.
He quit
40
his
is
job
not
to
old.
do YouTube
He
full
recently
time.
quit
It's
his
so
job
insane.
to just make Thomas videos.
40
for
is
him.
not
More
old,
power
guys.
to him. But
He's older than us, Annie.
40 is still not old, but it is older
Yeah,
than us. Yes.
It's still
That's
older
true.
than us. We're all
it
hip
is-
young
it's,
people.
it's solidly adult.
I
Gorgeous.
said that
Yes.
it's not. I said like Victor Tanzig, famous young person. I'm not saying that like he's old. I'm just saying that he's definitely not young anymore.
I love all his defense of his age. It's like, hold on now. But
Like, hold
but yeah,
on. The man may have questionable stories, but he is not old.
Oh, I don't have a problem with those stories. They're the funniest things ever. They're great. Great
I've
serotonin.
not
boost.
seen any of them, but there
Let
must be
me-
something to it. If so,
Let me, if you ever watch, like, okay, I'm gonna say this. If you
Yeah.
want to watch it to get like a general idea, just watch the war stories and you'll get everything you need to know about him. in like a
think I
solid
got-
hour.
Season one-
Tanzig watching call.
Season 1 was just tugs. Season 2 was more tugs with a little more original stories. Then it was the war,
This is
Then
what I
it's
meant.
season
This is what I
3.
meant.
where it was like,
we go.
okay, now we're still talking about the war. And then it was season 4 where like everyone freaking died. And now we're into the SCPs of Sodor.
Oh my god!
And
wow,
here's the-
guys.
I don't know why that-
Oh my god.
And here's
And
the
the
thing about
standing
stories.
stones- The standing stones aren't even at Kildane. Like they're like up in the mountains of like
Am I the only person who didn't know what standing stones were? And I thought they were like stones you stand on to do like a satanic ritual. I wasn't picturing like stones. I was picturing like,
You know what? I'll give that to you. That I think I did have that thought when I like first heard it for the first.
and the only reason I know better now is because
if
I
there
was
is, he
watching.
sure as hell isn't fucking good.
I was watching the documentary about I think it's like Great British Rail Journeys, and it was showing like all the sites alongside like the Great Western kind of line in the countryside, and they showed some. Oh, here over here we have the standing stones, and it's like oh
There
no.
we go.
Oh no! And then I got over it, but
The
for
way
a while,
it hit you.
yeah.
Okay, I will say this. As much shit as I give Victor Tanzig, to his credit, that man is the most creative man I have ever seen.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, he's not.
Absolutely.
No, he's not, because season 3 he was taking story ideas from his viewers. Like in the
Okay,
title cards, in the
okay.
title cards, it was saying
Season
story
4,
idea
that
by
was
this
half of
person, and
season
90%
4
of them
now.
were story ideas.
He only
Reddit?
did that for the first half of season 4.
For Reddit? Did you say, Vincent?
You remember
No,
Reddit?
it's not from Reddit.
Oh,
it was from
Reddit Railway.
YouTube.
Oh, the Reddit.
But he does do stuff with
I've
Reddit.
only seen one episode. It's so bad.
You know,
Reddit Railway.
That's the one that is that
Like-
in Sodor shorts that I refuse to watch because they're off the wall.
They're so
bonkers.
bad.
They're so awful.
Yeah, James
I
and
watched
Rosie
one-
Baby.
Awful.
I
I'll be
watched
right
his,
back.
like, Christmas
I'm gonna join
upload.
the tradition of going to the bathroom. So I
Go for it, bud.
Have fun. I watched his one Christmas video that he uploaded this year, his Sodor shorts. There was no dialogue whatsoever. It was like his montages of the trains with like the faces changing and action happening. And it just ends with one of them getting shot by a railgun. Like no context whatsoever. It's
I
just,
saw that. I like watched it without volume the other day because I
no,
was bored.
you didn't need volume because
No
it was just the
dialogue?
music. It was just the
It was
music. There's no
just- You're
dialogue.
kidding. You're
I'm
kidding.
not
There was
kidding.
no
There's no dialogue.
That
It's just
explains
music.
why Joey just had a what sign at the end. That
Yeah,
explains.
that's why I
a
hit
lot.
the one time because there was no dialogue.
There's just something
I thought there
about
was
the way
dialogue.
No, there's no.
Is he too lazy to record dialogue?
that there's just
You've
something
seen
about the way that he creates
and NCPs.
Hi,
the way
Milan.
he creates the way he creates stories is very much like, what if I put everything I know about Thomas in a blender and then added just a little cyanide just to see what happens. That's what it feels like. Like everything is 5 seconds away from like having an epileptic shock for some reason, and we just don't know what's gonna happen next.
Okay, so
Oh
to
no,
his
we're being
credit,
raided
I
by
will
a bot. We're being raided by a bot. Oh
Guys,
no!
get her.
Get the bot. Get the
So,
I
bot.
reported.
Done.
So to his credit, I will say Victor Tanzig, you're right, Garnet. He's very creative. And also somehow he's creative, but his content, like especially the main series, the main series is so off the wall crazy that you can't help but watch and see what happens next.
That's how I
Like
feel.
there's no
I
way you
feel
can
like
leave
I
it
feel
up
like
after you
a train
see Jonathan Starr come out of the standing stones and say he's King Godred.
That was so
You
unexpected. It was
You
so
can't
funny.
just let that go. You can't just stop there and say, "Well, that's all the stories of Sodor I want." No, you got to keep
It's like-
watching and see why. You got to
Like
keep.
you know those little like shackle things where you're like in the
Shock
board like this. No,
I have
no,
no
no.
idea how
It's like those
it's
things that go like this, and you're just in there. This is how I feel. I feel like I'm stuck here. Like, oh, it can't possibly get any worse than this.
Although,
And then he
I'm gonna be
keeps
completely
going.
honest. I'm kind of glad that Mr. Starr is back because I really liked him, and I was really sad when he died. So I'm kind of glad that
is a
he's
good
back.
point. Mr. Star's a really good character.
This is when we're gonna
But, like,
learn that Mr.
why is he
Jorah is
back?
like, I don't fucking know, man. I'm not God. Clearly, there is no God here. Like
Oh my
also just the
God.
way he
There is no God, and if there is, he sure as hell isn't fucking good.
and it's just
Open
like,
wide the
way
gates of
he-
time.
he just will like add a story like okay, I will
You
admit the Peter like war crime arc was very funny for what it was, but then Peter
Crime arc.
no, it was very funny, but then Peter comes back and then nothing is like no one says anything. It's just
No,
like
really,
5 lines from
I was so
Gordon.
pumped to see him come back, and then nothing happened.
And
What
you're
the
like,
hell?
Gordon kind of got mad at him.
He says 5 words, and then everyone's like, "Hey, be nice. He was in prison. He's changed." And then that's all it was.
There's no God, only a yellow engine named Kyle.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's
let me
right.
hear back.
Claudius is
Listen.
named Kyle. Victor named
No,
Claudius Kyle.
Yeah, let me listen. This is
Yeah.
important. Victor
Okay.
Tanzig. Okay, in the Victor Tanzig universe, the trains have first and last names, and also Proteus's full name is Kyle Proteus.
How does that make you feel? Like, how? Describe the emotion you're
Kyle
feeling.
Proteus. Whoosh.
His first name should be like if he's gotta have a first name, it should be something like Phineas or like Lord
Yeah.
Ooh, Phineas is a
Yeah.
good name.
Kyle. This is Kyle over here. How's it going, Kyle? But then again, I don't even know what his like, personality is. Is he still a god or still?
No,
we made that up.
He
What am I
dies
talking
from a
about still?
bomb.
That's
He
not
dies from a World War
Oh my
I
God,
bomb and then inhabits a
Wait,
lamp.
Oh my God! Can
And
I share my
that's
screen? 'Cause
it.
I want to show the
What, is he
frame
like a
of
genie?
Proteus in the
A
freaking
genie.
thing.
Yeah,
I
he's
want to show the
basically
frame
a
of
genie.
Proteus in the lamp. It's the
Nice.
funniest thing ever.
No, because Diesel 10's name is Joshua. And
Yeah,
the
that's true.
funniest
That's
thing
true.
that Victor Tanzig
Boko's
ever-
real name is Bobby Cooper. That is
Yeah,
Moses-
and he's a
Boko is
resurrected
short for
war
Bobby
criminal.
Cooper.
He's
And that
a
just happens to
resurrected
line up with
criminal.
his real
It's so funny.
arrangement?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still getting over this. Hold on. Is Proteus actually like a genie? Is that how he speaks?
Yes.
It?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
no. Okay.
Awesome.
He's not like. Okay, he's not like a genie. So the way he works is that he will just be on a train, and he can see into the future to see when an incident is gonna happen. So he'll just teleport and be like, "Don't do that. Don't look at me. Don't do that. Don't go away. Go away."
that's
And then everyone-
Joel, that's not a genie. Like I'm picturing, if you find Proteus's lamp, he pops out of it like a ghost. That would be That would be a great.
Yeah.
story. I
just want to
Except
Like,
if you say his full name.
Vincent, can you please add my screen share because I want them to see the frame. This
Yeah, hold
frame.
on.
I love this frame so much.
Let me.
His face is an edit. His face is an edit of Henry and Edward together. That's his
He's
face
in
this
there.
He's trapped.
game. He's trapped.
God.
Dude, it's so
Actually,
funny. I love it so much.
This is such an image.
It's
This is
the
the
image
best
ever. I love this image so much. It's so funny.
Goodness.
Dude,
Okay.
John and
Wait,
I like
Matt,
binged-
Matt,
I was
Matt,
over
can
it.
you
What,
go?
what,
Can
what?
you do the end of Path of the Dead? The
The
last
Path of the
shot
Dead.
of Path of the Dead, like the one where Douglas is on the hill and he's looking at you know who. I'm not gonna say who.
Guys, I hate to cut this short, but my phone is doing the thing where every time someone speaks, it's really gravelly and muffled. So I'm guessing it's very low battery, and I'm gonna disappear
Oh no.
in a moment.
Oh no.
So here, this is probably the time I should go. So
Okay.
Oh,
Aw.
let me.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
but I've got to
Lemmy,
go to.
thank you
I've,
for coming.
I've got to go to dinner. You were
Thanks
saying?
for being here, Lemmy.
It was
Yeah.
a pleasure talking to you.
It was actually so much fun.
Very
Yeah.
much.
Yeah,
Very
this has been
appreciated.
fantastic.
I'm glad
I've
you could
loved
make
Yeah,
it to one of
and
the
let me-
college games.
Lemmy, I know we were supposed to call tonight, but
I know we were. We'll
If you-
find another time.
we'll do it. Yeah. Thank you for coming. This was great.
Yeah,
Have fun
absolutely.
at dinner.
Yeah, thank you. I shall. Alrighty. Take care, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Love.
And now back to SCPs of Silver.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my god. This is like the most
Oh, this is not good.
It's a dude!
What a
It's
frame.
a dude!
What?
Annie,
Oh,
you're
wait,
gonna
have you
need
not?
context here.
They used the same shot like 7 times. It's so.
Yeah, he uses the same
so
angle.
bad.
It really sucks.
Douglas pulling BR Mark IIs is so funny.
I hate that he's pulling Mark IIs. Like, I don't like that.
This shot right here canonically takes place in 2015.
This is the shot. This is the sequence ever.
We gotta love.
Oh my
the
God, a
copyright
pillbox.
free music.
Why? There's just no music.
White women.
No, no dialogue.
What?
The white woman moment.
It's
Oh,
just,
the whole playlist is just here.
we're not watching the whole playlist. We can't do this again.
No.
Okay.
Marie's
Like-
back. Say this. I don't even know.
I've been censored by Mari.
Gone wrong. The hostage is taking me hostage. What's happening?
Oh my god, this is genuinely the most fun live stream I've ever been on. What
been
on
the
earth?
best. Wonderful cars, wonderful talks, therapy sessions, voice actor panels, Victor dancing, so much.
Matt Sam Webster. What a man. It was great to talk to him again. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, what did I miss? I'm so scared. Marie, you missed a lot. You've missed quite a bit. You've missed.
Vincent! Look at Vincent!
He's gonna fall over. He's gonna fall over.
Nothing good could have put the SCPs of soda on. Oh,
I am tired.
thank you all for coming to this live stream.
What a time! It was our pleasure, Vincent.
was
Oh
our
my
pleasure.
gosh, this was incredible. This
was
is
quite
amazing.
the
Thank you so
experience.
much for having me on, Vincent. This
No,
is the most
absolutely.
fun
I'm
I've
so
had.
glad you could come.
I
and
regret
watch.
coming on.
Yeah, well, I bet you too.
Okay, then, Grinks Twink.
Grinks.
The fact that your name is the Grinks Twink is so
Not,
funny.
it's been like this since like 3 hours in.
I noticed like 2 hours ago. I didn't say anything.
John, you're the only one that isn't changed. You should join the club.
Okay, fine. Hang on. How do I
Mine
change
hasn't
my
changed,
name?
actually. Mine was always the Grink.
Yours is
No, but
always
the Grink is at least good.
Hang on.
Are you saying
All
the
right,
Grink Twink isn't
The
good?
Grink.
No, but guys, did you? I saw Dominic and my fight and flight kicked in. No,
Wait, what?
Cringe Nation.
I saw Dominic.
Garnet,
Cringe Nation. That's me.
Garnet, did you see the beginning of this stream?
I did not. I had people come over,
You
and I
should
was.
go back and watch it once this is over.
I'll do it. I'll watch the
I'm gonna
entire
rewatch
6
the
hours.
stream.
You watch the
I'm gonna
entire 6
rewatch
hours
the
night,
stream
Brianna.
later on. This was a lot. It was a lot of
It was a
fun.
lot of fun.
The
I need to
Goonch.
shower and eat dinner.
The
I'm not in a
Gunch.
good spot right
The
now.
Goonch.
The gun.
Oh no, Matt! You must eat. You must
The
eat.
Gunch.
Hold on.
I've had cookies throughout the stream.
Oh,
When my
good.
camera was off, I was eating cookies.
I'm glad you had a snack. A snack.
Okay, so
Good.
I have one question for everyone.
Oh, please, God.
I want to know. I'm
Actually-
genuinely curious.
You know what? Here, I'll do it like
This will
this.
go on for another hour.
Oh,
No, it
we
won't.
end it now.
No, Annie, you're gonna answer the question. Can assign each person here a Christmas song?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
That's what Christmas. It's Christmas.
Okay. I've been listening to Christmas songs all month. I can do this.
Suddenly, she doesn't know a single Christmas song.
Matt
Uh-oh.
is I know. Okay.
That is Mariah.
That is
No,
Mariah.
no, God, no.
No, that's Garnet.
Matt is this Nora
No, Garnet is
Jones.
Coconuts. I think Coconuts is a very
Oh,
Christmassy song.
Matt is the Nora Jones cover of "I'll Be Home for Christmas." It's
Never heard that
very
one.
chill and lo-fi. And
I
it
would have
has
rather been from
yearning.
Santa Claus is Coming to Town, but okay.
You don't have the
One
energy
point
for
for the other
Santa Claus is
Bob
coming
Card.
to town.
Garnet is the original Brenda Lee version of "Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree."
Matt and the half.
Good
Mariah.
answer. Good answer.
John is Frank Sinatra something. Frank Sinatra. It's
That's a
beginning
win
to
for
look
me.
a lot like Christmas.
That's a win.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I love Frank Sinatra. Let's go. Frank Sinatra was like my most listened. One of his songs was one of my most listened to songs on Apple Music this year.
Ain't
It was
no
my
way.
pick by
Yeah.
Frank Sinatra.
Vincent.
Top artist, Frank Sinatra.
Vincent is he is he yeah, that's what Turtle says. Vincent is the original version of Last Christmas. Purely because of the sound, the production. I can't think of another Christmas song that has the production that feels like Vincent, because Vincent is that very like he's that kind of production, but I don't know if the lyrics fully fit.
Yeah, no, I love Wham. I
Yeah.
used to hate
Wham.
that song, and now I really like that song.
Last
Why did you hate it? Now we gotta dissect this. Why did you hate it?
Because they would always play it. It
Sold
always
it on
sounded so,
eBay.
like weird. I never really liked the production. The production was weird, but now I do. Now I'm like, this is good production.
Okay. All right, Annie, you gotta
Yeah,
assign
yeah.
one more person. Can assign Marie, and then we'll be done.
Marie.
I think.
Give me a second.
No, but I love Last Christmas. Like the original Last Christmas is very good, and I do like the production.
Oh, there's this song I'm thinking of for Marie. I hate that I'm like keep doing this when I'm trying to think, but like
Let's make her full screen, so there's more pressure.
no. Oh!
Somebody put
Okay.
on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
We named
Marie-
it the Goonch.
I did.
Marie is more modern Christmas song that I heard recently by this female artist.
Is it Ariana Grande?
That's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. I'm so sorry. I can't remember what it is. Pressure makes me lose my brain. But yeah, Marie's song has a bit of that like yearning I said with Matt, but it's more modern and it's also snazzy. It's a little quirky. Yeah.
Jazzy yearning, my favorite emotion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you please show us what jazzy what that is? What jazzy yearning is? Can you please show us what that looks like?
If I had a saxophone, I would be playing it and sobbing at the same time. That's what it is.
You mean like Careless Whisper?
No, if I took hold on. There is a video that describes what that's like. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on.
There's a video.
We're not gonna play it on call. I'm gonna let you guys live your lives elsewhere.
Bro, my dinner's been here for like an hour.
Oh my god.
Bro, we gotta end the stream.
It's been 6 hours. We all need to go. We have
6
lives.
hours
believe
of
it or not.
wonderful fun, but we must.
I'll send it in chat. Y'all can listen on your own time.
Thank God.
Great.
All right. Thanks. All right. This has been like the most fun live stream I think I've ever been in.
Me too.
It's been very fun.
It's
has
a
been
whole
very
music
fun.
video.
Thank you, Vincent.
When did you send it? What chat did you send it in?
You'll find it.
Oh, I see.
Our chat.
Vincent putting Annie on full screen is such a Billy move.
No.
You've been billied.
You've been Billy. All right, guys. Thank you for coming to Cars Day 2022. I don't know if we'll ever do. We'll definitely do another Cars stream, but I don't know if we'll do Christmas. We'll do something.
Yay!
You know who we are. You know where we are. You know where to find the Gunch. I've leaked their address. In the
Get away from me. Get away.
We're all good to go. I'm Vincent. That is Matt.
Excuse me?
Michael. That is Annie C over there.
Michael.
Wonderful movie.
Let me out of here.
Out in theaters. VHS near you. Below me is the wonderful, fabulous interviewer.
Cringe Nation.
Steak and Cake, John Guddle.
Michael, don't leave me here.
Fabulous suit. Just a wonderful. And over here we have the other direction. The other direction we have the Gunch coming in for the save with their little gay feet. And with that,
no free feet pics.
This has been a Vincente 22 film.
No, it hasn't.
We did it, gang.
We did it.
We did it, Joe.
We did it, Joe.
We did it, Joe.
We did it, Joe. We made a Vincente 22 film.
In the broadcast.
Bye-bye.